down in from Loops with the well, making the spray.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome, a very warm welcome, in fact, as it is quite hot here in Poland. We are getting down to things. It is day number 5 here of the PMPL Americas. My name's Kyle Harris. I am your host, as you might have expected throughout the last couple of days, going into the next ones, of course, and we're here to break everything down here for you across our 5 games. Joining me to my left-hand side, I have Seven. He's been around for a while, but I have a new face as well. I have Glitter Explosion. Glitter, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great today. How are you? I'm super excited to be here, just to say.
Fantastic. We're excited to have you along for this ride with us as well here for the PMPL. How about yourself, Seven?
I'm doing great, man. Excited to be back after a 2-day break. Can't wait to see what's going to happen today.
2-day break? I'm sure you've been busy during that, mate. Come on. Like, you've been doing some stuff, all right?
I've been super busy. Just stay tuned. You might end up seeing me in the game.
Maybe. All right, let's take a look at the format and how things break down here throughout all of this. We have 20 of our teams going head-to-head across every single day. However, it's broken down to 16 teams playing per day because one group will not be playing throughout each day, of course, and that does alternate here throughout the time. And we have 5 groups across all of this for 16 play days. 80 matches will be played out. And Glitter, just in general, that gives a great opportunity for any of these teams to be able to, step up to the challenge and really kind of even out the odds, be able to actually grind out those games and be able to push themselves all the way to the top.
Absolutely, and that's definitely something that some of the teams that maybe might not have performed as well as they wanted to in week 1 will definitely be looking forward to kind of shape up whatever mistakes they made and move on from there.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to reassess, readapt, Seven. We've even seen that, from day to day as these teams have been competing against one another, of course. And especially another thing that gives them a great opportunity is the fact that we have 2 Erangels per day, 1 at the start, 1 at the end. So we've even seen little adjustments here or there because of that alone.
Yeah, and we've seen teams take full advantage of having those double Erangels. I believe B4 won 3 straight, almost 4 straight in a row. So yeah. They're definitely taking advantage of that.
It has been good. All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights here from our last couple of games. It feels like 2 days ago was ages ago, but I've just been working these whole 2 days whilst we've been on hiatus. So it feels like a long time ago here as we take a look at Erangel to start things off, Seven. And Ace is one of the teams that we're hoping to be able to, kind of apply extra pressure along throughout the day here. And Team Queso was having a bit of a rough time of it, but here when they were going up against Mezexis, they were doing very well for themselves.
They were, and I just honestly, to be completely honest with you, I think we said this during the broadcast, Mezexis seemed like they threw that positioning right there. They could have went ahead and challenged Team Queso, but they decided not to. But they did end up getting a win at the end, Mezexis. So congratulations to them. And Team Queso did end up start heating up. As I mentioned before, they are a slow starter team, but today with sitting out, I don't know how they're going to be able to come back. I hope they're able to come back strong and with the momentum they had in the previous days.
Yeah, definitely so. We're seeing Wildcard here, one of the leaders of the packs at the moment. Likewise, XQ as well, doing pretty well for themselves throughout every single day, Glitter. But they're not going to be playing today, so it's an opportunity for a lot of these teams to try and catch up with some of the leaders.
Oh, absolutely. And you had even mentioned Wildcard doing very well for themselves, and they've only played 15 matches so far. So when those higher tiered teams like XQ are sitting out, this is a perfect opportunity for them to really show just why they are one of the strongest competitors here.
Definitely. We have Sandhawk as well coming on. We saw Njame actually doing pretty well here throughout this, and even getting themselves quite a lot of extra thirst, a little bit of spray down there going on Seven. But sometimes you get a little bit too greedy, and you may end up paying the price for it.
They did. Luckily for them, it ended up working out here, and they ended up winning Sandhawk, and that was their first win after they were starting super slow. And we saw that from another team as well. As I mentioned earlier, Mezexis got a win as well. But I'm hoping it's not a fluke, right? I'm hoping they're able to go ahead and get more wins, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna say this. One of the teams we're gonna be looking to get a win today is Loops. they're being able to be consistent with kills. Well, not so much the previous day. I think that might have been their worst day. So that's one of the teams that I'm actually going to be looking forward to see how they start off today. Yeah,
that's a great point. I mean, Glitter, as much as we've seen Loops play out phenomenally throughout the last couple of days so far, no chicken dinners to their name is kind of an anomaly considering how far they are up the table right now.
Honestly, they just did a really good job of staying consistent across all of their games. They had some really good decision making, and I think that for this week, they've set themselves up for a really good position to be able to kind of finally pull down that chicken dinner and then move themselves higher up in the rankings.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's been very exciting to watch their campaign so far. So I think a lot of people are hoping to see that chicken dinner as we take a look at some of the final moments here of our last Erangel before today. This was an interesting one, Seven. Not the most common ending for me. Very open, not that much terrain to be able to hide up against. That's why we're seeing so many snakes. And I was a little critical of the double snake behind this single tree here, Seven, but they were in a rough position. They had a very difficult time being able to get the right spot that they wanted. So they were kind of in a do it or die situation, I suppose.
Yeah, at that point, you just kind of have to throw whatever comes to you, and you have to be able to try to get that win, or just try to survive at least.
I mean, that's the nature of BR, right, Glitter? Sometimes, you've got to work with what you've got, and it can be difficult.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what is one of the big differentiators amongst the teams. Like their ability to deal with the RNG that's just inherent in a BR really will put them, above the rest.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, let's take a look at the point distribution. 20 points coming in for a chicken dinner, and then we teeter on down from there here for all of these teams looking to vie for those points. What is important as a point is that 11th through 16th will only get themselves 1 point per thing. And also we have 1 point per kill each. 1 point per thing. Brilliantly phrased, James. Of course, yes. Fantastic. So everybody gets rewarded, at least here, whilst we do get on with things. And also everyone gets rewarded when it comes to the money as well. 50,000 for first place and 5,000 for the MVP. So if you are playing out of your mind, then you might get yourself an extra 5,000. Seven, do you have anybody in mind for MVP so far? I know it goes completely off stats alone, but if you had to pick someone that's really shone for you, who would you pick, Seven? I know this is a big question, but...
That is a big question, and I think it's too soon. I think after today, we might be able to go ahead and do that because all the teams are going to collectively play 20 games. So I think after today, I might have an answer for you.
Okay. I might hold you to that. We'll see.
Do it.
do it. All right, we can take a look at all the rosters and how they do shape up here so far, because we've had some great players from a lot of these guys. So let's look a little bit more in depth at them. Of course, Group A will not be playing today. Team Queso and Shame, XQ and Tribe Gaming. And Glitter, with XQ and Tribe, two of the big names right now in the league, not playing, that gives a great opportunity for the rest of the field to be able to catch up.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not going to lie, I was kind of excited to see them play, so I'm looking forward to the rest of the week as well. But some of the stats that those teams were putting up last week are incredibly impressive, so the teams today definitely want to take advantage of the opportunity to climb above them on the ladder, because if Tribe comes back specifically this week like they did last week, people should be a little bit scared.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, those two rosters in general, an all-star lineup on both sides, I want to say. I feel like the only stumbling block that XQ really had was that team fight going up against Tempo towards the end of last game day, and that's how it's going to sit. Let's look at Group B then. Let's not dwell too much on Group A here, because we want to talk about the teams that are actually playing today. So let's move on to Group B as we take a look at that. Where might that be? Any time there. Oh, no, that's Group A, and then we're moving on, don't worry. Cloud9, Grunto, Alpha 7, and Team Solid. I did notice in the overall rankings so far, Grunto's not having the best time of it, and, 7, that's unfortunate for them, but they have some hurdles to overcome before they can really gain huge momentum here.
They do. When talking from Sixless, the IGL of that team, they told me at the moment it's just kind of like a language barrier, but they're starting to work on different strats and different callouts. That way, everybody collectively, if they're going to go ahead and push up on somebody, they know which way to push, they know what to do. So they're definitely working on their strats and just their team communication. So I wouldn't be surprised if hopefully today we see them working together as a team a lot more than we have in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. And Alpha 7 so far, 2 wins on Miramar, Glitter. That shows some mastery over that battleground, and I want to see them push out on the other battlegrounds and be able to get a few more points there. What are your thoughts?
Oh, 100%. I mean, obviously, playing on all of the maps gives the teams an opportunity to really show their strengths, but it also will highlight some of their weaknesses over time. But that's a good thing in the long run because they still have a ton of time ahead of them to kind of work on whatever pops up as an issue and then hopefully fix it for the games coming up this week.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. Adaptation is very, very important here as we play across all of these battlegrounds. As I say, we've said before, the variety that these teams show has to be fantastic. We've got Tempo Storm, Wildcard, Cool2, and Ace1 in Group C. And 7, Tempo had a little bit of a slow start, but then really ramped it up, kind of like Tempo. And then Wildcard as well is very much so up there in terms of the rankings.
Yeah, one thing I want to see from Tempo a lot more is I need them to go ahead and start getting a lot more kills. I think usually for that team, that's what works. If they're able to get the kills, it boosts up their energy, and then they're able to go ahead and actually start winning some games. And that's a team, if they get into a groove, they're able to go ahead and continue that momentum. So looking forward to see what Tempo Storm is going to go ahead and do here on the first game.
Absolutely. I mean, again, I mentioned it before when we were talking about XQ, Glitter, but the fight that Tempo took against XQ, you were talking to me about it earlier as well, telling me that you were very, very impressed with how they took that fight in that small little hill, kind of a divide and conquer strategy. So Tempo Storm has the chops to be able to rise very high here, I think, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I know that they might not have the best placement right now being in 13th, but one thing that I do want to point out is that even though they're kind of currently middle of the pack, they actually kill-wise have matched Wildcard Gaming, or they're off by, I think, only one.
Right.
Who's in 4th overall, right? So there's clearly an issue there, and I do agree they do need to get more kills, but some of that is also going to rely on consistency in their placements across the board, because if you're in 13th and matching the kills of somebody in 4th, something went wrong there.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely shows that you're able to hang with this lobby, right? The fact that you're able to blast out and just try and maybe eke out some of the placement points from that point on. Let's move on to our next group, of course. Plenty more to show as we move on to Group D. We have Omen Elite, Loops, Lazarus, and Mazexis. Quite the varied group in terms of results right now. Obviously, Omen Elite and Lazarus started day number 1 out with a victory. Mazexis just recently got one. Loops, actually, now that I look at it, everybody has got a win in this group apart from Loops, which is highest in the group. This is ridiculous.
It is, man. It was up to Loops and Mazexis, and if I would have been a betting man, I would have told you that more than likely Loops would have actually won the first game between the two. But hey, you never know what's going to happen here in PUBG Mobile, and it goes to show. I
like that. Even during looking at that, you could hear my thought process, the little cogs working away, slowly adding things up. It's just, that was yeah, what a silly situation. But I'm expecting Loops to get a win pretty soon. How about yourself, Glitter? They're just showing great form throughout this league so far.
They really are, and at this point, not only am I expecting it, but I'm looking forward to it. I want to see that happen for them. You know, like you pointed out, they're in a group of people that have all managed to pull down at least, you know, one good game, and they deserve it at this point. So
yeah, we'll see. We will see. I'm hoping it's today. I am hoping it's today. Let's move on to Group E as well to round things out, as we have B4, Creme Royal Betis, Pittsburgh Knights, and Trem Carreta Furacao. Furacao? Do I have to roll the R at the end?
You said it right. Nope.
That's
you
beautiful.
said it perfect.
Was it? I don't know. I feel like everybody on this broadcast speaks Spanish apart from me. Anyway, we've got B4 there as well. And 7, who impresses you here? I think in general, this group is impressive as a whole.
Yes, this group, trust me, a couple days there we had a sleeper with B4, and then they finally woke up, and they're currently sitting in 2nd place with just 15 games played. Another one that has been impressing me that I'm gonna go ahead and continue mentioning just because of their situation is PK, Pittsburgh Knights. They added a brand new player in Carnage, and Carnage has been helping that team immensely, and I'm just loving the strategies and the pushes that they're doing. Everything seems to be working their way. I just want them to go ahead and get more wins.
More wins. Yeah, I'd like to see that as well. Let's take a look at the overall standings, which will show those overall wins from our team so far, because we have a lot of teams up towards the top that have already breached that 200-point mark here, with 3 sitting up there. XQ not playing today, Tribe not playing today. This is a great opportunity for B4 to be able to push themselves higher in the standings so far, to be able to match basically everybody having 20 games played. And then that really does give us a good lay of the land, Glitter, as to potentially how things shape up once we're 80 games in. What do you think?
Oh, 100%. The fact that we have 2nd, 4th, and 5th place teams that are all only 15 matches in, but they're completely hanging with our 1st and 3rd place teams says a lot about how the games have been playing out for them so far. I'm really excited to see what they are able to do today and how much higher in the standings it puts them above XQ.
Here's our 11th through 20th as well. Looking towards the bottom of this to see how those teams are going to be able to shape up here throughout the day. How about yourself, Seven? Who are you looking out for here?
I'm looking out for actually Ace 1. I know they're currently sitting in 19th place, but something that I was able to see on day 4 and that I enjoy from them is that they weren't afraid of taking big fights. We saw them, I believe it was Wildcard or Tempo, one of those teams. Ace 1 went towards them and finished them up. They got unlucky with the third party, but seeing that kind of confidence from players, you know that it's going to be no time. If they're able to go ahead and continue that confidence, more than likely they're going to be able to go ahead and continue more kills and hopefully a win.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Hey, nobody corrected me before. Is Tremcareta Furacao even Spanish, or is it like Portuguese? Or
Portuguese.
It's Portuguese.
I didn't know if you wanted me to call you out here.
Me. You guys, you know, yeah, ignorance is bliss when it comes to a Brit, right? We don't speak anything. We're useless.
I was just proud of you for your pronunciation. It was great.
Okay, all right. Yeah, we can all laugh at me. I don't care. Let's take a look at the schedule here to get things going. We have 5 games coming at you today, and we have bookending it. I'm always going to say it every single time, every single day with Erangel at the beginning and towards the end. We have Miramar, Sanhok, and Vikendi. The creamy goodness in the middle, that variety. It's the spice of life. And, you know, let's take a look at Erangel here to get things going, Seven. What have you taken away from Erangel so far? We've had a variety of circles, to be fair.
Erangel is that nobody is challenging Tempo Storm and Pochinki. Like, we kind of established that already. So I want Tempo Storm to go ahead and start taking more advantage of that, right?
Right.
So far, I don't believe they have been able to win any games in Erangel. Could be wrong, just can't remember at the top of my head. But I want them to go ahead and just take advantage of that situation. They have Pochinki to themselves. They also have pretty much the middle of the map to themselves. So I want them to go ahead and start working on maybe different strats so they can get a win. And actually, I just looked at, they don't have any wins so far in this tournament. So hopefully today will be the day.
Yeah, I mean, the only time that we saw anybody try anything when Tempo Storm was not in the lobby, anywhere near Pochinki Glitter, was a team or two maybe dropping there to take a car away from Pochinki and then move that up towards the north to their normal drop location. So there is the potential here that since Tempo Storm now knows that they have extreme room in the middle of the map and Pochinki's a great place to rotate from, then they can take some liberties here or there. What do you think?
I mean, absolutely. And it's almost dangerous to let them keep getting that comfortable in their area, because if they know that people aren't going to contest them or they're not really going to push them through their rotations, then they're going to start... They're not going to worry about things. I mean, you can either catch them on the back foot with that if they get too comfortable, but at the same time, if they know everybody's afraid of them, their mindset's going to be a lot better than some of these other teams.
Yeah, definitely so. So we're just a few moments here out before we actually get into the game. Make sure over in the Twitterverse to use the hashtag with the team name and then PMPL at the end and tweet at us as to who you think is going to be winning as things do move forward. And not only that, but if you are watching in-game, specifically in-game, you can get yourself some nice little rewards as well for doing so. And we can take a look at those right over here to get things going. So exciting stuff. Seven, are you doing any more weird giveaways, or are you calming down for today?
We'll see. Not at the start. Maybe halfway. Maybe in Sandhawk, I'll pick somebody from YouTube, watching on YouTube, and I'll give them 600 UC. So keep an eye out on that. Hold me to it, chat.
Hold you to it. Some love across all platforms. I like it, Seven. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Well, thank you. I'll catch you at the end of the game as I now bring on our commentators here for Erangel. And I'm excited to bring them back on because in rehearsals, they were wearing some lovely referee shirts because I was wearing shorts and they wanted to make fun of. They're still wearing them. Wait a minute. What's... You guys, like, I'm trying to bring the audience in, trying to enjoy with us. How are you doing, John? You good?
Yeah, I'm doing well. I mean, I did take off the true referee shirt for the horizontal stripes. So I've gone a different direction with that one. But yeah, really excited to get into day number 5. You know, we've had 2 days off. It's the longest break we've had so far. So we should be seeing what these teams have managed to do with that time.
Fantastic. All right. Well, I'll talk to you later, Xander. Go on. It's all right. See you later. Enjoy the game.
Yeah.
can't believe that he'd call my shirt a joke as a referee shirt. So I will red card him, get him off the field, get him back in the virtual verse where he belongs. And we're getting into Erangel here as we see the playing path come from Milta all the way across to Georgia Pole. So really, really open little playing path here for everybody. I really like what Glitter said on the desk about Pachinki and Tempo Storm having so much room there. And the big key thing I took away from that was the fact that I think comfortable is a great word to describe that area, because they definitely got too comfortable in day one, didn't they, John? They were getting caught out in rotations all the time. Even when we go to Miramar, they had full control of Picardo. They were getting caught out there. It seems they're playing much more cautious now, and I'm loving that, and they're bringing that aggression towards the end of the game.
Hopefully they'll be able to, as you say, have some more presence towards the end of the game, because it's been several times now that we've seen just Tensor left alive, or just Rain, or just one of these players from Tempo be left standing. And to be fair, they have had quite an impact on Pachinki, to the point where even when they're not playing, people haven't gone there. And so, nobody's even looking there to think about it. So I think it's exactly right what, as you say, what Seven and what Glitter was saying on the desk, where they should be taking advantage of that. So we'll see if they're able to.
Yeah, I think just scouting around, making sure that the area surrounding them is safe before moving out, probably their best port of call here, because whenever they do play here, they do have a 360 guard of players around them. First circle pops on your screen will be towards the northeast, Yasnai being right in the center, so you see Mazexis as well as Alpha 7 up on that side. But it's a pretty comfortable rotation for most people underneath Potato Hill, and really the main bit of action I'm looking forward towards here is always towards Omen, Trem, Caretta, Furacao, as well as B4, who have to make their way from Nova upwards, and Trem seem to be always gatekeeping this area just outside Military Island.
You've got that conflict, but also if you take a look at the northwestern side, you've got Lazarus, you've got Loops, and Cloud9 all going to have to move out to the east. They're going to have to choose north or south of the river, and then they might run into Pittsburgh Knights, even Tempo trying to control those rotations, and if they're unlucky, Wildcard might even push a little bit further south. So we'll see how that eastward migration pans out for them.
Talking quickly about Loops here, I think they were briefly mentioned on the desk, right? But Loops is a team that not yesterday, but day 4, 16th place. They had a mega average coming into day 4, so it wasn't a massive hit to them. I think they were on about 15 points per game there. Now they're down to around about 11.4, I think you said, John. So they're looking still pretty good, but they could have really accelerated their lead. They're a team that's currently on 15 games, so they're playing catch up with everyone else, which puts them in a great position. So funnily enough, despite coming 16th on the day 4, they still have a really good chance to leapfrog a lot of these teams into first place. But they have a good game today, and if day 4 is any kind of indication, their morale might be a little bit down. So potentially looking for a good game here on Erangel to kind of spike themselves forward into the rest of the games today.
If they're able to do it. Speaking of teams that are on 15 games, every single team that's playing today has 15 games. The rest have 20, which means at the end of today, Blank, it's all going to be consolidated. Everybody's going to be on 20. We're going to get a full lay of the land table that's going to be really interesting to look at. And if you take a look at what they've been performing on average at the moment, B4 is the clear victor. They're sat on 13.7 average points per game, which is more than 2 more than pretty much everyone else. But there's also 2 other teams who are set to leapfrog XQ, who are currently sat at the top of the tables on 20 matches. Both Wildcard and Loops have a higher average score than they do. It's marginal, but it's there.
Well, let's talk about B4 for a second here then, in that case, because we're on Erangel is the best place to talk about them. They're currently 3 out of 8 Erangels going their way with the chicken dinner. See if they can bring that back today. They did manage to get the 4th one on day 4. It's mildly unfortunate, but not too bad still, as we say. That's a huge chunk, just over a third of the games going their way. So they're very happy with that one indeed. We've got Loops on our screen over towards Georgia Pole crates area. This is where C9 like to hang out quite often. C9 obviously not having the best of starts to the PMPL, but this has been constantly said, and I'll reiterate it here because I have been one to be thinking, well, what's going on with C9? And we can say that, but we can also say there's a lot of games ahead of us going forward, John. There are a lot of games. I think we're just about hitting that 3rd mark today after this one concludes. So we've still got 2 more weeks like this, and we've seen fluctuations from teams so far. I mean, B4 is a really good example for this, going 16th and then suddenly first with a whopping points advantage towards the top of the leaderboard on day 2 to day 3. So anything can change. And really, if I'm looking at C9, I think that one thing that needs to change for them is just more of their members need to survive. Too many times we're seeing Beowulf or Pyra making it towards the end of games. And sure, they're doing a good job to keep them over that 3-digit threshold, about 109 points right now, which is great. It's wonderful, fantastic. But they're just scraping by at the moment.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And, you know, they were the direct invites coming in. It's Cloud9, it's Tempo Storm, both of whom have had, quite frankly, at the start, a little bit lackluster performances, Blank.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what we're looking for.
But there's a lot of pressure involved there, isn't there, really? And one thing to take note is that because this is all online, you've got a lot of new teams coming into this one. And this would have been played, obviously, on an offline event, but we have to worry about the COVID situation currently. But this actually gives advantage to some of the newer teams coming into this because they don't have to worry about that LAN experience that maybe these other teams have. Obviously, Tempo, as well as Cloud9, they've played on the big stage. It's scary up there. There's a lot of pressure on board. Here you're playing from the comfort of a hotel or your house, with you've got your Wi-Fi, you've got your friends around you. It's not scary, there's no flashing lights. So really every team here, I'm thinking, is playing towards their peak, right? So this puts everyone on a level playing field for the time being.
Omen Elite currently guarding the bridge up from the eastern side, but Pittsburgh Knights seem to be making a beeline straight for that location. I think they want to try and play guard, but do they know that Omen Elite is there? Hopefully we'll be able to pick that one up. Over in the north side, Ace at the moment holding off their compound, and really the story for me at the moment, like you highlighted right at the start, Blank, is this B4 push over the bridge. Omen Elite trying to guard it, but Pittsburgh Knights stabbing them in the back currently. And Tremcaretta for Raquel also trying to come in. There's Omen Elite actually getting sideswiped, caught unawares. They trade 1-for-1, but the res can come through as Telly does get downed.
Yeah, I mean, I think Omen Elite might have done their research, but Pittsburgh Knight coming on top regardless. They know that Pittsburgh Knight dropped down towards the bridge, but there's a nice shot from J7, taking down Angry. Now just 2 players remaining from Omen Elite here, John.
3 players on the push for Pittsburgh Knights. That's a nice Molotov in it. Limits where Nico can push to. Forces him up to the ridge line, and they're going to try and swarm on over. No one quite making it over the bridge just yet, but Nico to hold face. One goes down, but he's going to get traded out. Lickety split, and only one player now left up and standing for Omen Elite as they clear out these flushes. Just Juicy waiting in the wings, but really doesn't have anything to say about this. Pittsburgh Knights with a really successful backstab there.
They've been pretty lucky as well, though, because either they've calculated this, Tremcaretta for Raquel tend to keep B4 on the back foot for a little while before crossing the bridge, but this gives ample time for Pittsburgh Knights to take down Omen Elite, who've moved down from middle to their usual spot to the bridge side. Pittsburgh Knights in an excellent situation. We saw Carnage before, the Gandalf, you shall not pass mode on the bridge. Now he's set up in a really good position to try and do that again and stop the Balrog that is B4 from moving on this eastern side. Tremcaretta for Raquel, on the other hand, want nothing to do with this. We'll move over to the western bridge, go for the safe route into the circle just behind C9 on this western side.
Hang on a minute, is Carnage subbed out for the Pittsburgh Knights? It looks like he might be. He's not playing in this one, certainly not on the boards. So,
well, he's here in spirit. He's here in spirit.
He's been teaching his teammates. That's what he's been doing there. But yeah, G3 is going to be taking up the mantle for Carnage in this round. So we'll see if he's there again next game. At the moment, a little bit of conflict coming through between Lazarus and Ace 1. That's for the compound just to the southwest of Yasnaya, between them and Rozhok. Nades going up to the top of the garage building. That one looped it straight on through. Nicely done. Not quite able to get the knock-in response, and they continue to pelt away through the windows. Another knock going through. That's really nice. Lazarus trying to regroup, but both of them down. There's really nothing doing here.
It's on the US on the X-ray. Slow down. The brakes were pushed for just a second. The big toe tapping it, and they're like, actually, reinforcements have not arrived. This was just a pit stop. We will be leaving now. See you later, boys.
Well, they're going to have to find themselves a little bit of a home now. The next circle coming in, and going to go a little bit to the east here, Blank.
Yeah, now C9 making their way in. I haven't talked much about Ada, previously known as Kitsune from Team Unique. Probably one of the more consistent players on Team Unique, being a very aggressive team. I really do rate Kitsune now, Ada. So I'm still excited to see what he can do in this game. But currently C9 with 4 players, so this is a good start to them, and they have center circle. They just need to take this location, hold it down. But next circle's now on a screen, hits all the way over to the east side. There is a lot of landmass still involved, though, John. So a lot of real estate still to be taken, as well as being on that mill to power tower side of the map. There's a lot of area to hold down there where the mountains are off to your west side, which means you can hold down there pretty safe for a very long time. Tempo Storm on your screen, Mezexis just making their way on past.
Just biding their time. Really, the main shift that's happening at the moment is on the northern flanks. You can see, well, on the map I could see, certainly. Creme Real Betis, not for you guys, being backed up by Grunter as well, trying to rotate around the northern side of Yasnaya. And Wildcard as well, leading that charge and trying to find a little bit of ground over to the east, but that's going to create a big traffic jam with Loops already ahead of them, with Alpha 7 as well already in the way as Team Solid. It's going to be a really tricky push for all of these teams.
There are a lot of teams crunching here towards Lumberyard, and now there's not a lot of space in that area. I know there's a lot of landmass on this map currently, or inside the circle. Lumberyard doesn't create a lot of favorable positions for anyone, because once you're up there, at some point you will have to come down, and that's where carnage can really come into effect, and you're worried about that situation. So if you are going up here like Pittsburgh Knights are, you're kind of banking on the circle coming down to you. So potentially they predicted this, but we'll see what does happen going forward. Mezexis, though, just on the screen, we'll talk about them really quickly. Obviously getting a win on day 4. I'm really happy for them. I think at the start of the day I said I was proud of them because obviously they've not had the best start to PMPL, but it does feel like there is a slight consistent improvement coming through from their side, slowly making their way up the ladders. So if they can continue this and make a good shout for themselves here in the PMPL, it says a lot for them going forward. Again, we're not even towards the end of the league yet, so a lot can change.
They've got themselves a decent spot, as you say, so we'll be keeping an eye out.
They're picking their fights. They're picking their fights, John, and that's what I like to see from them. I think before they were a little bit panicky when it came to situations where they got stuck on like very much the edges of the zone. But here they found themselves a location inside the map. So we'll check back with them later. But like you said, this is a decent position for them right now.
Alpha 7 have moved a little bit further south. That's going to allow a little bit of a shuffle up from the northern sides. And they'll be okay for now, holding it down. They're currently guarding out Kultu, and this is unfortunate. The next zone has come in, and you are going to see it in a second. It's going to come down and head just a little bit southwest of them, which means that Kultu have to move through Alpha 7. But if Fran can backstab, they might be in with a luck, depending on if Alpha 7 actually stay where they are.
Yeah, Alpha 7 in a tricky situation. Obviously, Kultu driving in vehicles right now has a lot of noise, especially towards the end of these circles. You will hear one another. So Kultu know exactly where Alpha 7 are right now. They're not sure where B4 is, and currently the path they're taking is towards that southern side of the map. But Pittsburgh Knights, like we said before, they have this position towards the Lumberyard. They've not had to move down from it. The circle has hit over to them. So right now, it's a really strong position in terms of intel. Anyone pushing up towards them is going to have to feel their wrath first before they even have to come down the mountain. Xenon still in the center. Really right now, because there are so many compounds here, it's looking more like a Vikendi map right now. Most people are just very content to sit inside their houses, put the fire on, kick the feet up, and just put on some entertainment for the time being before worrying about any of the players within the circle.
Kicking back and relaxing to watch some competitive PUBG Mobile on all the different various streaming platforms. That's what everyone does to relax, I'm assuming, right?
Oh, yeah, that's what I do, you know. I whacked on, I was watching a bit of the South Asia PMPL the other day. Really nice to see. It's actually from last year when we casted a lot of the South Asia stuff, it was pleasant to see a lot of the names over there. Obviously switched up a little bit. I think Synergy is definitely one to talk about. But right now we're in PMPL Americas. We're not talking about South Asia right now. We're talking about
started there, didn't
these lads. Yeah. You almost revved me up and I was ready to just go. I do apologise, guys.
Either way, it's plenty of excitement to be had in every single region, and for now we're going to focus on the Americas. Creme Real Betis making a rotation all the way around, down past the coastline on Lipovka. Loops are going to be pushed on in towards as well there. One has knocked. Oh, they're spotted down. Hang on a minute. Ace 1, they've got a completely open field. That's Loops just rattled off. Okay.
They're dead. They're dead. They're done. They're out of the game. You know what that is? That's a big call from Seven on the desk. He was talking about how Ace 1, they seem to be finding a lot of confidence. I don't know if they're getting the right amount of breakfast or what, but they're coming into their days fired up at the moment. Taking out Loops is a big confidence booster for them on top of the shreddies they might have had this morning.
They've had more than the shreddies. I don't know what it is, but certainly some sort of magic potion it seems. And
Nails, no milk.
Nails, no milk. Fantastic. Do love a good nutritious breakfast, but Wildcard lost a player as well in the midst of that, and they are down to 2 at this stage. Both Slicky and Spring are there, but they're going to have to try and rotate away. They got themselves the Dacia. They're heading out north, away from Creme Real Betis, away from Kultu. But over on the western side, you've got Tempo, you've got Cloud9 and Trem Carreta Furacao. We'll see what they're able to do next time around. It's looking more and more likely that it's going to be a bunker finish. Okay, heavy western shift.
Yeah, heavy western shift indeed. C9 thanking their lucky Beowulf for his great leadership right here. And finally, it's starting to feel like that characteristic that we definitely have for them in terms of being able to locate where that circle is going to go and find a great position with it. It's starting to come through. So this is lovely to see. They have all 4 members. It's starting to look like a good game. But again, there's only one team currently out here. Still 15 more to go. And that's a lot of firefights are about to come through. And right now, C9 are heavily split, but they're holding all the corners of the bunker right now, really just looking for that information. But you can see fights are just starting to break out now, John.
Goodness me, I'm more worried about Tempo Storm as well on the northern side, having to break the wave of everyone pushing in, but C9, they're holding their own. Only a few players there, tries to run uneven down, but he sidesteps it beautifully, able to pick up the flush as well. Kultu, Kamakropa are a little bit the worse for wear. I think one of them managed to sneak in towards the bunker, so we'll see what he's able to do into the later.
Uneven's been run over more times than I can count in the PMPL, and it feels like now he's bloody sick of it. Sidesteps that vehicle like it's no problem, turns around, gets the pick. That's a double, very, very fast for him, and that's more of the Uneven that I'm used to. It was almost like looking at a shadow of his former self towards the first days, and now we're starting to look at something a little bit more deadly, a little bit more dangerous. That is Uneven.
If he can spot anything else out as well. Wildcard coming into party, and unfortunately for them, they're going to be greeted at the door. Cloud9 slam it shut, Wildcard eliminated.
This is what I'm talking about. This is the Uneven I'm used to. Do not bring vehicles to him because he's had enough. Ace 1, however, they're looking towards the big boys once again. They've got a really nice position on this ridgeline, but right now, Cloud9 holding very strong. Now they understand as the circle gets smaller, they need to group back up. They need to support one another from either side. It was all good and well before getting that information. Now they need to play together. Wow.
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 Get taken down as well. There's a lot of open ground here now. People trying to move across, a lot of teams moving at the same time. Mezexis, they've hunkered themselves down in that little divot, and they'll try and protect that cone of fire. Ace 1 all grouped up as well around one of the entrances. Grunto.
They have.
Oh, they spotted out Lazarus, but quite able to get the spray down there for Bucky. Will reload for attempt number 2, but again, not going to be able to hit it.
That is B4, though, backstabbing Ace 1, who had that nice position. Had about 18 cars ready to sell them off one at a time. Grand Theft Auto coming through from them. But now B4, they've spotted those cars. They want them for themselves. Team Solid first. Tempo right now. Tempo got a nice little split in this compound, fully shutting out Team Solid for the time being.
Difficult push to make. They know where they are. It's just open ground every single direction. So Team Solid are going to have a real tough time pushing past. There still is the secret agent in the bunker. You've got Zhuang from Kultu, and or Yuan Ji, I suppose, from Kultu, who is just hidden away, and we'll see if he's able to have an effect onto Cloud9, onto one of those teams on the eastern side.
We'll wait and see what happens over there. Right now, like you said, Tempo Storm, they're currently in a situation where it's like, well, how many smokes do you have, Team Solid? Because let me tell you now, you're going to need a lot of them. B4, they take a knock back from a nice nade placed by Ace 1, and the circle just hits towards the southern side. Now C9, they know have to move. Like you said before, the snake in the grass, Yuak. He will be the danger zone here for C9. I need to make this rotation safely. As you can see, is a big road just moving straight through the middle. That's going to split up the circle nicely here. And anyone trying to cross that is going to be in dire straits. So really, C9's going to have to make a decision right now. Do they want to go to the western side of the circle, try and hold on the ridge line that's over there, or go down to the south and try and take bunkers towards the loot crates?
Oh dear, Mezexis have been spotted there. All in that little shack, and I think the one knows exactly where they are. Not sure if they're going to be wanting to push in. Of course, it is open ground, and a lot of fire lines there to be contended with. Cloud9 has spotted out B4 as well. Masters of the edge of the circle, but this one probably more tricky than most. Team Solid trying to roll up close, and in fact, they're not going to find too much welcome here. Lovely nades being thrown in. B4 holding it down. One player down. They're going to zone them away from the back of that rock. They're ticking away. They're out in the blue zone, and this one's going to hurt. It's going to be difficult to get them back up and even more difficult to get them back in. B4, they're going for that res, and they're opting to stick around.
Yeah, they're massively preoccupied by Team Solid right now. Look, really, they're just looking for kill points because there's no way that they survive this. And a lovely play from C9. They decide not to move down south towards the circle. They're just going to get everyone removed from behind them so they know that this side on the circle is safe. And then they can play on the eastern side of the map very easily. Really, their big contenders truly are Pittsburgh Knights coming up from the southern side of the map. C9 now just about deciding to move. Pyra hitting up the vehicle, going to try and make a defilade towards further inside this circle, because if it does go south again, they're in a tricky spot.
B4 somehow managed to wipe Team Solid and also escape. Maxon's in. He's into the next zone as well, and Ace going to have to contend with that to push on through. We'll see if they're able to come through as Pedro does go down. GG goes down. They're going to have a difficult Stally fourth. The next circle really defined by this massive central road here. Maxon still holding it out. Ace are really not having luck here.
No. Uneven, and C9 collectively removing everything from the northern side of the map here. Just Maxon survives the onslaught. There was the shooting grounds for C9 in that time there. So Maxon just wants to stay alive as long as possible, has the smokes to do it. But look, on this western side of the map is where most of the action comes down. As the next circle does come through, if it hits on the west side, things are going to start to look really bad for Pittsburgh Knights as well as C9.
It's the North American Big Three who are still here. Tempo Storm, 4 players. Cloud9, 4 players. Pittsburgh Knights, 4 players. This is what we wanted to see from them, and the next circle's going to fall in favor of Tempo. They've got to guard out on that western edge, but they should be pretty secure.
Yeah, that is a lovely little circle for Tempo. Now they can just hold in this compound. It's going to be really hard for anyone else to break through. C9 have an even tougher job because the circle's right at their backs. That's going to hit them hard, and they have to make decisions soon. Do they cross the road where you have Darius with sightlines on them, Tempo have sightlines on them? Really, they've got to take a gamble here. They're sending Pyro across in as the intel gatherer. See how far he can get into the circle. Gets quite far indeed.
They're going to jump out as well, so they've managed to secure themselves a little bit of a position, but they still have a little bit further to go. You can see Pyra just jumping out the vehicle there on the minimap in the top right. On the hillside, they have it. Mazexis are going to have to make a similar push, and actually, I think they've been spotted out. He gets bumped up, and Tempo spot it down the hill. Cloud9, 3 of them already down on the floor. Just 1 player left standing for them. It's Pyra, the original scout, but Lazarus have eyes on Mazexis as well. This is a 4-way fight going on right now, Blank. Pittsburgh Knights starting to mount up as well, maybe looking to become a 5th.
Yeah, and even still in this one, so Pyro might just be able to lift him back up again. It would be a big shame for C9 if they go out now in 8th. They want to at least make it to 7th or 4th, around that area with the position they had at the beginning. But a huge nade comes through from Mazexis. Mazexis not done as of yet. Now Pyro needs to start doing something big, but he's shown himself. The smokes are still down, and the vehicles around him, I'm not sure if they're exploded as of yet, so they could be really bad. He will just have to let Kitsune Ada die here. Very, very upsetting, but at least he has the dynamic duo in Uneven and Pyra here. The nades coming through once again. Mazexis start to make their push.
Go to the Pittsburgh Knights, though. You can see them ready, awaiting in the wings. Uneven down again, and it's Pyra last standing for Cloud9 once more. He's been just throwing them on his back and trying to pull them into this next circle, but it might just prove to be too much, and there it goes. The explosion is what does it. Mazexis is able to wipe Cloud9.
7th, it's not too bad for them with 7 kills on board as well. That's a decent point lead into Erangel. And Jagger there. Oh my lord, the machine gun coming through. Massive, just removing Tempo Storm from that really good position. They're starting to look worse for wear.
You've got Creme Real Betis as well on the southwestern side. Still 4 players strong. Pittsburgh Knights will not stop. J7 down, but not out, and they'll continue to try and push on through. They have got a really nice foothold. They've got a lot of control over this high ground as well.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights with such good control over the southern side of the map towards the eastern bridge, just used all that control they afforded themselves early to basically saunter into the circle with all 4 members alive, and now they're in a fantastic position to end the game. M247 on the back of Jagger, ready to just spray down the enemies like the Terminator.
Tempo being spotted again, and it's Creme Real Betis who are going to be the ones to see it. Lazarus still could prove to be...
That's scary,
a bit
yeah.
cheeky. They are pretty much full flank. Lolo is going to spot them, goes for the spray. 1-2 goes down. Lolo's still up, live and kicking. 2 players on Pittsburgh Knights. This could prove spoiler. One more. The spot transfer. Oh, Lolo from Lazarus. He pops up, snake in the grass. Pittsburgh Knights get poisoned.
Pittsburgh Knights, huge overconfidence. Don't check their angles, and Lolo with a 4v1 pretty much. Minwoo just ended the fight at the end, but Lolo's just like, look, mate, it's done. The deed is over, and now it's 2v4. Sorry, you're 2 versus 3. Crim Real Betis still in this game.
As well as
Tempo, looks like HH24 have spotted Lazarus now.
Okay, that's Tempo going down. They just get seen. Tremcareta Furacao trying to push up into the next circle, and actually they are going to get a little bit of ground. Hits the deck, going to go for some heal up. 3 players for them. They're on the southeastern side of the circle, and actually Crim Real Betis have to move a little bit towards them. And if there's one thing we know about Lazarus, who are already up there, they're going to play a little bit of a spoiler here.
Oh yeah, Lazarus just lying low here, and now ready to jump out. Nades come over the top. Damage coming through. Tremcareta Furacao in a tricky situation, but do have the members to make this happen, but they have to run uphill. Lazarus can still bite into this next fight. Look at the nades coming over the top. Every single team taking heavy casualties.
Lazarus just haven't been in this fight as well. All of the nades are going back and forth between these 2 teams, between Tremcareta Furacao and between Crim Real Betis. So they're just going to try and sneak through the gaps, and that's exactly what they did against Pittsburgh Knights. It's exactly what they're going to try and do again. We'll see what they're able to accrue. But it looks like they have been spotted. Crim Real Betis, they've learnt the lesson that Pittsburgh Knights so woefully taught them.
I am so surprised they just held on to that. You see Minwoo just lying in the grass, charging up the grenade there, cooking it out. Minwoo goes down, now it's just up to Lolo. We saw what we can do before, it's just 1 member. Can Lazarus take this game versus the other 2 teams here? But you can see the nade's been pulled out now. Minwoo is all but dead. He knows he has to just walk forward, try and get the information, but through the smoke, Lolo's still going. First aid now being applied.
The circle's going to push them in towards each other as well. Nades flying. Lolo's still there. Wants to get towards Minwoo. The smoke barrier is out, but he was out for blood, though. Oh, the res was there. That's so unfortunate. Lazarus peeks out wide. No damage connecting yet, but that's Lazarus eliminated. Crim Real Betis by the skin of their teeth. Still in it, but so are Tremcareta Furacao. Crim Real Betis trying to get this information. You can see Nitsu has got the sight lines. He's got the control, but they need to get into this next circle.
And now Crim Real Betis find themselves in a similar situation to Sandhawk on day 4 versus Enshami Gaming. They had the clear advantage on the hillside, but still went down in the end. With 4 members, they do not want to let this win slip out of their hands. Getting a win here would really secure their place towards the top of the leaderboard at the moment, and it'd be a great place to start at the beginning of the day.
Absolutely. They're currently sat on 10.4, within striking distance of those top spots. Currently sat down in 8th. And they're going to try and push on forward. Tremcareta Furacao, though, not far behind, 9.2 average, so they're going to have a similar result if they can pull it off. But in comes the first knock. Crim Real Betis to be drawn first blood. It's traded back, however, 1 for 1 so far, but that favours Crim Real Betis. 2 players left standing for Tremcareta Furacao, and not to mention, it's in a very difficult spot to get to. They have to try and back them up. Playing from behind the tree, does get spotted out. They are continuing to push forwards. Crim Real Betis just controlling them from the top of the hill. The smokes are there. Tremcareta Furacao, you can see the micro Uzis getting pulled out, and they just want to hold these angles, see what they can get done. But it's last-ditch effort. There's the spray down. A lovely 1-2 punch coming through. Last player standing for Tremcareta Furacao, trying to rattle it off, but with 2 downs, there's a little bit of a chance. 1 versus 2. Unico Edu hits the deck, and they are going to kneel up for the res. They know he's behind the tree. He breaks out to the right. Crim Real Betis up to 3, and they shut it down from the top of the hill. They eliminate Tremcareta Furacao, and it's Crim Real Betis to get the chicken dinner.
It's a perfect smoke wall that comes out towards the end of the game from Cream. It's really, really cerebral because they set up the smoke wall on the ridge side, which means there's only, for those 3 players, 2 players in the go. They either come out of the smoke, disorientated, and get mauled down by the 1 player who's probably watching the smoke line from Crim Real Betis, so they use full advantage of the 4 players they had, or they have to go either right or left side. It's a very big losing fight for Tremcareta there.
They just traded back and forth. That's exactly what Crim Real Betis wanted to happen, and they executed it. You said you wanted to see that, and well, to be fair, we did. I think the desk, though, they're going to have a little bit more to say about that. What do you think, Hilaris?
Absolutely. I thought I was going to appear a second or two before, but there you go. That's how it's going to work out. Xander, those hard shifts made for a great game. I'm particularly a fan of that. A little bit of a shame for some of those teams kind of around the roadside, but, you know, I like the hard shifts.
Yeah, the hard shifts are excellent, really. I mean, it made for an interesting game, exactly like you said there. I mean, my highlight for that game definitely has to be Lolo there with the 4v1. What a little play there from him. Pittsburgh Knights, I think they dropped the ball massively.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we'll get an opportunity to talk about that in a few. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you back for the next game as we are bringing on the analyst. I was about to say gentleman, but one of them is definitely not a gentleman. A lovely lady, as we have Seven and Glitter to join us here. I'm just used to having Dave, Hot Jukes, these guys, you know, doing what they do. So that's how that's going to work on out. Of course, let's take a look at how things actually unplayed out with this Game 7. I did like the hard shifts. I liked Pittsburgh Knights' campaign throughout it as well. I think they got themselves like 11 kills throughout this game, but it was brought to a very abrupt close, Seven.
Yeah, I think everything going on, I think they were getting shot by a different team, and that absolutely distracted them right away because one of the players from PK actually saw Lolo just laying down there, and for some reason, as soon as they got shot by somebody else, they all shifted their sides towards them, and it was one of those like, oh man, that's just not gonna play out for him. But as you saw, Lolo just stood up and was like, okay, well, thanks for this skills, guys.
Yeah, very, very nice indeed. Let's take a look at the overall map ranking here as well, as we'll have those 20 juicy points coming in for Real Betis when it comes to the victory overall. They didn't rack up as many kills as they would have liked up towards the top. That honor goes to Lazarus as well as Pittsburgh Knights when it comes to those kills. And actually Cloud9 as well, Glitter, were able to get quite a pretty penny as well.
I mean, Cloud9 just really ended up having a good position for a decent chunk of that game. Unfortunately, I mean, originally Coltu pushed up on them. They were able to wipe out their entire squad. I think Ace did sneak one third-party kill out of that push, but they also were able to take out Wildcard, which was big because that was one of the teams that we were looking at going into these games. And then they couldn't hold on to that position at the end.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll take a look at the 9th through 16th as well. I almost said 11th through 20th. No, there's not 20 teams in this lobby. That's the overall standings. As we see, Tempo Storm got themselves nice placement points indeed, but no kills coming their way. They had an amazing position, I feel like, in some of those later circles, Seven, to actually try and capitalize on their game. But I feel like they were too comfortable with their position and not proactive enough to be able to deal with the threats that were kind of sat all around them. Because once all the teams are going to close in on that area, they were just dead meat.
Yeah, they were just pretty much getting third party from everywhere, as you mentioned. And at one point, HH24 got caught in the wide open, and he just pretty much had to lay down and wait for everything to stop, which kind of just stopped them in their tracks. They couldn't push up on the team that was a little bit higher than them, and they couldn't do anything there, and that completely hurt them. And as you can see, 0 kills, but at least they were able to get 8 points with placing.
Yeah, is there any way, when you look at Tempo Storm's position, obviously it's phenomenal, great high ground position. Is there any direction where you feel that they could have gone to maybe solidify their position even more, like take out a team, for example? What do you think?
I mean, I think at the end, the way that all of the rotations ended up happening, somebody needed to take out Pittsburgh Knights way earlier. They were comfortable along the side of the road, and they were able to rotate to the top of the hill. I mean, but like almost untouched for the longest time. And then once they were there, they held that position, took out all of the teams around them. And then if it weren't for Lazarus, I think they might have ended up winning that game.
That's actually a very good point. I mean, the position that they had on the road was in level. Still cut the team stats here for Real Betis, of course, as they get themselves the win. I still want to kind of talk on this because it's a good point that you bring up, Glitter, is that Pittsburgh Knights had a very open position on the road, Seven, and then started sweeping for the 11 kills. The most kills that any team got in this lobby was very impressive. And interestingly enough, Carnage is not on the playing roster right now.
He's not, but he did decide to go ahead and sit out to give some of his other teammates just a chance to play. So shout out to him for doing that. And what a best way to do that, right? You want to go ahead and do that now, pretty much at the start of the tournament, because towards the end, you don't want to go ahead and end up just switching anything, especially if it's working. But it's good to see that, hey, it doesn't matter who is on, they all have the skills and they're all able pretty much rack up kills. 11 kills, that was pretty good from him.
Absolutely, yeah. 11 kills does not come easy, especially given the positions that they had to work with. So Creme Royale Batiste, let's focus on them a little bit here, Glitter, because they did actually get the chicken dinner through this. The reason I'm not focusing on them too much is because they didn't do that much. They were kind of sat towards the west side. Some of the hard shifts did favor their position, and they were just kind of, chilling for a bit.
I mean, I was going to say the exact same thing. They kind of just let everybody else take out the other teams as they safely rotated through all of the zone shifts. And then all they really had to focus on at the end was Trem Karate Furacao. And I mean, yeah, they get the chicken dinner, but you also still need all of those kill points in order to get a better overall score. So was that the best decision to play it that safely? I don't know. I mean, yeah, they get the 20 points for the win, but was it enough? I
mean, one of the great things that they did have at least was they knew when to take that high ground when they needed it against Trem Karate Furacao. They knew that a lot of those threats, I suppose, up at the top were actually eliminated, and then from there on, dealing with Trem Karate Furacao, as you previously mentioned, was quite easy from up to the top. But here are the Mountain Dew game fuel moments for this Game 7. What do you have for me, little fella?
One for me. What you mean? We're both the same height.
Both little.
One for me. B4 surprised me this game. I'm used to seeing them rotate late, but I feel like this game, they were just waiting a little bit too much. And as you can see here, it didn't work on their favor. They ended up getting wiped as they were trying to push into the circle. So it's very surprising from what I've seen from them in previous games. Hopefully, they're able to go ahead and improve on that. And right here, C9 Farah. Cloud9 should have been destroyed with some grenades there from Miss X's.
Yeah.
And Miss X's, it seems like once again, they were not able to take advantage of the situation. And right here, it was Lolo. Man, Lolo just being able to take full advantage of that snake and get the other players were distracted. As I mentioned earlier, there was a lot of fire from all over the place, but Lolo took full advantage of it, and you love seeing when players do that.
Yeah, great spray transitions, Glitter, from Lola to be able to take out Pittsburgh Knights, who were fragging out admittedly throughout this game.
And I think the worst part about that too is that PK knew that he was there. They were waiting. They kind of knew the snake was there and he was hiding in the grass, but they weren't too concerned, because if you're really thinking about it, like a 1v4, if you start getting shot, then you can just kind of all turn and take out the person.
Yeah.
I don't think it was that big of a concern at the forefront of their minds, but that was a big mistake.
Let's take a look at the overall damage done here throughout the lobby. I can only imagine it's going to be quite even, apart from maybe Pittsburgh Knights. Let's take a look, see. And actually, they didn't even do as much damage as I thought they may do. Cloud9 was the one that was able to pump out a lot of damage here. And 7, when you look at that, we were talking about, Cloud9 being in kind of that stalemate position. Cool2 was in there. I think it was Ace1, if I recall, that was also over that way. So there was a lot of battles going back and forth between those guys to try and solidify themselves in the East when the circles were kind of favoring them for the moment.
Yeah, and something that has been working for Ace1 is that they're starting to rush a lot more, and they're also taking advantage of third parties.
Yeah.
That's why right there you see Cloud9 ended up with 7 kills and Ace ended up with 8. I believe Ace1 was actually able to steal some kills from Cloud9, which worked to their advantage in regards to points. That's good to see. One team that did kind of surprise me of how they start today as well was Alpha 7. Not the best start from them, but guess what? We do have Miramar coming, and they're pretty close to being the Miramar Kings, so I'm hoping they go ahead and start strong in that map.
Definitely so. And another surprise, I suppose, to pivot off the back of that, Glitter, is Loops. I think it was a 16th place and maybe 1 kill. We expect more consistency from them, given what they've shown us so far.
Absolutely, and I wanted to touch on that too, because that was by Ace as well. Ace took out Loops super early on, which is contributing to that overall really high kill total. But from the very beginning, Ace pushed in on Lazarus in the house that Lazarus had. Ace was just taking no prisoners today. They're like, you know what? We're just going to go for it game 1, see how it plays out. It ended up working out kind of well, not flawlessly, but some of those pushes were incredibly strong.
Yeah. It's good to see that Ace is able to step things up a little bit as well. I want to see them be able to bump up the leaderboard. Let's take a look at the highlighted players here for game number 1 on Erangel. As we take a look, see who was actually able to do the business. Of course, Lolo up towards the top here, doing very well with 666. Damn, takes out a whole team with 666 damage? What a beast. I like it a lot. Very impressive here, 7.
Yeah, and listen, I know Lolo had that 1v4, but I'm actually happy to see uneven here on the top players. That's one player that has been somewhat of a sleeper so far this tournament, and that's a player I know Cloud9 needs to go ahead and start doing good, needs for him to start fragging out and do a lot of damage on other squads. So it's good to see that Cloud9 is finally starting to wake up a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of North American representation here. Very, very powerful by some of these rosters. Good to see indeed. Jagger making his appearances there as well. And I can only imagine that just below that as well is going to be a lot of that Pittsburgh Knight roster because they were able to do quite a bit when it came to that rotation up from the road and then swing around that northeast spot. Let's take a look at some of the analysis highlights here as well. What have you got for me, Seven?
And it's going to actually be the PK push on Omen Elite. Omen Elite, I think they were trying to go ahead and surprise B4, but they ended up getting surprised themselves by PK. And this is not the first time that I see PK go ahead and push to that East Bridge. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to see what's going to happen pretty much on the last Erangel of today as well. Because you can see here, PK just took full advantage of it. They noticed that Omen Elite was way too separate from each other. Luckily, with that separation there from Omen Elite, Juicy was able to live a little bit longer. And right here, Glitter, just pretty much tell us a little bit more about that 4v1.
I mean, you can see just how focused they aren't on Lolo in that scenario while Lolo just waits it out with Minyu just right behind him. I mean, PK had so many other people they were trying to deal with that Lolo was able to just hide, step up, literally almost instantly took the entire team out. And, you know, it was a nice little cleanup for them.
Yeah. Absolutely. Let's take a look at the overall standings here so far from this game to see how that shakes up the leaderboards and see if anybody's able to move here throughout all of this. So it was quite an even spread when it came to the points, of course, is when you get a win and less kills, then everybody else is going to be able to soak up those kills. But Creme Royale Betis will move up into 5th place with 182 points, and that is their second chicken dinner here so far. I've got to say, Seven, I feel like they've quietly been maneuvering up this leaderboard. We haven't really talked too much about them as a team, but 182 points after 16 games is nothing to sniff at.
Yeah, that's not bad at all, honestly. And as you mentioned, they're being one of those quiet teams. And listen, to be here, you don't really have to be a team like Loops Esports that gets a lot of kills, as long as you're able to go ahead and pack some wins, and they're doing just that. And what's surprising here, they have 64 kills. Loops Esports has 80, and just by Cream Royale Betis being able to get those wins have propelled them now to 5th place. So love seeing that, and it goes to show, as long as you're able to be a little bit patient and maybe, even though we might not like it, they might not do a lot of action throughout the whole game, as long as they're able to go ahead and perform towards the end when it matters the most, that's what you love seeing from teams.
And of course, we saw Pittsburgh Knight as well moving up into 4th place, I think, there off the back of this performance here from this game. 11th through 20th as well. Glitter, Tempo, Storm, actually, even only not getting themselves any kills throughout this game, they got themselves the 8 points, so they pushed themselves up. I feel like they could have gone even further had they just had the wherewithal in this game.
Absolutely. The fact they didn't get any extra kill points this game was one of the first things that I noticed, because I had touched on that they were able to keep up with kills and some things, but we weren't getting those placement points. So maybe that played into their decision-making today. Maybe they were trying to have a conservative first game, and that's why they were going for those placement points. Those 8 points are definitely going to be useful. Now they just need to find a way how to kind of balance both and get both placement points and kills.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's take a look at the schedule then. As Erangel is done, our one bookend is gone. It's toppled. We're going to check in with one of the books towards the middle. It's going to be Miramar coming up second. We have Sanhok for Kendi, and then Erangel towards the end. So Miramar on the way here for game at number 2 as Creme Royale Betis get themselves the win to start things off. And with Miramar on the cards here, of course, Seven, what are you thinking, considering what we've seen so far from our previous Miramars?
I'm going to be looking at Alpha 7. That's one team that got 2 first place. They also got that on the 3rd game, they got a 2nd place, I believe it was, with just 1 player left. So I'm hoping they go in and start strong, because they didn't really have a great showing here on Erangel. And after they ended up winning the first game on Miramar, Alpha 7 seemed like they carried that momentum to the other matches. So hopefully they're able to go in and continue doing that, because I believe they were one of the teams that set out on day 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it has been their playground here for a little bit, Glitter Alpha 7. And one of the teams that actually was one of the stumbling blocks for them in the game that they weren't able to win was actually XQ, who's not here today. So maybe we'll see Alpha 7 continue to rise to the occasion here on Miramar. What do you think?
I mean, this is their opportunity, right? We talked about how there's going to be some of the teams that are at the top of the leaderboard that aren't playing this week or today, and that is the time for teams like Alpha 7, especially when they haven't maybe performed as well as they've wanted to really maybe even take some risks and try something out if they've been doing so well on this map so far and boost themselves up on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think one thing that has shone through is that they have a very decent grasp of the topology of the map when it comes to finding those kind of small defilades here or there that maybe some people aren't understanding in some of the later circles that are going to be very, very important towards the late game, right, Seven? Because sometimes when you find just that right one that clicks, you can make your entire game off that small defilade.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be the first time that I see some teams just be able to go ahead and master one map. I want to go ahead and see them do that a lot more, obviously, in other maps. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see what they do here, especially how's the playing path going to be? It comes down to what the playing path is and what the circles are going to be. Are we going to be seeing a lot of hardships? Are we going to be seeing a lot of center stuff like what we usually see in Bikendi? So anything can happen here coming to Miramar.
Yeah, I always want the crazy circles. I want a prison. I want a campo militar. I want Oasis up towards the top. How about yourself, Glitter? You a particular fan of any location?
I'm a fan of a location, honestly. Okay, so generally on Miramar, I'm a fan of a location that forces people into very uncomfortable chokes. That's what I want to see. I want to see how these teams handle those situations because it will happen, especially when the circles get a little bit smaller, and that's when, like, the good gunplay happens.
Fair. So, Los Higos, let's go. All right. Thank you very much, guys. I'm going to let you go for now. I'll talk to you throughout the game, and we are going to bring on our commentating team for all of the action once again, heading on over to Miramar. And, gentlemen, you know what? All right, Xander. Hey up, lad. How's it going?
Hey up! What's doing, lads? You been down? Oh, you don't. I don't think you have a Tesco over there, do you? So
we do have Tesco in Poland.
Oh, do you? Down to Tesco, pick up some supplies. Yeah, fair play.
You know what, Xander? You know what? All right, I'm gone. Enjoy Miramar.
I have no idea what was just said.
Yeah, you wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand. It's it's just a Yorkshire thing. It's a Yorkshire thing.
Must be. But yeah, we are going to be getting underway with Miramar. Second game of the day. We've, as he said, toppled the bookend and we are into the creamy filling. Let's see how these teams stack up here.
Yeah, we've got the dominoes coming through, and I've got my yellow card from the referee caster of the day for Wildcard as well as Alpha 7. The two yellow teams we have in the lobby, both of them have a really good showing. As Seven said, they had good showings on separate days when they both weren't playing, but now both are in the lobby. Let's see what happens, because Wildcard was a team that was able to pretty much force everyone off the mountainside when they made their play for it and was just be able to clear out everyone. They cleared B4, even when B4 was having their fantastic day, remember? I removed them from my household almost immediately and then just took them from there. Alpha 7, on the other hand, had two really, really good games on Miramar and were able to flip the heads on the two strategies that they took either side and still able to win out. So really excited to see what happens today because we're having two Titans clash. And let me say that, and then what will happen is Alpha 7 will go out in 16th and then Wildcard will go out in 15th and it'll all go to pot.
Well, one of those two things will definitely happen, I guarantee it.
Psychic John.
It's for sure going to happen. But
Can you say abracadabra? Just real quick to cement it, please.
No. Abracadabra,
yes.
Let's see where we've got the teams ending up. Where are they going to pull the hat? Honestly, I'm so lost on that. That was atrocious.
No.
Oh, no. Oh, well. We'll go again next time.
Okay, so right now, Wildcard Gaming moving over towards Los Leones. Abracadabra, Wildcard are going to be cadavers. You got Cream Real Betis over that side as well, so it's a dangerous location for them all. And also Ace have got one little player, 0 towards the bottom side of the map, moving over to Puerto Paraíso, whereas the rest of the team, I believe what they're doing is just scouting. So whilst they're in the air, which is a fair approach indeed. And then most other teams, Pittsburgh Knights, Trem Creta, Furacão, Mazexis, all the way up to the northwest side of the map. Northeast is completely barren, so any of the teams who are currently in the circle on the western side pushing towards the northeast have a very safe rotation. The question is, do they know that? Who's going to take advantage? If there's any team that is going to take advantage, it's B4 because they're in the sky the longest. They move towards the middle of the map, so we'll have had eyes on everything. So if I'm then, I'm taking Hacienda del Patron, then I'm moving up to El Azahar, and then I might push down into Impala. So they've got a really strong route ahead of them. It really depends if Lazarus wants to make that push first, as they are dead center just above Lebedita.
And with the scale of this map as well, Miramar just so huge, you need to get mounted up early. So teams like Tremcareta Furacão all the way as far as you can get on the northwest, they're going to have to move.
I think that's the first time that Ruins, one of the new locations on the map, a little fantastic zone that in the lore was said to be revealed as the sandstorm came through and removed all the sand on that side of the map. So there you go. I've been doing my reading. You know how it is. But they can loot up there. We'll see how much loot they can grab. But I don't know. I think that's an awkward path to move down through because you have, as you can see, well, you guys can't see, but Mazexis, Pittsburgh Knights, Cloud9, and Omen all down there. And look at that. Oh my God. It's Alpha 7 versus Wildcard. Did we actually abracadabra this?
We must have done. It's certainly come from somewhere. But they are only going to go one knock for now, and that's Alpha 7. Having one fall down, and the rest of the team can push in. You can see there's a player a little bit further to the north. They've already managed to get pretty far away, but Spring doesn't want to let this one slide. They should be able to spot out that presence. They have some nades as well. He's got some pretty decent overlook over towards Rolex. Acer trying to hold down the angles, preventing this push. Pretty low HP on the Alpha 7 player there.
The issue is here, John, is that either Alpha 7 comes and assists Rolex from leaving, because there's no way he gets out this compound alive, right? There is absolutely no way. So either Alpha 7 come down to assist, or both these players die, and Alpha 7 goes into the rest of the game with 2 players. So if I'm Alpha 7 right now and I'm Metech, I'm leaving. There's no point in this fight. Rolex is dead.
He's pinned behind the corner.
Oh, no.
They know he's there. Acer does get knocked from afar. They do have the side swipe. They are going to help out their team. Acer, though, behind the ridgeline will be okay for now. No meds for Rolex, obviously, so early into the game. He hasn't managed to pick any of them up. And the Molotov going to zone him back.
Mad molly. That was a mad molly. That's really nice to go through that. Abdul is doing a really good job right now, just to hold off the players from Wildcard. The panda endangering other species, in this case, Wildcard right now.
They're going to reposition a little bit. I think they might be sending for the hills at this stage. Oh, no. Oh, no.
I can't believe we've magicked this. This is unbelievable.
You're a prophet. You are a seer. The highest caliber.
I'm the big seer. I see things. That's why they call me a seer.
I mean, that is literally what the etymology of that word is, so...
Yeah, I mean, they weren't very creative with that word, were they, at the end of the day?
They really weren't.
You are a seer. How do we spell that? C, but with R. Yes, very good. Smart.
Any seers in chat?
Any seers in chat? Can I get some smilers and some seers, please? If you're in chat right now, I want to see just a flood of eye emojis. That's all I want. And then my whole day will be made, and I will be happy for the rest of PMPL. But that's it. That's only a month's worth of happiness for me. So you'll have to join me in future for more casts.
And for more eyes and for more seeing being done.
More seeing. Tremcareta Furacão on screen. Observers doing the right thing here. I love those guys. They're like, you know what? We'll leave that fight. We'll leave that fight. Let's check out some mad Miramar driving. Currently, we have Swagwin. I actually really like the way this guy plays. He's pretty aggressive, but at the same time, a little bit reserved until he just flies out. And then he finds the kills. He's doing a pretty good job from Tremcareta Furacão at the moment. Next circle. Well, that's all that action was happening is going to go over towards the eastern side once again. We've got a fair bit of water in here. Al Azahar is still open. B4 seem to have taken my advice and they've moved past Hacienda del Patron towards Al Azahar. I say they've taken my advice. Really, all I did was like, that would be the smart play, and B4 has gone like, yes, it is the smart play. That's what we're going to do.
And will be executed to the letter for now. They're all 4 in different vehicles, and I am happy we've seen... I mean, you remember the highlight from yesterday where 3 players from Tribe rolled up in a car and nearly all of them went down to a spray from 1. So it was not ideal there. Happy to see that they've managed to branch out. Obviously, it wasn't B4, but they've learnt the lesson there and learnt the lesson I've been trying to say for years now.
I mean that was a credit to to HH24 from Tempo, let's be honest. I mean, that guy is nuts. That guy is a nuts player. But again, like you say, at the end of the day, it doesn't really bode well traveling all in one vehicle at the same time. So especially on Miramar, where you need vehicles to traverse the huge spans of space on this map to get around, yeah, vehicles come in handy. Is that the golden Marauder he's got there?
From Hacienda, it seems like it might be.
Cheeky boy indeed with the golden Marauder. He's going to be riding around in style. Mazexis playing actually on the edge right now, but they're coming up against Trem Kreta for a cow. I don't know how much Mitz has been able to scout this one out. He's all the way at El Hazahar, so we might actually have a bit of a toss and tumble between Trem Kreta and Mazexis, but currently Mazexis are only with 3.
Pittsburgh Knights as well might have a say in the fight if they're able to rotate down south far enough, but they're still first circle. They're not under a lot of pressure. They'll be able to get in towards it and see what they can get done. Really not too much going on other than this this parallel rotation, but they just bounce apart from each other and they aren't going to go towards one another. So it's, again, just left alone. They don't want to take these early fights. Fair enough. You know, there's 16 teams still standing. You don't want to go out first.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually okay with this. I think the rotation that Pittsburgh Knights, Trem Kreta, Mazexis all took straight down from the northwest side and just make a beeline diagonally down towards El Azahar, towards this mountainous region, mountainous area. It's pretty nice. Next circle about to come on our screen right now, loops down towards Impala. It's a bit of a tricky situation on the coastline. I say that, I lied. It's actually not so bad. They can go fishing now all they like because you got 50% water to 50% landmass, and now this Big Mac just got a whole lot smaller.
Jeez. Well, this is the furthest you could possibly have to rotate if you're Trem Kreta Furacao right now. Yeah. They started in ruins. It's gone all the way down to Impala. I mean, maybe you could get a Puerto Paraíso finish, but even then, that's not that much further, and they're going to have their work cut out for them. They got 2 teams behind them. They got 2 teams right in front of them.
Just quickly though, John. Just quickly, let's look at the gear on Swagwin. Level 1 backpack, level 1 helmet, level 2 vest, 1 first aid kit. These guys are running on absolutely empty, so it's not just the cars which are out of fuel right now, it's the boys as well. Ace 1 starting to take some shots off. I'm really happy with Ace 1. They're nipping at the heels of everyone at the moment. They don't give a damn how good of a team you are.
No, I mean, they were sat pretty low down the scoreboards before, but they seem to have come alive. They've used those 2 days off greatly to their advantage. Tempo, they are very nearby. You can see them just to the northeast of Ace 1 right now, taking a little bit of control in Impala.
Yeah, the frustrating for me thing about Tempo is that it feels like they're doing everything right. It feels like they are doing everything right now. They're getting the loot on board, they're finding a location, they're holding it down, and then something dramatic happens and they're thrown out of position. The dramatic thing last game was Pittsburgh's Knights Jago and M247 just came out and rattled them all down with about 100 bullets. About 3 of them fell just to 1 gun. Whereas, like Lida said, they were in a fantastic position beforehand. And now Ace 1, they've got pretty good eyes on Tempo. Tempo currently moving the vehicles into a safer location so that when they do need to rotate, they can. But on our screens, we can see the map right now. Things are getting very, very clustered, aren't they, John? Pittsburgh Knights currently all the way on the northeastern side. They're going to try and insert themselves directly on the edge of the circle right next to the coastline.
And this is an artifact of having urban circles, right? When you have a lot of buildings, when you have these close pushed-together buildings as well, it's going to allow a lot of teams to stay in very close proximity to each other, where you wouldn't normally be able to do so. So I'm not too sure when it's going to start to pop off. When are we going to see that Thanos circle? We'll have to wait and see. Omen Elite, they've got a couple of beads on a few of those players making some rotates. That's near Team Solid, just to the north of Grunto as well.
Yeah, I think that, if I'm honest with you, John, that Thanos circle you talk about, it's coming next circle, 100%. Ooh, a little bit of radio going on. But yeah, it's going to be the next circle because people will have to leave buildings. It's very obvious when you see a team leave a building. People will have eyes on. They will definitely have scouted out. They will hear where the firing is coming from. So when you do have to leave, you might have 2 or 3 teams watching that location. If you are the unlucky ones that have to move, it's an awful time. I'm looking at Team Solid. I'm looking at Omen Elite. I'm looking at Grunto and Wildcard, who are all tucked in on the western side. Cloud9 have got a lot of hungry coyotes at their back to wander away from. They just don't want to let them get the scent of them as of yet.
Tempo and Ace One trade back and forth in the meantime, but it's Tempo who come out worse for wear. They're 3 players now. And Ace One, they're going to be able to pick up Nunez. You saw that in the kill feed pop off. Next circle, just about to come in. It's Impala, centered again. Wow, okay. Loop's going to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. So now we're seeing the thing that I was mentioning beforehand come into play. Omen Elite, Team Solid, Grunto, Wildcard, Cream Real Betis all have to leave here. Cloud9 have a semi-decent path into the circle. You can see they can move directly east and they can hide within the valley. You just got to make sure that Lazarus and Kultu aren't watching, because that's a pretty barren area just underneath Minas Generalis. And if you're flying in with the vehicles, now things are so close together, you got to worry about how much sound you make as well as you pour on in. But they are going to make an immediate rotation down towards their direct western side of the circle.
As Exus have been spotted out, this is the north, the rotation from the north. The Pittsburgh Knights, as you can see, just further north than they are right now, and they're bunkered down in that shack and trying to get some healing done. We'll see how much they're able to get out. They've lost 1 player already, as you can see, but they do have a nice coastal route to maybe try and contest and push up a little bit further. They've got some vehicles, at least, to be getting on with.
I mean, Pittsburgh Knights currently have a player directly in front of them. They've got G3 just in front of Mazexis, and then behind them they've got Raven and J7. I'm not sure if they have their final player on board, but right now G3 is looking in a very, very tricky spot indeed. Mazexis just about to pass him.
Yeah, they're going to go down further towards that coastline. As you said, though, that might be spotted out by G3 on the headland. Question is, does he want to take that fight? Does he take the 1 versus 3 when he doesn't have any backup? It seems like he's going to. Okay, that answers that question. Emraz taken very, very low. That'll soak up some more meds as some more shots ring out.
Will he take that fight? Yes, I will. So he gives away his position, but that might actually be a smart thing, because now Mazexis, one thing I have noticed about this team, unfortunately, they're very much a tunnel vision type of team, so they might be looking towards G3. Now the couple of players from Pittsburgh Knights can backstab here, but right now we're seeing Cream on our screen heavily wounded. Nitsu and Italok's the only ones alive, but I think Nitsu's really the key player, and now Omen taking the advantage to the extreme. They pull up, they have the Uzis in hand.
The smokes are out, so there is cover there to be found. Juicy leading the charge very far forwards. They're in a vehicle though, and that's, I think, at least 3 of them there just in one. And they are going to leave Escanor alone. Nico just picks that up. They spot 1, get the knock very, very quickly onto Unico Edu. Gets a little bit of tag damage, but they're going to settle for 1. 2 kills found there for Omen Elite, and a nice clearance on the southwest side.
Yeah, very nice clearance there. Really, Cream Real Betis, they just cut their losses. They just have to leave. They had a good game last game. Really, ideally, what they're looking for right now is probably a lead. Try and get 10 points up on board. Now they will just get that flush there, that extra point. Mitek, as you can see from Alpha 7, still holding strong. Wants to stay alive as long as possible. He's found himself a little angle to hold within. Another circle just drops on, and Loops barely had to move anywhere. They're definitely not getting their 10,000 steps in today, I'll tell you that now.
Certainly not. Impala seems to be our final battleground. Wildcard going in for a little bit of argy-bargy down on the south side, but Mazexis still trying to make their way in, still dueling out with the Pittsburgh Knights, who still have that flank coming through. They managed to wedge their vehicle there up the tree. That's unfortunate for Mazexis. I'm not going to be too happy about that. Nice nade. It's going to land a little bit of damage onto Vega, and a nice Molotov as well to push him away from the cover. They're worried from every single angle. It's 2 versus 2, really, with these flanks just playing third party for their own teams.
Team Solid, who I did not expect to win that fight whatsoever, currently battling it out versus Cloud9. Proza does go down, and Cloud9 with a couple of players remaining. You can see Mazexis on our screen versus Pittsburgh Knights, and this is the backstab I was talking about before. G3 is in no position to help out right now, and Pittsburgh Knights, they're not sitting pretty whatsoever. They're just behind a vehicle, and that could be easily exploited by Mazexis, but right now they're not pushing the advantage.
Oh, a nice nade around the side. Re-knocks on towards Raven. Really nicely found there for Mazexis, and G3, remember, as you were saying, not really into this fight. Another nade to try and push them back further. Their vehicle's on fire. That's going to really, make it tricky. But G3 from the sides, they try and rotate, and again, straight up to the crop duster. Oh no.
It's the exact same rotation as well. That's Team Solid going out in 15th, so we did not quite abracadabra. We got 3 of the players. That's as best as cursing we could do. But G3, okay. I love this position from Pittsburgh Knights. Very, very creative strategy. I'm okay with it, and it feels like Pittsburgh Knights are too. But Mazex is still in this one, but now Trem Coretta for Raquel, they're also coming in, looking for a bit of the action themselves. B4 nice and firmly in the center around the buildings. You can see Mitek off in the distance there, just running around his little building, having a good time. He's got no friends, but you know what? He'll see if he can make it towards top 10.
You want to be getting out those single point finishes for placement. It's not ideal to lose that many to the placement gods, but I have to wait and see where everyone's able to sneak in. And as I was saying before, urban finishes push teams closer together than perhaps you'd see otherwise. And you said it was next circle, but we still haven't seen the Thanos come through. Trem Coretta for Raquel finally get taken down. Their lack of meds, their super long rotation that they had to make really biting them there. But there's still a majority of the players alive.
Big nades from Vega. I half expected the circle to maybe hit down south side, so people would have to leave. But currently, like I was saying before, this is, again, like our angle, another kind of a Kendi circle. We're seeing everyone just hiding inside, not really doing too much. So, you know what I want to see, John? I want to see a Ice Lake finish on Vikendi. I want to see everyone out in the open. Because we've had enough of Vikendi today, I would say already. Wildcard on your screen, explosions galore versus Omen Elite. Wildcard is the team of the desk we're looking forward towards for winning this game, so we'll see what they can do here. Wow, okay, good start.
Goodness me, Omen Elite down on their luck, down on their knees for plenty of the players as well. A nice spray to confirm, and Angry gets wiped. Acer just taking Omen Elite off the table. And moving forwards, they're going to be approaching Impala from the south side.
Yeah, I mean, Wildcard is a team made up of quite a few notable members here. I mean, Spring, obviously, from Omen Elite last year, had a really fantastic showing towards the prelims and the global finals. Big fan of this guy, and it feels like he's just kept on top of his game. Wildcard doing a really good job, and there is Mitek finally being taken out. Did not quite make it to that top 10 area, but Pittsburgh Knights trying to take location on the top side, and Sana from Grunto trying to move out with the Vector to no avail.
Not going to be able to push around the side. Just Bucky left for Grunto. Further to the south, you could see just running away. Turns tail and flees. Tries to get those placement points on board. And here we go. Here's where Thanos clicks his fingers.
Indeed. Grunto Bucky moving away. And it is quite the mighty click. It makes a lot of noise, and a lot of people are afraid of it when it does happen. Mazexis, they absolutely have no hope in hell of getting into this circle. Sadly, they're in the firing line of about 8 different teams on the edges of Impala right now. But this is an interesting finish indeed. The circle is encapsulating pretty much the entirety of Impala. Scratch that, it is the entirety of Impala that has been encapsulated here. So we have a proper urban finish. And these are the ones that really excite me the most, because it's when utility becomes so important. It's when strategy becomes hugely important, because you have to actually try and infiltrate some of these buildings and take them. And if you can't get in there, you do not find space within the circle.
Such a tricky situation, and to be honest, the circle can pretty much mess you about quite a lot in these final circles, because if it doesn't go to your building, well, you're at a disadvantage, or unless you feel more confident breaching, and in which case maybe not, but we'll have to wait and see where these teams opt to post up. Are they going to move around? How often are they going to try and push through? It all remains to be seen. It's relatively unfamiliar territory for these guys.
I do like Luke's position on the eastern side towards the ridge line on the foothills outside of Impala, because it affords them a lot of movement as well as a lot of intel gathering. If you're trapped inside a building, that's where you need to stay. Tempo probably got the best lot of it. They lost a player getting this building that's directly dead center within Impala, but it will mean that they have the best chance of remaining in the next circle, which will be coming on your screens very soon.
Lazarus have managed to push all the way in from the north. B4 as well on the north side of Impala. And the circle is going to pop in just a moment. And we'll see where is it going to fall. Where are the players going to have to move? It's straight on top of Tempo, on top of Cloud9, on top of B4 as well, who have their foothold there. And for the first time, Loops are going to have to move.
Yeah, and this is what I mean about Tempo. It's like they sacrificed a lot to try and get here, and they've done it well to make it with free, but it will mean they're in a really good spot going forward. Loops have just had to fly down the hill towards the city. They know they need to get a location and fast before the rest of the teams on the southwest side make their way in, but it's Tempo unleashing fire upon them right now.
We've managed to send 3 players in so far. Just Carijo left on the outside. I don't think he's going to be getting up anytime soon, so we'll have to see what Loops can do with 3 in the meantime. Across the way, B4 has spotted them out as well. Kultu trying to make an insurgency here, but Ace 1 playing spoiler to that. For now, 1 player down, 1 player low, going to get some healing done, but Ace still guarding the edge.
10 teams alive at this point in the game is unheard of. The amount of firepower that is still available in this lobby is massive. Wildcard, however, Spring, like we were saying before, touting this guy, getting a couple of knocks with the Uzi.
It seems to just quiet down for just a second, but the blue zone will not relent. Wildcard need to push through. They're going to be able to try and take that fight, but Enigma does go down. Unfortunately for them, it does get flushed out as well. Now, Ace have to fall back just a little bit from that fight. They don't want to continue.
Yeah, it's a rubbish spot for Wildcard. They're desperately trying to make their way and find some place to stay, but by this moment in time, pretty much everywhere's already been taken. You can see them trying to fly down the hills. They hear the shots coming off. This is a great time for them to move. Slicky just on the high ground, trying to provide as much information as possible. And somehow, some way, Wildcard have found themselves a little location that hasn't already been taken residence of as of yet. So this is crazy, the fact that Wildcard have been able to make it in here.
B4 taking heavy nade punishment here. They're all going down, all going low. I think, yeah, look at that. Pedro already going out, and Levi getting knocked as well. I think that was the flush on out. Maxon gets catch. Oh my goodness me. B4 just going down left, right, and center. These nades are brutal.
26 to 10 teams, 2.5 players average per team here. So there are a lot of people have taken a lot of casualties. There are a lot of solo members here trying to stay alive as long as possible. I believe Cloud9 is still alive. We're just uneven holding down in the gas station, but the next circle is going to come on our screen soon. And Christ alive, if you look on the minimap, guys. Look on the minimap. It's all colors here. There's no way for anyone to go. They're like on a dance floor, and there's too many people here, and you can't even dance because you barely shuffle.
Prepare for a bit of chaos to ensue. We'll do our best to keep track of it all, and hopefully these teams will as well. I mean, it's going to be really tricky to make these pushes. Kultu already going to knock. Ace might just want to run straight for this fight. As soon as you get an opening, just going straight for it might be the best opportunity here, instead of biding your time and trying to cover off those angles, because there's so many.
Yeah, you get a knock. You know that team is out of action for a little while because they're going to prioritize getting a teammate up unless you're absolutely wild and you're going for the aggressive play. Good play from Ace 1 here to get a little bit into the circle. Tempo, they command so much of the high ground. They're like the eagles within the circle right now. They can swoop down and take down anyone they want to. They have great sightlines for it. Kultu coming up on uneven right now. Pittsburgh Knights trying to do their best. Take down Wildcard. Of this position for Wildcard, they got early, sure. They got a building. It was right on the outskirts of the circle, so there was very little chance the circle was going to favor them, and now they have to make the march forward. In this case, it's going to be a sprint for them.
It's me, Wildcard taking a little bit of damage from nades as they push. Tempo holding it down as Cream Real Bet is the first team to fall in the melee. And they'll see if Tempo can hold onto it just a little bit further. Cloud9 out to the northwest still, trying to come on through. Kultu, they are on the western side, and they're taking a little bit of a fight as the trades start to come in. The blue zone pushing everyone closer together as bullets start to fly every direction.
It is a true bar brawl here as the bottles are smashed, the pans are raised, and the Molotovs come through. Wildcard under fire. Tempo come in, take their location.
He's able to get it done. Wildcard eliminated on the push. The alarm signaling Tempo Storm's dominance in that fight. 3 players alive for them. Loops have 4, by the way, still going. Ace 1, they have 4, but one of them's down. They're in a fight as well. They're still going for that push around the side. They spot 1, they go for the flush. He doesn't turn to the right angle and actually might nearly drop the ball there. Ace are going to hold on to it. Kultu eliminated, but they're down to 3. Tempo on 3 as well.
Tempo are on fire right now. Really, no one can stop them from this right now, and they have so much information. Obviously, that fight on Ace 1, they know Ace 1 are down there, and this high ground they keep taking advantage of. and they show themselves they're not a passive team whatsoever. What an aggressive push into Wildcard to remove that from them. Pittsburgh Knights just on the outskirts. They're taking fire from Loops. Loops surprisingly still in this one, just clinging on and uneven, even coming into play right now.
Pittsburgh Knights were eliminated just there as well. They get removed from the next pushes. 6 teams now remain, 15 players uneven. I think he's been spotted out. Lazarus. Lolo trying to lob the nade in, but not quite able to find that damage. Quite frankly, Uneven's done absolutely huge amounts of work for Cloud9, getting them this far.
8, Circle 8, 6 teams. What are we watching? What are we watching right now? This is madness. Truly mad Miramar right now.
We're watching an urban finish. That's what we're seeing. Look at the ground in this central area. It's going to be very tricky to get across depending on where the next zone forces people towards.
Yeah, you're going to have to fight. You have to fight, and you have to fight early. Because Tempo right now, they're right on the edges of the circle. Next circle will just enclose and crush everyone slowly together. Uneven finally goes down, but not a bad showing from him to get to 6th on his own. But Tempo, they want to take advantage of the situation for as long as possible. Ace is going to have to push out this building first. So if I'm Tempo, I'm going to try and take down Ace 1 immediately as they come out, and then Lazarus next.
B4, they get a nade thrown straight in the face. The last player standing for B4, going very, very low. Mixera still trying to get it. Oh, the Molotov finishes it out, and that's down to 4 teams now as they are starting to fall. Loops, still 4 players standing. I mean, could it be the time for them to get their first chicken dinner throughout all of this chaos? We haven't seen them win just yet, despite a really strong performance. And they are going to be coming into this one with the most players.
As a relatively new team to make their way to the top of the standings here and really show themselves a very dominant team, there's a lot of pressure being put on them during the PMPL. And I think that on the second day, if they had such a fantastic showing, maybe they felt like there was a lot that they had to prove. But now they're playing it much more cautiously. Here they are in the top 3. Tempo, though, they need to do something big. And now Loop's taking so much fire. Russell might have just canned that one for them.
Going to knock one of them, but they'll be able to get that res. Lazarus eliminated. They go down in 3rd. Now it's 3 versus 3 here for Loops. Tempo go in for the fight as well. Loops getting pushed back. Carijo very low. Another knock found for Tempo Storm, and they are going to start to try and roll out here. In they go. The wide swing is good, and Tempo Storm claim themselves the chicken dinner.
Huge flanks coming from HH24, and a big game from Tempo. You got a total of 33 points there. You're absolutely laughing. And this is what Glitter wanted to see from the start of the day here from Tempo Storm. She says she had the chops right for it. They had the chops right for it, and they're showing it here in Miramar.
Yeah, absolutely. They are doing incredibly well. Unfortunately, though, it's Loops not able to get that chicken dinner. So we'll see if they're able to do it in the future, but they still had a very, very strong game.
A very strong game indeed. Pretty happy about it. I'm sure the desk are going to have even more to say about it because it's 2 of the teams that they highlighted early on, Tempo and Loops.
We'll see where they're able to fall at the end of that, and we'll see what the desk have to say about it. You're right.
James, prodding you. Prodding you to bring you back in. Get back in here. Now. And...
Whoa. Hey-o.
There we go.
I'm back. Hello, Xander. Don't even get me started on how excited I get about urban endings. There's so much to talk about. I love that Tempo really exploited the fact that they had a triple stack when it comes to the 3-story buildings, and it's such a great height advantage across all of the other teams there in the final.
They understood it as well. I think you put it so perfectly, James. I mean, like, they had the middle of the circle, and they sacrificed one player getting that, but it was such a strong position. But even off the back of that, they weren't afraid to switch position to the second 3-story. And they knew they had to get rid of Wildcard to do it. It was a risk, but it was a risk to get that first chicken dinner place. And they come away with 33 points. Yeah. I mean, you're fantastically pleased with it, aren't you?
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you very much, guys. I'm going to send you off now into the Nether Realm once again as we go over to the analysis peoples. We have 7, we have Glitter joining me to break everything down. Oh, I love urban endings. It's our proper first one here, Glitter. I think you're a blessing to us. You've come along, you've given us this urban ending. Thank you very much, Glitter. How did you enjoy it?
Oh, you're welcome. You know, I do what I can. Yeah, first day here, try to bring a little bit of action, right? That was just fun. That was a good ending to watch. That's pure entertainment, and you know, we were all talking about it while we were watching. It played out exactly how A lot of you thought it would.
I mean, let's not give me any credit. Let's give Seven some credit as well over here, because he looks as giddy as I do, I think.
That was a nail biter, man. That was one of the biggest nail biters we have seen. I'm used to seeing stuff like that in Vikendi, not really in Miramar.
Right.
This was actually, I believe, the first match in Miramar where we didn't see that much engagement at the start. Besides, I believe it was Wildcard and Alpha 7, and then after that, we just kind of slowed down. And then the ending, you called it actually, Kalaris. You said, I want to go ahead and see an Impala finale, and it happened. It happened, and oh my gosh, was Tempo able to take advantage of the situation that we're in?
Oh, absolutely. It was really cool to watch. We're going to break down a lot here. Let's take a look at the ranking, of course, from what's coming in from that game. We have Tempo bagging themselves a huge amount of points up towards the top, thanks in part to their very impressive choice of buildings. There's a few 3-stories in there that are so powerful. Ace had one, Tempo had one. I can't remember who had the last one, but that is 33 points going their way. All the 3s. And then Loop Esports. Guys, there was that small glimmer. Loop almost got their first chicken dinner, but towards the end there, Glitter, Tempo Storm was able to win out that fight.
Yeah, I mean, Tempo they had a 3-stack for a while there, and they were watching all of those fights go down at the end. As soon as they realized that Loops had a player knocks, they had to take full advantage of that. They knew the kind of leveled the playing field a little bit with that. They were able to push up on them and make sure they got their win.
That being said, Loops came in from the hillside there, and actually sometimes that can be a little bit treacherous to get down from. They took a little bit of collateral damage, I want to say, 7, as we take a look at our 9 through 16 as well. When you're coming off that hillside and you're only afforded single-story buildings, that is very grenade susceptible, and you can sometimes take casualties in that, and they did take some damage early on coming into Impala itself. What did you make of it, 7?
Yeah, and they definitely took some damage. I believe one of their players was knocked by Tempo, if I'm not mistaken. And then that kind of made all the other players just push in, as they were also getting shot from PK. So they were pretty much just having to full send it to those buildings and hope that nobody else was in there. And luckily for them, nobody was there. And I believe just Tempo was just so distracted with everything else going on. I cannot wait to see how much damage Tempo was able to go ahead and put out, because I'll be surprised if it's not over 2,500.
Yeah, it was a shooting range for them. They were able to third, fourth party on some of these fights everywhere as all of this was going down. And just in general, Glitter, obviously there are so many circles in Miramar where it's very open. You don't get that many people left alive in the lighter circles. This has to have been, for the PMPL, the most people alive towards Circle 6. And from there, a lot can happen. There's so many fights going on here, there, and everywhere.
Oh, absolute chaos. Like, that's probably the nice way of describing it. I think there was one point where we saw 26 people alive before kind of everything popped off, and you're just sitting there being like, there's no way. They're all hiding in a shack or a building. And you had mentioned that there was a few other teams you didn't know that had a good spot in the zone. There was, from the beginning, I think from like the 4th or 5th circle, it was B4, Tempo, and Loops. And out of those 3, Tempo and Loops were the 2 that made it until the final 2. So clearly, getting that position early on, especially when you're stuck in an urban area like that, was incredibly important for those teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look as well here at the stats coming in for Tempo Storm after that fantastic win here for them in Impala. Again, it really does speak to kind of the adaptability of some of these teams to be able to excel when it comes to an urban ending. 1,955 damage, not quite where you were hoping, 7, but it's still a lot of damage put out onto the kills. And I think something that is also kind of synonymous with some of these urban endings is you see a lot of knocks coming in from teams, but then you get that knock, but then somebody crawls around a corner and then you can't get it. So it's expected that you see kind of a few steals here and there from some of these teams.
Yeah, and even if they don't have the damage that I was hoping for, at least they were able to pick up 4 steals. Yeah. That is huge. That just lets me know that they were aware of everything going on. They were trying to figure out, and I'm pretty sure in their head they were just hoping that if the circle wasn't right on them, they were just planning strats. They were planning their exit strategy, right? Because they were going to have to jump out of a 3rd story. More than likely, some of them were going to jump out. If not, just go down the stairs and try to sneak out that way. But it ended up working for them, man. I can't say enough. I love when teams are able to take advantage of situations that the game gives them.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments for this game. As, of course, there will be plenty, to say the least. Already very early on, we had quite a few fights as people were trying to rotate and find themselves a decent position. Omen Elite here going into a fight, and Team Solid falling by the wayside a little bit to start things off. Seven, what do you make of the beginning?
For me, it was Ace. I love seeing the aggressiveness that Ace still have. And one of the push here, PK, G3, I felt like he could have maybe done a little bit more, a little bit sooner. It felt for me that he waited too long for his team to go ahead and get engaged here. I believe it was Miss X's, if I'm not mistaken. And another push that we're going to be breaking down in a little bit is that Wildcard just absolutely stopping Omen on their tracks, trying to push that gas station.
Yeah, and that gas station location south of Impala, Glitter, can be very, very good if the circle goes any other way other than into the city. So it was a little bit unfortunate for a Wildcard that it did go that way, even though they got the kills on towards Omen with the nades.
Yeah, I mean, it was important that they were able to pick those kills up, but when you have to push through as many people as they were going to have to go through, it was almost bound to happen. Like you said, it pulled the exact opposite of where they needed the zone to go, and so they were kind of just, they had to deal with what they had.
Yeah, definitely so, definitely. What teams do I really want to talk about? I liked Seven, obviously, I liked that Ace had the triple stack over towards the edge, because they could have potentially held Cool2, which is nice. Actually, we'll just take a look at the overall damage here from the lobby as well, because I think it's going to be quite even. Aside from, again, that 1,955 coming in from Tempo Storm, we might see quite even due to the nature of how urban endings actually do work here in PUBG Mobile. But Ace had a great spot. They had a triple. If the circle had gone to them, there's the potential that they could have been holding Cool2 quite easily over down the dip from the road where the fields are, and then had an even bigger game off the back of that. But it didn't quite go their way, I suppose, for Ace.
Yeah, and on top of that, they had to worry about Lazarus. They also have to worry about one player from C9 as they were pushing to the safe zone. And then towards the end, we just saw them, at the last player, just get absolutely destroyed by a Tempo Storm grenade. So it didn't go out their way, but they were able to at least take advantage of certain situations, get more kills. And something that I was telling you behind the scenes, I don't really know anybody from that team, but I love when I see teams starting to be more confident, when especially players themselves start being more confident, challenging other teams, not being too afraid of whoever it is, and just trying to get that kill, trying to get that team wide.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna go ahead and translate to hopefully a win. And I see them just climb up slowly and slowly, and they're starting to get a little bit closer to that chicken dinner.
It feels like Ace has warmed to the lobby. I think that is a good way to describe it when it comes to how things do play out. Let's take a look at now at the overall damage and see if the lay of the land is as I expected when it comes to the even amount of damage. And it does kind of look that way. It's trended that way. And again, Glitter, it kind of comes with the nature of these urban endings, because there's so many angles people are covering. Haphazardly, somebody will come around a corner and, you know, start firing at one another. And everybody's got such good cover to work with that this can kind of even out.
I think the other reason some of those damage numbers are so high too is because we actually saw a ton of teams taking engagements early on, getting those knocks, but then not really pushing and kind of finalizing those kills. A lot of times when we saw PK fighting with Ms. XX, you know, they were able to get each other up on both teams a few times there, and then both of them rotated through, were able to take fights later on. You know, so that also will end up contributing to those overall numbers. And clearly, you know, Tempo with the high for the game, because they were able to kind of take those fights from their spot in the middle of Impala from so early on throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, you're dead on the money there, Glitter. If you get a knock in an urban ending, and you know that there's 10 other teams alive, you're not going to push on that with the risk of potentially running into the crossfire of other teams actually going down. So yeah, it's really on the money, that, of course. Seven, as you do figure out all of these moves though going on, I did like some of the splits that we saw early on to try and account for where the circles could go. Lazarus's one was very long and kind of drawn out. Likewise, Pittsburgh Knights was kind of over towards the coast. It's a little bit more difficult to work. But I did like Lazarus's thought process behind their split to start things off. What do you think?
Yeah, I think for Lazarus, they were super split towards the west, and I think they were just waiting to see what the circle was going to do, because if it would have ended up on the west, it would have ended up, I believe you even told me, it would have ended up with just no cover whatsoever. So great split by them. And here, Omen, look at this, man. This is what I wanted to go ahead and showcase. The grenade by Wildcard just absolutely stopped them in their track, and at that point, they just had no idea what to do from there. I just want to go ahead and give it a moment to watch my boy Acer. He jumps out. He knows that that was the time to push, and he's able to get the kill. And right here, towards the end, Tempo realizes that Loops is going to be a little bit damaged from taking a fight with Lazarus, and they go for it. And the angles they were able to get here were just perfect. As you can see, Tensa being able to win that knock with Dadinho, I think that was huge. If they maybe would have lost that 1v1 between Tensa and Dadinho, we might have seen Loops actually get their first win.
Well, I think the most important thing when we also look at that, off the back of what you've said here, Seven, is that Tempo took the initiative in that final fight, which is actually almost the polar opposite of what we saw in the previous game, where I feel like they didn't take the initiative on top of that hill, Glitter. They found great cross angles there to be able to, you know, really bring the fight to Loops, Glitter, and I feel that won them out the situation. What do you think?
Absolutely. I think at the end there too, and in that very, very final moment, the building that Loops was in was actually working against them. They didn't have the same sight lines that Tempo had when they pushed out and around behind that building, being able to see exactly where all of the Loops players had ended up. And that could potentially be why they lost in that scenario. Yeah,
maybe. I mean, using potentially the wall that was kind of close to the camera there for one person to maybe have an alternate angle could have been, you know, if they'd have got there a little bit quicker, could have been the way for them to find a victory. Very good point, very good point. So let's take a look at the overall key players here from this game. As I could only imagine, again, because the things were quite even, this is going to be quite close to say the least. So, yeah, pretty close in terms of the damage. Tempo really does stand out. So does Wildcard. And Wildcard 7 had a battle and a half to even get themselves into some of those final circles, never mind anything else that was going on.
They did, even from the get-go. I believe Leader said it best. They were fighting against Alpha 7. Luckily for them, they were able to pick up 3 early kills, and I believe Acer was also not one of the players from Alpha 7, so it's good to see teams push when they have to, and also just hold back a little bit and just rework their trap, which was something that they were able to do perfect there, because at one point it seemed like Alpha 7 was just going to go ahead and maybe take advantage of Acer being down and take that full squad on. But overall, great plays there by Wildcard, and also not surprised seeing Acer work it up.
Yeah.
Great players.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that means Miramar is done, concluded. I want more urban endings, not just this one. I want to see them on Erangel. I want to see them on maybe Sandhawk. Sandhawk's a bit weird. I want to see them on Vikendi. I want to see them on... I want to see them everywhere. I want to see them everywhere. So Glitter, a great first Miramar. This is your first Miramar with us. How did you enjoy it?
Honestly, depending on how the rest of the day goes, I'm very comfortable saying that this might be my favorite game out of all the games we'll see today.
Oh, fair. That's a bold claim. We haven't seen the other 3 just yet, but a bold claim. I can accept. I mean, for me personally, I think it was one of my favorite games of PMPL as a whole, just because it presents a very, very difficult scenario that a lot of people have to actually deal with. And also you get to see a lot of crazy crossfire towards the very end. We're just waiting a few more moments here before we actually get into our Sandhawk game, of course, as in a few. We'll also look into the schedule and see how things unfold. But who else? Are there any other teams, Glitter, that stood out to you whilst this game was going down? I mean, Pittsburgh Knights, for example, I kind of appreciated their split, but one thing that really stood out to me mostly was the fact that they didn't try and come in from the northeast, where I feel like it could have been, you know, a suicide run. They wrapped around and came in from the southeast, which I think was the better play. What do you think?
And they held that northeast area with Mizexis, gosh, that's a tongue twister, between their team the entire time. They were there for a while. When they finally had that back and forth fight, they were able to push Mizexis away from them, and it kind of opened up that entire southern half for that rotation so that they could get themselves into a better position and move on in. They were actually able to use that spot and stay alive for a decent amount of time with a very small amount of players left on their team. So it did help overall because they were able to secure a few more of those placement points that they need.
Yeah, good survivability, very important to know. All right, well, thank you very much, Glitter. Thank you very much, Seven, wherever you may be, as we now head over to our commentating team to bring us Sandhawk in a few moments' time. Later on, we'll have Vikendi and then Erangel afterwards here. But Sandhawk is going to be the next order on the cards. John, Xander, John, Mr. John yourself, how are you doing, sir? Did you enjoy that urban ending?
I did indeed. It was great fun. It was very chaotic, very difficult to keep track of, but I hope we did all right there. No, it was really, really great. Unfortunately, though, you kind of do get done over by the circle a little bit sometimes, and in fact, I think we saw a couple of teams have that happen.
Yeah.
Understatement of PMPL right there.
You know what? I don't mind at all. Like, sometimes having an urban ending in there, fresh chaos, I'm all about the chaos. I want as much of that as possible. Let's take a look at the overall standings here as well before we actually jump on into our next game here, as we have up towards the top. I can only imagine XQ is still up there with B4 as well, being able to overtake the top spot after 17 games. Great stuff by B4. Loops moving up into 4th place over Pittsburgh Knights, thanks to that 2nd place. Xander, did you feel it for Loops? Did you feel like that was gonna be their game, or
I did feel it. I did feel it. Now, they're on the eastern side of Impala for quite a while.
Yeah.
You know, the decisiveness from them really is what was clear to me, because as soon as that circle came through down straight into the middle of Impala, they immediately moved, and they were like, we have to take a building, we have to take it fast. They did it really well. They found themselves a place to stay. Unfortunately, like Glitter said towards the end, they just didn't quite have the sightlines to line up towards the end. Now, the big interesting thing here, as I was just discussing with Dave, and he's giving me a nice little tidbit of information, is obviously Loops come 2nd in our angle. Tribe aren't playing today. Their usual spot is on boot camp, right? Loops also like to fight in boot camp, but this means they have boot camp all to themselves, which means they have a very comfortable area to move out, find those third parties towards the hillsides on the eastern side of boot camp, and move from there. So I think they have a comfortable start to the game here. If there's any place for Loops to get a first place on Sandhawk, I think it's right now in day 5 of week 1.
Yeah, it might be a great opportunity, you're right. And that was, of course, our 11th through 20th, as you did see in the standings as well. For me personally, when I look back at things, I feel like it was a little bit fortunate for Loops that they took not necessarily great buildings in Impala, because they kind of have to, you know, up and down whatever they can get at that point. But they made it work, which was very, very good. And what we're going to make work now is I'm going to disappear, and we're going to leave these guys to Sandhawk. Enjoy, boys. Have a good time.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And of course, from the desert to the jungle, we're going to be heading over to Sandhawk yet again. Will Loops finally be able to get that chicken dinner? Everyone's rooting for them, but they were just pipped to the post last time around by Tempo Storm. This time, as you say, Blank, they've got a lot bigger of an opportunity without being contested on that first drop. Let's head over to the top of Sandhawk.
Yeah, it's kind of like in those cartoons, you know, where you get the smell like wisps of smoke coming towards Loop right now. They can smell the chicken dinner coming from Sandhawk right now. So yes, like we said, this is the potential. They're coming off a big game there, coming in 2nd place. That gives you a lot of morale boost, right? And they're going to have a decent playing path. I mean, it doesn't really matter too much where playing path goes. I mean, this one matters slightly for Loops because it means they can immediately get into boot camp. But I wonder, will any other team challenge them there other than Tribe? Will someone else be like, well, okay, Tribe isn't there, and we can potentially win over Loops? But you see Loops come 2nd at our angle, you're like, well, actually, Loops having a good day. And in PMPL, as we're starting to even all the scores now, you don't really want to fall behind. So if you're one of the teams on 100 points, not towards that 200 point cap at the top of the leaderboard, you might want to desist from going to boot camp and maybe just give that to Loops, which is exactly what's going on here. Omen's going down towards the southwest island, and the first circle is all the way off to the east. I don't think we've had a cruel circle on Sandhawk as of yet, which is a little bit disappointing.
No, well, to be fair, I'm quite appointed by it, I'll be honest.
Okay.
I think it's nice. On Sandhawk, it is so naturally chaotic that I don't think you need to throw another spanner in there. Otherwise, you'd have a box of spanners and not really much to do.
Well, you know, from Dodgebot, I'm like the guy. I'm just like throwing spanners at people on
Perhaps a hula hat.
Yeah, I've got about 100 spanners all ready and prepped. Alpha 7 Rolex, I mean, I think you are right. I mean, just from the beginning here, it's already chaotic as it is. Levi already under fire from Alpha 7, and you can already hear all the bullets firing off. People have barely picked up weapons, by the way.
Loops did drop boot camp, and no one was there to try and contest them, so they'll be all right for now. Cloud9 have Paradise Resorts. I mean, that's pretty standard. That's their normal drop tempo over in Painan. Quarry being split loot by Ace1 right now. So they're going to have control of some of that area of ground. However, they might want to regroup pretty sharpish, as there's a lot of teams to the west. There's a lot of teams out in the northwest on that southwest island as well. They'll have to try and make that crossing pretty soon.
Yeah, this split's good, though, because you see where I'm going to Kino Bala. He's off on the east side, right? So he's scouting for the team on the eastern side. You also have Paralyze and Nunes, both on either side of the top of Quarry. So they're scouting out towards the north side. Their biggest threat right now is Tremkert and Furakawa, who are making their way down from the north, as you mentioned beforehand. We're looking at Cloud9 on the screen. You know, one thing that Cloud9 are really good at is eking their way into the top of the leaderboard towards the end in terms of standings. Really, they're only getting themselves like 10 points at a time, but it's kind of like a man dying of thirst coming across like a puddle now and again, and he's like slurping up and like, I will live on. I will carry on this journey. So, I mean, C9 have definitely put themselves in a position where they can surely springboard it forward, and they're not falling too far behind so far. So I think if there's one thing to praise them for, it's definitely that. I think that they're kind of like... Ooh, fights on the screen right now. I'll bench that thought for the time being.
Loops, they've moved southeast and they've run into Omen Elite who are trying to loot around, and Juicy just gets taken down. Loops already with an early kill in Sandhawk. Fair enough. These guys are really wanting that chicken dinner now. They've tasted it, they smelt it, as you say. There was the warm apple pie on the window, but they weren't quite able to get all the way there and snaffle it down.
No, not as of yet. Taking control of this area from Loops is really strong. It's exactly what I said on the desk as well. It's that eastern mountain side. Well, it's not mountain, but more that hillside, right? Where you can get a lot of information come through and just move up. There's so much hard cover in terms of the rocks up there and some tree lines to hide behind. So it's a very, very powerful spot. So going forward, I think Loops have already put themselves in a fantastic position to get themselves forward in this game. Circle's currently on them. We're waiting for the next one to pop shortly.
The north side currently of the southwestern island is what we're focusing on. Mazexis trying to make their crossing on the bridge. They want to move down south. They don't want to try and contest Pittsburgh Knights up on the bridge on the northern side, so they are going to rotate around a little bit wider. Looks like they're going to have a little bit of luck with it too. Grunto not quite able to get those angles, maybe not even aware of that presence. They are sending across in a vehicle as well, so it should be known pretty soon on the bike, and should be loud enough, but they make their way across. They've still got a way to go.
There's a little bit of a path ahead of them. They've got Grunto directly in front of them as well that they have to worry about. These are two teams towards the bottom of the leaderboard, so I can see that fight going either way right now. Cold2 taking shots onto Cloud9, but immediately Cloud9, they return fire with a QBZ, that weapon with a fast fire. I know 7 likes that gun, indeed. It makes I think it's got probably one of the most satisfying sounds in the game.
It is pretty nice. It's pretty chunky on the sprays, but Cold2, 2 players very, very low there. And Cloud9 get the better end of the stick on that fight, but they don't really want to be taking it for too long. Tremkareta for a cow ready and waiting to go for it as well. If they hear that fight coming through, third party time is on. Yeah, I mean, they'll try and ride that party bus all the way.
Yeah, I think the longer they stay here, the worse things get. And the issue is there's not really a break that either team can make towards the west or the east. They kind of have to take this fight. So what they're worried about is, like I said, Trem, Kareta for a cow making their way up, as well as Lazarus and Wildcard, who are both to the north right now, moving their way down, but they will hit Cold2 first. Cloud9, I think, need to, within all the confusion and chaos, slip away undetected. That would be my biggest advice right now. Obviously, these guys are the pro players. They might have other ideas, so I'm interested to see what they do next.
So if they take your big advice...
yeah, I wouldn't say that. It's mild advice.
Okay, medium-sized advice, but
medium-sized advice
might need some advice for themselves as well, as they're coming into a little bit of a scrap. But no one really moving too far at this stage. It's only 3 teams who are currently out of the zone. Pittsburgh Knights all the way up in the north, and Mazexis and Grunto down the south. Hang on a minute, B4, I didn't even spot them. They're blending in. They were camouflaged down right on the south side near Camp Charlie.
I mean, Miraz is down there as well, alongside with him, the Shark in the water, but I wonder if B4 might just spot him out and take him down. There is a fight already taking place between Alpha 7 and Omen Elite.
That's not much of a fight anymore. Alpha 7 basically just lose 2, and that's the end of that. It's unfortunate, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. Omen Elite hold onto their compound on the junction.
Lazarus and Wildcard currently taking a fight towards the northern side, so they've met up together, clashed. So the sparks are flying from that side. So Cloud9 will be able to hold on for a little bit longer. They will get a little bit of information. They know there's some players towards their north side as well as Kultu being there. So they're starting to get crunched in right now. A vice of teams upon them. And that's where really all the action is, just to the east, south side of Paradise Resort. Bitter Knights, like you're saying, they're playing very much edge right now. They're all the way up in Cow, Tap Mock area. Already so many fights coming through. Lazarus versus Wildcard.
Wildcard were already trying to take this fight onto the compound that Lazarus pretty firmly held, and two of them went down near the wall. Enigma's still getting picked up. Trying to control those sight lines and see what they can do. I think that was Emraz just on the south side for B4, going to be able to take down that outpost for Mazexus. So they lose that pressure. Lazarus actually just going to escape from this compound. They don't want to continue to hold it. Or one of them is. Maybe Russell's just going out for the flank.
Yeah, I think Russell's taking a side swipe here. Nice nade though come through from Spring, and now that side swipe is heavily weakened because they really have to put some effort on taking that player down. If they don't know that Russell's on that side, potentially they have a chance here, but Russell needs to do something and do it fast. Minwoo is in a terrible spot.
Just to try and get something done. Through two windows, the nade flies. Spring, I think he might have an inkling that someone's on the flank. They haven't quite fully flushed out Minwoo just yet, but it's pretty much only a matter of time at this stage for Wildcard. They have managed to claim one of the buildings there. Spring goes in, and that is the flush, so kill found for now. But Lazarus still have their off angle. They still have their outpost. They can escape if they need to.
It's a tricky situation for Minwoo there. He has to hold down one compound by himself whilst Russell makes his way out to the eastern side. As soon as he loses that compound, Russell's eastern side flank just completely goes to pot because now Wildcard can actually infiltrate the compounds. So I think Lazarus have pretty much lost his fight now. Unless Wildcard completely whiffs, they shouldn't lose this. Lolo, however, 4v1 on a wrangle. Let's see if he can do something just as magical here on Sandhawk.
Oh, that was bold from Slicky, just jumping straight into the window. Will be all right for him for now, and a nice nade. That's so unfortunate for Lolo. That's going to be another kill found for Wildcard. They continue to step it up. I don't think they know quite where he is, but they'll find him out soon enough. Two players now standing. I don't think Russell wants to push back towards this fight. Neither does Irish, but he is going to get spotted, and in fact, in the process, give up Russell's position. So that's going to be unfortunate.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, is that it's a bold play from Lazarus, and I respect the play. Don't get me wrong, I respect the play so much, but it's so risky. You take that compound, like I said, Minwoo loses that, it all goes wrong. Now Russell's going down, Iris is just legging it away as fast as bloody possible, and Wildcard come out on top there. But Pittsburgh Knights, they may have heard all this action. Remember, they were on the northern side as well, so they might just be able to pick up Wildcard, who have taken a really offensive outpost outside the compound. This could be disastrous for them.
Well, the thing is, though, for Wildcard, they're going to have to continue to push south, so they might just couple up the movement with the fight and see what they can do. In fact, remove that possibility from happening. It seems like that's the way it's going to go. Irish just beat in a hasty retreat, trying to stay alive now. Cloud9, they're making a westerly rotation.
Like I said, John.
On the north side of the circle.
Yeah, like I said, as soon as all that confusion and chaos comes through, slip away unnoticed, find yourself a compound. That's exactly what's happened. Kultu is left also. So it was big advice. It was big advice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not medium-sized. I'm happy with that. You know
We've
what?
supersized the advice.
You've supersized my advice there, Cloud9. It makes me feel good about myself. I appreciate it, you know. Ace1, however, dead center. Cocky little team, that one. I'm happy with it. You know, it's probably one of my favorite little storylines coming through. This one is there's no bother. They're just trying to improve, and they're taking the firefights while they can. I was talking to Glitter earlier today, actually, whilst in rehearsals. She was like, the best way to learn any game is just to throw yourself into a really treacherous situation and one with the most odds against you, and then just learn from there. And I think Ace would have taken that advice on board somewhat, really.
I mean, fair enough. They've been doing all right today. You certainly have seen them pop up in the kill feed. They started the day down in 19th. And they managed to climb up to 16th for now, so see how much further they can go. So three-place improvement. That's not bad.
Yeah, it's steady away, John. It's not too bad as long as you start climbing those rungs on the ladder one step at a time. That's good enough. The next circle getting ever so close. I remember Sandhawk a very small map, so every time the circle does pop on the map is going to further increase the amount of firefights that are going to come through. Unlike on Miramar there, where we saw Impala being able to take up residence for so long, here, those circles technically are much smaller as the game proceeds onwards.
Circle's going to be crunching in just a bit. Northeastern side, you can see Irish has hunkered down and actually found a little bit of a hidey hole there, which might keep him safe for now, but we'll have to push in later again. So we'll see where the circle pops. Cloud9, they've got a lot of this northern swathe of the circle covered off. Tempo controlling a lot of the ground around that western quarry rotation. And in fact, that next circle could prove to be pretty tricky. I mean, we saw them hold off a push against a lot of teams before, but we'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, Kalara's cursing these teams. He's like, you know what, I want to see something really treacherous. I want to see something awful. I want to see a circle that you trip over if it was lying around the house, and that's exactly what we've got here. Quarry really denies a lot of the area already. So does the little river and water towards the southern side of the map, as well as cave, difficult to play around. If we get a cave finish, I'm going to be wildly happy. That'll be fun to watch. It'll be entertaining, to say the least, if not for the players.
This is a very similar circle to the one we saw, I think it was 2 days ago. Not yesterday, last show day anyway. But it was a very similar area, so a lot of these teams should be pretty familiar with it, except for, of course, the Group B teams.
Yeah, Ace 1, however, will be super familiar with this spot as it is their landing zone, so they should know this area like the back of their own hand. If they don't, something's wrong. So this is a really good opportunity for them to kind of get towards a higher ranking. Still, Circle 3, still at 16 teams on board. However, we still have 9 members, sorry, I take it back. 9 members who have currently gone down in the game already.
Down to 55, but still plenty more to go. Cloud9 all the way on the northern side have to push through Tremcareta Furacao and choose a side of the quarry to go through. Everyone's sort of skirted away from Tempo Storm. No one really going to challenge them for the outside of the west on that circle for the next time around. Mazexis, they've been spotted out. Darius very low. On the south side, B4, you can just see him moving around, and it's only a matter of time here. B4, the Sharks circling. I'm just going to be able to get that. There we go. Finish it off. One more to find.
Yeah, they make it look pretty simple, don't they, B4? I think that they have just steadily racked up the heat in terms of their play. That's Mazexis out in 16th there. A little bit unfortunate. Tempo still in this game. The winners from last in Miramar. They're heading towards the western side of Quarry. Loops, however, have moved down. They still have a good control, though, just outside of Quarry area. You've got Federal actually scouting out over the other side of Quarry, just using those fences to his advantage, kind of popping up and down again, you'd imagine. An ace on the other side. We do have a fight coming through from Alpha 7 and Grunto, but I think that one will be short-lived. There's only Metek down there.
Yeah, there's only one player against 4. And there we go. Yeah, fair enough. Just run straight over. They are going to continue to go forwards. We'll see what they could do from the southwestern side. Grunto not having the best run so far into this tournament. It's been a little bit chaotic for them, and we'll have to see if they can pick up their feet. I mean, we're just under a third of the games played total for this tournament. So, I mean, it is starting to become a little bit more precise as to how you are going to have to push up.
Yeah, so here we go. Screen about to get a whole lot smaller, ladies and gents. Wait for it. Drum roll, please. And goodness gracious me.
Wow.
Wow. You know when I said that that's something to trip over in your house earlier on, that type of circle? Yeah. This is one that you can seriously injure yourself on. This is one where I'd be very annoyed if I saw it laying around.
This is the sort of one where if you left it at work, it would be...
It'd be a hazard.
It would be a hazard. You'd need to put up signage. You'd need to do all of that. It's unreal.
I'd be slipping if there was no signage there. Let's just put it that way. Loops over on the western side, still holding strong, but they got Tempo and Grunto. Tempo to the north and Grunto to the south. So they're about to have a lot of fire coming their way very shortly, and that's the problem with Sandhawk is sometimes, John, you do have to fight a couple of teams at the same time. On your Loops, you do have center circle, but you also have so many teams barreling it around you.
Going to be real tricky, and it's going to force everyone very close. no one's really going to be able to occupy a lot of the ground down in Quarry, and it would be really interesting to see if the circle actually zones in there, how people are going to be able to try and breach those ramps and get down into the water, because it's such a tricky thing to do. There's so many open sightlines.
Yep, I mean, this current position that Tremoretta for a cow is holding is a little bit tricky because once the circle does move away from them, they will have to leave the compound down there and they'll be going into open ground, or they'll have to dip into the quarry itself, in which case you're going to come under fire from Loops, you're going to come under fire from Ace 1. If you're Loops, however, I wouldn't be shooting at anything. If they have the information that there are 3 teams surrounding them right now, I would want to say as low as possible. Throw some leaves over the top of myself, maybe put some camo face paint on as well, because I really do not want to reveal my position at all.
Oh, the nade just going a little bit long to find Bayo. A little bit of damage sent out both ways. Hang on a minute, double knock coming through. 2 players fall, Bayo falls as well, and Pyra out in the blue. Oh, he's nowhere near. He's not going to be able to help them at all. Wildcard just pick up so many kills there. And Cloud9 dropped the ball on the northeastern side. They could not push any further.
Oh, dear me. John, how many times have we seen this where it's just Pyra alive at the end of the game? I feel like C9 sometimes the team is just Pyra, making his poor little way towards the fifth area spot. So they put a lot of pressure on the poor lad. He's a really chilled out guy though. Met him at the global finals. Very, very friendly.
Absolutely. I mean, you'd have to be. You'd have to be able to...
Yeah, to be in this situation, yes.
To be in this situation, you've got to be cool, you've got to be calm, collected. He's the last player standing. See how long he can last. Next circle shifts, and it's towards the quarry yet again. No respite, but Ace, look at that. Ace 1 are going to be real happy. Hang on a minute, that's Pyra. Eliminated. Cloud9 go down.
Sad days, sad days. We have seen Pyra get very, very far in these matches, though, and it was only a matter of time before he had one unlucky game here. P4, however, just slamming down onto Korean Real East Betis there, so they're not having a great time whatsoever. Pittsburgh Knights off in the distance, you can see them just behind Kultu, but B4 also here. So B4 have got to really run the gauntlet right now because they've got 3 teams ahead of them. Team Solid also can side swipe from the interlocks behind. Some fancy footwork comes through, but it's not enough. B4 will take him down. Yeah.
That might just force Pedro to actually go down out of the blue. 2 players for B4 down, and a third as well. Very low on the flank. It's just 1 player left standing. Trying to get that bandage on, trying to get a little bit of health, trying to get a res. No, there's no first aid, and that's going to be B4 eliminated. Out on the sidelines. Okay, they go down in 11th place.
Yeah, it was an awful scenario. Now, I don't know, because if I'm Pittsburgh Knights, I'm almost letting B4 get in, so I can also get into the circle. Instead, pretty much just dooms both teams here. Team Solid also goes down. Kultu is next to go down as well. You can see they're heavily wounded out in the circle. And Ace 1, the players that own this area from the beginning of the map, are remaining in this game, all the way in a nice little compound.
They've got the high ground as well. Kultu do get eliminated, as you were saying. Grunto, they've got a little outcrop. They're down in the quarry already. They've got a couple of boxes to be playing around. Gonna be real tricky. Loops just up and to their left, just to the northwest of them. Tempo, they've got some high ground as well. A little bit of control.
Do you know who I'm putting my money on here, John? Wildcard. Insanely good position on the eastern side of the map. Pretty much everyone has to push up from the swamps up towards them. If they can take down Ace 1 here, it'll be even better. They currently already have 2 knocks. And this will be the best position for them going forward. This will be insane if Wildcard can take it out, and it will almost secure their win on this map.
Certainly will, but there's fights going over towards Grunto as well, down on the southwest, and Omen Elite get eliminated in the midst of it all. Loops are taking knocks, so are Grunto. Grunto get eliminated. Oh my goodness me, hang on a minute. Loops are continuing to go down, and they're going to get eliminated too. We're down to 5 teams.
Yeah, Loops are out, so it wasn't the game for them. Tempo, however, they're still in this game with the free. The magical free from last game were able to make it happen, so let's see if they can do it here as well. Spring just first aiding up. Knows he has to walk through. Ace, though, they've managed to recuperate. Nice little smoke train from Wildcard, throwing in the grenades to buy them themselves a little bit of time, prevent Ace from retaliating. Lovely Molotov comes over the top, and now they're inside.
Enigma will be first to face, goes down, but so do the rest of Wildcard as well around the corner. 1 player left standing for Ace. Such low HP for 0. And he was going to go for the heal up first. And Spring missing that one will drop the ball slightly. All of them just crawling out of the shack, trying to piece together something as they do separate. They divide themselves into the teams, the nades being thrown through, trying to get some damage, trying to get some cover. The reses are in, and it's going to be 2 players left standing for Ace, but all 4 are there for Wildcard.
Tempo, however, on the other side, will be removing a lot of players from Tremcoretta for a cow and have made themselves into the circle here. This fight between Ace 1 as well as Wildcard will define the rest of this match here. Will Ace 1 go for something fast? They currently have the HP on board, and now the circle begins to move. Wildcard cannot wait any longer.
They have to push, and in fact, that might be a good thing for them. Ace are going to have to follow. They're going to have to push out of the building that they've been bunkering down in. They're down to 2 players. One falls, and the other just around the corner. Sliver HP out in the blue will go down as well. Wildcard have control of the south, and in the meantime, the north got cleared by Tempo, so no Tremcoretta Furacão going to be into the fray either. And with all the gunshots firing off, Tempo Storm, full HP, know exactly where Wildcard are, and they have to leave this at some point. This hidey hole really not going to pay out well for them. Tempo Storm, look at her take 2 on the trot, jumps on out 1, goes down and actually gets away with it.
Wildcard, though, their equipment is shot. Look, Slicky, no vest on board. You saw Tempo, they had level 3 helmets, all the rest in the pocket. And now the utilities also there. Wildcard had to use all the grenades, they had to use all the molotovs, all the smokes. This game is firmly in the hands of Tempo, but right now, Wildcard dropping like the angels of death.
Well,
let's see if they can make it happen.
I don't think they're going to be so lucky there, unfortunately. Wildcard really just trying to make it happen, but Tempo pick up the pieces. However, they are trading back and forth. Wildcard, hang on a minute. They drop down, they drop out, and they're going to be able to take it. Tempo Storm full of Wildcard make it happen. How on earth did they pull that off?
34 points. Like I said, John, the angels of death, they spread the wings, drop down from the hidey hole from the top side, the Overwatch, and managed to make it happen off a really big fight from Ace 1. Like I said, if they took that, it would have secured their win there. But I did not expect it to happen after it became so fiddly towards the end whilst they're in that watchtower. Wow, that is an incredible game. I mean, we've had fantastic games at Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk. What a way to end week 1.
Yeah, well, fair enough. I mean, they've done such a really well. To be fair, Tempo Storm, I think they really didn't have as much of a gauntlet to run through for Wildcard there as Wildcard. So the fact that Wildcard were able to come out of that melee of teams is just so strong.
Indeed, I think we've got Kalaris coming back now to have a quick chat about this one. I bet he was excited about that. I know he wanted to see the quarry, the nasty little circle coming out towards the end.
The Glitter asked me at the beginning of that game, like, where does this circle normally shift? I'm like, quarry. Lo and behold, there you go. I think very impressive here by Wildcard. Not only their, I guess, patience going up against Ace, John, in that kind of final fight. Obviously, not wanting to risk it for a biscuit and go sacrifice yourself to the potential push in those smokes, but then jumping out to have that little spot up against the grate for information control, I think was fantastic.
Yeah, no, it paid off really well for them. I honestly didn't think they were going to be able to do it. I thought Tempo were just going to hold it down. They'd see them dropping out. They'd get some free frags, but no, I honestly don't know how they did it.
I love just the way they came out of the watchtower as well, and just the immediate prone. All I could see in my head was them flying out like this and just like belly flopping the ground. But yeah, I think that was one hell of a way to end the match. I think that's actually overconfidence from Tempo Storm. I think they could have waited for longer, maybe smoke trained out. Wildcard was so low on utility, maybe just like poke them down a bit more. But yeah, again, going from first to a second place, that's a great couple of scores there.
A single nade could have changed it all.
Yeah, definitely. They tried for one, but, you know, that's how it's going to be. Thank you very much, guys. I'll get you back later on. We are going to be moving to our analysis as we have Seven and Glitter joining us here. It was the quarry ending that we kind of, you know, assumed it may be. We've seen quite a lot towards the quarry 7 here when it comes to Sandhawk. Just a little variation here and there. This one was the most brutal though, because a lot of teams are committed to either side of quarry, and when that happens, if the circle shifts the other way, you're a bit scarpered.
Yeah, and more of Corey was exposed, especially the middle part. I believe we saw Grunto trying to push that, and they got absolutely wrecked. So, unluckily for them, one thing that I was hoping for, I was hoping it would go to Cave, Kalaris.
Oh, no.
So close.
Oh, I'm going to lie down for a moment. If it ever goes there, it's going to be ridiculous. How about yourself, Glitter? How did you see that game playing out?
I honestly, I didn't know. I talked about, you brought up Cave so many times, Seven, because you were just really hoping that was where it was going to go. You're just, you're really trying to put it on the players. So that would be rough. But I didn't see it playing out that way, if I'm going to be totally honest.
No, fair. Let's take a look at the overall points coming in from this game here, as we have Wildcard doing very well for themselves. But kudos to Tempo, to be perfectly honest, for them getting a first and then a second place off the back of this with 5 kills. But Wildcard, 14 kills coming in from them. A huge game for them to be able to rocket them up the leaderboards here once again. 7, I've got to commend the patience that they had in that ace fight. You could have quite easily just charged in all guns blazing with the last guy, hoping for that pick off at the very end, but they didn't do that. They had the guys come out, picked everybody up, and then were able to get geared from there.
Yeah, and to give him credit, Wildcard kept Ace at base by just throwing those grenades in there, making sure they stay in that little room that they were. I was surprised though, because at one point it would have been a 1v1 between Wildcard and Ace, and I'm really surprised that the player from Ace didn't decide to go ahead and take that 1v1, especially because for me, they had the advantage, right? He had to heal first, which he was able to, and then after that, he just took a little bit too long, and then Wildcard was able to just keep on throwing grenades in there and keep them at bay as they were going and heal up their teammate, and overall, it worked out perfect for them.
Yeah, 9th through 16th here as well. Mazexis, Lazarus, Alpha, and Cloud9 only get themselves 1 point. And to move back to this Wildcard versus Ace fight here, Glitter, I think that Wildcard, it feels like they understood the situation just that little bit extra better than what we saw from Ace. As soon as they had everybody up, they moved towards that tower, and they were able to just effectively gatekeep Ace at all from being able to get past any kind of blue situation.
Absolutely. Once they got that height advantage on the other team, like there was no way that Ace could have made any sort of a safe rotation out of there without being seen by Wildcard. And Wildcard had done a really good job all game, even earlier on, being able to push up on C9 and take out the majority of C9 squad. They were kind of on a roll all game, and they just kept it going all the way through to the end.
Yeah, definitely. As is shown here by 14 kills coming in from them. A very, very big game for them indeed. Let's take a look at the team stats, how they shake down for Wildcard, because those 34 points got to be distributed in some way or fashion. Let's see how much damage they were able to accrue. It's the 2,500 damage game that you were hoping for, 7, eventually coming in for Wild. Look at the healing that they had to do throughout this game as well. Wow, they went through the war zone.
And look at the knocks too. They ended up getting 60 knocks and only 14 kills. I wish, trust me, I'm pretty sure the players right now, they're hoping they would have gotten those extra 2 kills just to be able to get even more points. But overall, man, great damage, great gameplay by them. They took advantage of every situation they have in a slitter, and as you said, they took full advantage of the position they had between Ace and themselves. They went up to the little sniper tower, and they just positioned themselves in a place where they knew Ace was going to have to push, and it was just easy picking for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't envy the players having to play in these kinds of situations, because Glitter, when obviously so many teams are on the edge of Quarry, going down into Quarry and having to get over to the other side is kind of a death sentence, right? There's not a huge amount to play, and then you have to go up another side, and you're easy pickings if you have to try and get that play here on Sandhawk.
Yeah, and that was something that we were talking about too while we were watching the game go down. It's kind of just a crapshoot. Like, you don't know which side to go on, and you have like that 50-50 chance of you're either going to make the right choice to be safe, or you're going to have to rotate across an area that you really don't want to have to be going through. And that early decision making, or even just like the right guess sometimes, is what makes or breaks the end of that game.
Yeah, definitely. Here's the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here for all of the highlights to get things started. So some early kills coming in for B4 to start things off, going up against Mazexis. And for B4, any little extra points that they can be getting right now, 7, to push themselves up at that top spot is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure B4 is trying to extend that lead that they're probably going to end up getting on XQ, David.
Yeah.
And now that Wildcard is also starting to pick up some kills and some wins, they need to go ahead and watch out for that. So it's going to be interesting how the leaderboard is going to play out here once we see it. But look at those plays. The Gronto, as I mentioned, they had to go ahead and push in the middle of Corey, and it didn't end up working out their way. And Tempo, to be fair though, even though Tempo had to push a little bit on the wide, on the open side of Corey, they played that to perfection. They made sure they checked all their angles. They made sure that everything was checked, and that they pushed collectively as a team.
We didn't actually get to see too much of that Tempo Storm versus Trem Carreta actually going down, but that was actually very important as well, of course, as Tempo Storm had to deal with them before even dealing with Wildcard. They were on their side of the circle, and Nades were able to make that happen, Glitter. So just seeing the kind of awareness and I suppose decision-making of when to deal with a certain team on one side as opposed to the other side really does make these teams stand out at the very top, right?
Absolutely, and it's about, you know, like you said, the awareness, but also knowing when to use the right utility. Like they were able to keep that distance from Trem with those grenades, and that's what ended up kind of turning the tides in their favor during that fight. And at this point, every single placement point really matters for Tempo. They've really started to pick it up. They've been way more consistent the past couple games now. And so I think that was the right choice, because ultimately it was probably the easier fight and the smarter fight for them to take than it would have been trying to go up against Wildcard above them.
Yeah, I mean, there could have even been a back-to-back potentially here for Tempo Storm. Had there been a little extra patience on, I guess, positioning. They really wanted those little ledges towards Quarry to try and keep them safe, because to be fair, maybe if they've had smokes, they could have kept themselves up, but there wasn't that much cover anywhere above that, so that's kind of scary. Let's take a look at the overall total damage for this lobby and see how that does shape up. Obviously, we saw Wildcard having the 2,500 damage. Let's see where everybody else stacks up against that. And they blow everyone out of the water. Apart from, by the looks of things, Ace, who was in that fight with Wildcard. So it does show the kind of collateral damage, Seven, that came in throughout that fight and the knocks that ensued.
Yeah, and Ace is one of those teams that's just starting to impress me, man. It's something I've been telling you guys just behind the scenes. They're starting to get a little bit more confident. They're willing to take on more fights, but it seems like they're just having struggle on getting more kills, and the placing is just haven't been consistent. They're one of those teams, if they can go ahead and be a little bit more consistent with placing and with their aggressiveness, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them top 6 at the end of this PMPL.
And of course, you can see Loops there, one team that I do want to talk about briefly, because of course, Glitter, they had bootcamp all to themselves, and when you've got it all to yourself, it means you can rotate a little bit faster, and they were very close to Quarry very quickly in that game. They had a decent spot, but it was all for nothing in the end.
They did. I mean, like you said, they were perfectly positioned. Unfortunately, they actually got caught out between the final two teams. It was Wildcard and Ace that end up taking out Loops in that scenario, which, you know, contributes to that overall massive damage total and was just very unfortunate for Loops after the game they just had prior.
We're still hoping for that victory. It's going to come eventually. We know it. We know it. Loops. It's on the way. It's on the way, we promise.
There was something interesting with Loops. As you mentioned, they did get to rotate early, and they also didn't have to worry about Tribe landing on them and trying to challenge early, which allowed them to rotate early, and they were also, I believe they were able to pick up maybe 2 kills on Omen Elite, which was nice.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the highlights here from the analysis. I'm not even sure which ones we have, but Seven, what do we have to say? Oh, actually, it's this fight. This is very important.
Yeah, it's the main fight, the one that it scratched my head a little bit. But overall, here, the push on Wildcard. As you can see, one player left from Ace. I can't really see his name there, but Isru starts healing up right away, and check out Spring. Spring doesn't have full heals. As soon as Ace pretty much got that mech off, I wish he would have went for it. I knew they threw in a grenade, a smoke grenade, and it would have been perfect if he would have rotated where they were going to rotate anyways. As you can see them right there, they're rotating towards the back end of that house. But at that point, Wildcard has everybody up, and they're just waiting for them to go ahead and push up, which didn't end up working out Ace's way. But yeah, a little bit more aggressive from the Ace players. I would have loved seeing that. And Wildcard, towards the end, something that you actually mentioned, Kalaris, when we were watching the game, is they had a player right up on that fence, and he was using the eye icon to relay that information of where the Tempo players were to his teammates up on the sniper tower.
Yeah, I think he actually saw the cross of, I think, 2 players up closer towards them. One player was on the back for a tempo, but he saw the cross, and that obviously that gives them great opportunity to maybe reposition, etc. And then another player came down to join him to try and kind of exploit that angle. So very, very nice stuff. All right, well, moving on. What do we have now? I can't remember. Something's about to pop up. We're about to
might be top players.
Yeah, top players. Hey, look at that, 7. You're on the ball, mate.
I got you, baby.
Damn, you can come do my job. You're better than me. We got 3 wildcard players showing up here, and B4 as well, as Levi is up at the top. So just a phenomenal game, really, Glitter, from wildcard, showing that across the board when it comes to their roster, with Spring getting 7 kills. Just fantastic stuff from them.
Yeah, when you see almost your entire roster as the top players for the game, you know you must have done something right.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Impressive, to say the least. Almost 1,000 damage from Spring. I think we've had, like, 1,000 damage so far, 7? Is it 1? I think
it was 1, and I think it was when Loops Esports, like on the first couple of days, when they were just on a tear.
Yeah, may have been.
That or either Tribe. Because I believe Tribe ended up getting 3,500 damage in one game. So
oh, yeah.
Either one of them.
Great stuff, great stuff. Let's take a look at the overall standings to see how Wildcard has pushed themselves up just a little bit here when it comes to the standings, and they managed to breach into top 3 with that. Now joining the 3 chicken dinner club. Notably, all the top 3 has had those 3 chicken dinners apiece. So it does go to show that when you look at how the point distribution has unfolded, and all of those guys have got 3 chicken dinners, the point distribution works. The system works, Glitter.
It's definitely working. And if you look at just how close Wildcard and XQ's numbers are, whether it's placement points or kill points, I mean, XQ better come back strong.
Yeah.
You know? After what, between a few of these teams, what they're doing today, I hope the other players are ready.
Definitely. Let's take a look at our 11th through 20th here as well, down towards the bottom. Omen Elite make a little bit of a move as Alpha 7. Have a rough time of this. They're the only team with 2 chicken dinners here down towards the bottom. Both of those were on Miramar. I feel like 7, if they round things out a little further on some of the other battlegrounds other than Miramar, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with, Alpha 7.
Yes, they are, and it seems like they're starting slow again today, which kind of worries me, because that's another team that if they start slow, they tend to continue to be that way. So hopefully here coming up in Big Candy, something sparks them up, because that's one of those teams, man. It really worries me when they start slow. And another team I actually want to go ahead and talk about is Grunto Esports.
Sure.
Today, they don't have the IGL that I thought was going to be in place, which is 6less. So it seems like maybe the language barrier might have been too much, and that's why he's sitting out. Or who knows? I'm just kind of speculating here, but it is really surprising that 6less is sitting out, and they believe they're going back to the normal squad that they had in scrims.
Yeah.
And it, for right now, is not going their way.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the overall schedule here, but we'll keep on this topic in a moment whilst we look at what is to come. We have 2 more games remaining. We'll be going to the Tundra. It's Vikendi coming up, and then the last bookend of the 2 with Erangel towards the end. But Glitter, I want to stick with you on this for a moment, because of course Grunto is having a little bit of a rough time right now. They had 6less, but then 3, or I should say 2.5 of their members were not speaking great English or being able to communicate with him. I suppose you can be an amazing player like 6less on a team, Glitter, but if you're having communication problems, be it in your language or otherwise, it can make things difficult in a game which is so strategically heavy based.
Of course. And I think one of the biggest things to always remember just in BR in general is any and all information is key. The more information you have than one of your enemy teams, the better position you will be in. So if you're in a situation where you either can't relay that information or you can't receive that information in the ways that you need to, it could really put your team at a disadvantage that you don't want to have to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. As we take a look at Vikendi here to get things going. 7, when I think Vikendi in the PMPL, I think of one way the circles goes. What is that way?
Center. Every single time.
Damn it, I want more variety from Vikendi, I'll tell you that much. But regardless of it just being center, I think that Glitter, that gives teams an opportunity. We've seen so many teams go center very, very quickly on this battleground because they kind of just know that it's coming along. And at least that gives them opportunity to ground themselves and kind of brace themselves, I suppose, for the upcoming battles to come.
I mean, yeah, if you're able to secure that position and kind of camp because you know what's coming,
Yeah.
if you're the first person there, then you can gatekeep anybody else that's trying to do the same thing. I mean, it's not the most active gameplay, especially after we see the endings that we've seen so far today. They have been quite hectic.
Been wild.
So I guess this will be a nice change of pace. I don't know. I enjoyed the urban ending, so.
Yeah, well, so did I. That was the best. That was the best. Let's hope. I'm hoping for some hard shifts. I want some hard shifts on Vikendi, and at home, I want to know your opinions as well, because you can use the hashtag with the team name and then PMPL at the end of it and send it our way, because we want to hear from you who you think is going to be winning the PMPL throughout all of this, and we're tallying up those votes as things do come along. So make sure to do that. How about yourselves? Do you have any particular teams that you're looking out for on Vikendi, starting with yourself, Seven?
I'm looking at the zone. All right, I want to see if the zone is going to go ahead and go southwest again.
No,
if
please.
it does happen, then I hope Loops Esports is able to take advantage of it, because XQ Gaming is not here. They usually have great matches on Vikendi, and also Tribe Gaming is not here either. They're sitting out today. So I'm hoping if it is going to go ahead and be a southwest, Loops takes advantage of that.
Glitzer, one team, one name. What have you got?
He stole it. I was literally waiting to say Loops. I feel like this could be the opportunity that they need.
All right.
For the day.
Fantastic. I'll talk to you in a moment. See you in a few as we now bring on our commentating team for Vikendi to find out, firstly, where that circle is going to go, and secondly, how many teams are going to go center. Snods, Mustache, Dave. Welcome back, Dave. I'm going to start with yourself. How are you doing, friend? You good? You good?
I'm doing good. I am pumped. We got 2 more games to go here today, Carl.
Yes. Snods, I will get you after this one because we are ready for Vikendi. See you in a few.
Oh, already, we're ready. Well, haven't had the most time to speak about our thoughts on the game, as we are going to be jumping straight into the action as the players are already strapped into the airplane right now, going on to Vikendi. Dave, my money, I'm looking at Wildcard Gaming. I'm looking at Ace One. Who's your money on?
Wow, wild card. I mean, wild card. They got a chicken here today. Just lucking out at the end versus Tempo Storm. Tempo also breaking that curse, getting a chicken of themselves. I know Glitter was cheering for Loops and Tempo. Tempo already winning the game. Can Loops finally get that chicken dinner here today?
Yeah, as well, a really good thing that Seven mentioned on the desk as well, just before the map actually started, was the fact that XQ Gaming aren't here. And one of the big things about XQ Gaming, Dave, is they always used to drop towards Winery, and another team that drops there is Ace One. Ace One on Miramar, they came 6th. In Sandhawk, they came 3rd. And now here on Vikendi, let's see what they can do. Although, look at this first circle already, Dave.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you are XQ, like you mentioned, sitting out, they tend to go towards Winery. Winery is the furthest away from circle number 1. We still see a couple teams going to be dropping in that general direction. Over here, Tempo Storm coming into the game on Vikendi. Looks to be going a little south, so they will be in the southern part of this zone. I mean, Alex, it has been one heck of a day so far here. I mean, Tempo getting a chicken dinner, HH and Tensa finally, flipping that switch.
Yeah, it's true. We've seen some amazing action so far. Actually, all the games have been really stellar as of yet. Hopefully it continues today in our games as well. Because once we're concluded, all teams would have played 20 games. It's going to be a lot easier to see who's currently doing well so far in the first quarter of the PMPL Americas, as right now on our screens we have Kultur and Loops just east of Cosmodrome. And this is one of the things that I was looking at coming into this map on Vikendi. Because Group A is out, Dave, that means there is no Team Queso. And we know that Pittsburgh Knights, Team Queso, they drop towards Cosmodrome and they fight for that top eastern part of the map. However, as again, Seven mentioned, we've constantly been seeing these southwestern circles, so it's never really been able to come to fruition. But instead, this time, Loops have actually gone for that spot where we saw Team Queso dropping, and it seems like Kultur wants to go for the same game plan.
Yeah, and it's a big game for when it comes to Loops, right? Because game number 1, they got taken out in 16th position with only 1 kill, and then obviously that second place kind of to like revamp the dream out here for Loops. I mean, coming into this match, they are still in 4th place. They are the only team not in that 3 chicken dinner winner club in the top 5 right now. So hopefully, once when Loops kind of flips that switch and starts, putting those chickens in the oven, oh man, they are going to be shooting up the leaderboards. I mean, they got 91 kills so far here from today's games and last week. So they're the squad with the most kills so far in the lobby.
but obviously they haven't had that win as of yet. But in terms of average points per map, they're at that 13 or 12 number, which is really high up compared to the rest of the teams. I mean, just looking down, I mean, once you hit that 8th on the leaderboard, below that, a lot of the teams are sitting around 8 to 5 points per game, and obviously it's not quite good enough 20 games in. Speaking of games being played as well, Pittsburgh Knights, who were just on our screen, subbing out Carnage. Obviously, Blank and John, they spoke about that earlier. Carnage subbing out this game, allowing for his teammate G3 to try and get some action and get warmed up here into the PMPL Americas, as it seems Omen Elite are trying to get warmed up right now versus Mazexis, as Vega, let's see, his teammates are close proximity behind him. Actually, Omen Elite are going to be quarantined between the remaining players here from Mazexis, although Vega's down, and at that point, you may just let him be here if you're Gamma and Emraz.
Ooh, Nico, yep, we'll be getting that kill onto Vega. Like you mentioned, Emraz and Gamma across the street. I don't think they're going to evacuate the area. I think they're going to hold tight for the time being. They are in the zone, so they can kind of play this one out for a little bit here. And, you know, you gotta get the retaliation for the squad mate. You can't let them slide like that. You can't let Omen off the hook that easy.
Yeah, well, one of the things as well that Blank mentioned was the fact that sometimes you do want to sacrifice players to try and get inside the center of the zone, although maybe not at the start. In phase 1, as we haven't seen where the circle will be shifting. Ooh, Telly actually taking some shots there from the DMR of Emraz, as you said, trying to get vengeance for his fallen comrade. As Juicy, oh dear, he's not waiting around, it seems, as Darius is so far away here from 2 of the players from Mazexis. As they are going to be hearing the footsteps coming in now. We're going to have to see this rotation from Darius become immediate here, as the cavalry has to arrive in time. As you can see now, Omen Elite are preparing for war.
Yeah, Darius, like you mentioned, will be on the push right now, trying to get there as quickly as possible. Emraz is going to be attempting to peel on off right now and regroup with Gamma. Nico, with that off angle, could be huge when Darius comes and decides to join this engagement.
Yeah, Nico as well denies the flank and denies the ability to fall away if you are Emraz here, as he is just patiently waiting for one of the players here from Omen to overextend very slightly, maybe get too overzealous here towards the balcony and try and get a 1-for-1 kill here and get some kill points. As Gamma's made his way into the compound behind him, once again we see a player here from Mazexis isolated.
I mean, Emraz on the roof right now, not even making a sound. So if you are Omen Elite, we already see the smokes getting tossed there. Omen Elite, they're looking to make the push. They are looking to go on into the other compound. Emraz is going to have a challenge. They need to spray down 4 enemies right now that will be trying to take out Gamma. Smokes are out, angry, walking around with the pan. It's down to Emraz. What will Emraz be able to do from up there on top of the roof?
Yeah, the thing is, though, if you're Omen Elite, is it really worth going for that push this early on into the game? Speaking of pushes, rotations now coming towards the western side of the map, as teams obviously have to make the hustle up north, seeing as the first circle is located in the center of Coal Mine and Cosmodrome. And it's important to mention Coal Mine because that's exactly what Emraz and his teammate Gamma are currently trying to hold the fort for, because it is in the center of the circle. But Omen Elite seems like they're going to be falling back just now. But Emraz, ooh, who's he been caught by? I'm not sure if that's a player from Omen Elite. No, it seems like it's Lazarus there, Russell.
Man, yeah, maybe Russell over here. Oh, look at Russell in the guard tower, this elevated position. Like you mentioned, spotting out Emraz. And you already know, Omen Elite, they are so thirsty right now, Alex. They saw who they knocked. They know who they're fighting. They know they're going against Vega, Mezix, they're at like the bottom of the leaderboard. So if you are Omen Elite, you're looking to get some points. But Mezix looking to clap back as Russell with the mini connecting onto Emraz.
Yeah, it's really, really important to third party here on Vikendi when you have so many compounds, just to try and gate crash these 2 teams that are fighting. Gamma is still here, Darius as well is still alive for the side of Mazexis, but even so, 2 players down already, just 7 minutes into this matchup. And speaking of being 7 minutes in here, Dave, currently all the teams bar Alpha 7 inside the zone, as Alpha 7 are now making their rotation past Winery. We'll get to that shortly, as Omen Elite, they smell blood in the water, now pushing forward, but again, it's Russell to steal the kill, excuse me. Gamma, yes, he will go down. That's 2 kills now for Russell. Lazarus, they're going to be lapping that up.
Yeah, Russell, you know, getting that knock, making sure to get that thirst so it's not stolen. Omen Elite, I mean, hey, they got one. They got one really early on, and they have the position. Now, if you are Omen Elite, you have to be ultra aware of where Russell is taking these shots from and make sure not to get caught out of position here, because Russell, I mean, even if Omen decide to push this, it's going to be a challenge to toss grenades that high up and mollies that high up onto that guard tower. That guard tower right now, OP, Alex.
It is, and it's dead center as well of the circle by the river and the road, so amazing positioning there for Lazarus. But for now, we see Alpha 7 now finally making their rotation past the cement factory and eventually going to be meeting Ace. Although there's a few teams that are by Ace 1 as well. Premier Batiste, who obviously won the first game in Erangel early, are going to be mounting that position for now, so we could see a firefight happening just south of Cosmodrome.
Yeah, and you mentioned it earlier on. You know, Carnage sitting out, opting to sit out here today and let G3, you know, play maybe today, maybe tomorrow. I'm not sure. Maybe the Knights are kind of, you know, testing out which player meshes better with the squad here. I mean, they got 3 more weeks to go starting today. I mean, last week, honest, my opinion, Carnage did a pretty good job, and we saw Carnage fragging out multiple times. So, hey, G3, they got a lot of work to do if they want to stay on the main roster here and not from the sideline. So big shout out to Carnage for allowing that to happen here. And, you know, that's a team player right there. Let's see who meshes better with the squad, because at the end of the day, you want the squad to do good so that you can make it on into the Worlds League and not the individual player. So big shout out to Carnage right there for, you know, sitting out this game.
Alpha 7 now making their way finally inside the zone. It feels like they've had a strong start to the season in those first 10 games, Dave, and then following that, it just seemed to fall off slightly. It felt like we saw Tempo Storm and B4 have the complete opposite. You know, the first few days they were lackluster, and then following it as they found their footing here in PMPL Americas, they really got the ball rolling. Culture as well, Dave, another team that haven't really been performing as to what we expected.
Yeah. I mean, some of these teams, you know, maybe a wake-up call in week number 1. You know, especially coming on over from scrims, they were feeling a little better. But a lot of teams, they kind of changed up their strategies. I mean, during the scrims, it was the time to practice new things. And now, when it counts, PMPL, teams go back to those old habits that they know are tried and true. And that might have caught some squads off guard, like Call to, like Alpha 7, as we see right now. Alpha 7 almost in the circle, but they're going to crash right on into Cream if they're not scouting properly.
Yeah, that seems like the barricade, as they are going to be past them right now in the vehicles. Ace 1 as well have an elevated angle on the ridgeline as they are in their vehicles. They may spot out Alpha 7 as they are just south of Trevno right now. And then towards the furthest west, we've got C9, who are currently just edge guarding towards Garoka, as obviously we've seen so far today. C9 not having the best start to day 5, but let's see if they can try and change that here. Still 16 teams alive. The only teams really feeling the pressure right now is Misexis.
Yeah, they're going to have to defend. They are going to have to defend. Getting a nice little aerial view over here. Ace Nunez over here in that crouched position, looking out there in the distance as Alpha 7 are going to be riding right on by. Nunez copping a field to get in this vehicle and regroup with their squad mates here. I mean, it's still, circle 2. It's really early on here. I know 7 on the desk wanted Cave for Sanok and wanted Castle here for Vikendi. Unlucky, we won't be getting that. But Alex, you made a great point. The Knights, they love Cosmodrome. They are so comfortable in Cosmodrome, we just might be going there.
Yeah, actually, it happened in the background of our action just a few moments ago. Actually, one of the players, Rolex from Alpha 7, was taken down. Tempo as well of a player downed as Russell is going to be knocked down as well. Ooh, a whole bunch of kills now coming, Dave. It's that, well, not 21 minutes, it's 11 minutes this time where the action starts to pick up, and Tempo Tensor's down, and Rain as well here, as it seems like Trem Caretta are wiping the floor with Tempo. Lazarus, though, they want some more. B4 caught in the open here, as you can see how far apart 2 of the players here from B4 are. Pedro trying and get back up against Lazarus, but he's failing as Maxton is so far forward, and 2 of these players here from B4 as well are going to be easy work for Lolo. I mean, come on, Dave. He took on a 1 versus 4 earlier. What's a 1 versus 3?
I mean, that was huge right there. You know, Lazarus, they were in their own engagement. B4 rolling on up, trying to get the third party, but caught off guard themselves. Pedro, the last remaining member right now. Oh, but we got another push coming out from Loops here, Alex.
Oh my goodness, we do indeed, and that's going to be Trem Caretta, maybe down and out, and yes, they are out in 16th. Corral finding those last 2 kills. That's going to be 3 kills early on for Loops. They have a player down Federal, but he's easily going to be revived back up. And obviously on the desk, it feels like a broken record sometimes. We're hearing loops on loop every single time because it's their consistency. But at what point are they going to take that big W, as they were so close in that last map? Once again, though, it's the standoff here between Lazarus and Omen Ali, as B4 want to try come back up against Lazarus.
Hey, you want to hear it again? I ate some Fruit Loops for breakfast. True story. True story. So yeah, Pedro, you know, trying to carry that flag for the squad. B4, I mean, they're in first place right now, averaging around 13 points per game. And I actually had a chance to speak to the manager from B4, Knight, and they told me over the last week, they went and actually got a psychology coach to kind of help the squad out here and calm those nerves.
This is for Knights or Loops, sorry?
This is for B4. This is for B4. So they got a psychology coach to come in and help with the nerves and ease the tension. And I gotta say, compared to scrims, B4, they have been popping off here in the PMPL. And I asked them, what is the strat? Like, what have you guys done differently here? And they said, listen, Dave, listen, we're just gonna focus on placement points. And if we can take a fight and it's good to go, we're going to take the fight. So placement points over everything here, Alex. And hey, I can't deny they are in first place right now.
It's a really good point to mention as well, the idea of playing for placement points and getting too greedy and going for fights. I think that's what we saw from Ace 1 at the start. They were playing too scared for the first 2 days, just trying to play for those placement points. Then days 3 and 4, they started getting aggressive. They were fighting teams at the start. And now day 5, as Blank said earlier as well in the cast, they're picking their fights. And it's really started to pay off as Ace coming 6th in Miramar, 3rd on Sandhawk, and here, well, they're looking fairly good early on as they are just east right now of Cosmodrome. As it's actually towards the west, we see many teams currently gathered here towards Coal Mine. That's C9, B4, and what's left of Mazexis.
Yeah. I mean, hey, power to them. Over here, Team Solid, we saw just a moment ago, and you mentioned it as well, Grunto. You know, Sixless, the IGL from week number 1 will be sitting on out. And, you know, communication was one of the main issues. But what I got to say about that is inside PUBG Mobile, you got the pings, you got the marking system. Like, you could pretty much talk without knowing the language of your teammates. I mean, I do it all day long when I get into the game. So it might be like, hey, get in the vehicle. But at the end of the day, like, you know what to do. So obviously you want to be able to communicate with the IGL. It's interesting to see them kind of swap out Sixless here today because personal opinion, Alex, last week Sixless was doing a lot of the heavy lifting from the squad.
Yeah, especially the first few days as well. Sixless was the hard carry, but it seems like they are going to be opting for potentially communication over raw gun skill, and maybe that can allow them to get more placement points instead of Sixless gathering those kill points. So now we are waiting as we enter the calm before the storm. 15 minutes in, all the teams going to be feeling nice and safe inside their compounds. And actually all the teams as well are inside the circle for now, as we are just moments away, you can see as well to the top right of entering that 4th phase. And yeah, I mean, most of the teams here are centered towards the middle of, well, Coal Mine, Cosmodrome. So even if it does go towards the west or east, most of these teams are going to be fairly set.
Yeah, and the Knights, you know, the most centralized pretty much. We got Ace all the way out there on the east side, still, you know, taking shots back and forth with Cream. But honestly, everybody just waiting by their vehicles. The keys are in their hands right now. The gas is already ready to go, and they are just seeing where this next zone goes so that they
let's
can
find out,
reposition.
Dave. Let's take a look at it. As we are about to witness the 4th phase. Who's it going to be favoring? Ooh, this is very good for Team Solid and Pittsburgh Knights as well, although Couture are currently guarding the 4 of Cosmodrome. C9 are going to have to make a rotation from Coal Mine, but let's think about that later because all the rotations right now are coming from Omen Elite as they're finally here to take down Lazarus. They waited long enough. They watched Russell steal their kills. Now they're saying, we're going to kill you.
Yeah. I mean, they needed to make this push pretty much right now because this fight is on the edge of the new zone. And not only that, they need to hurry up and get these revives and reset and heal on up because Coal Mine, we got Darius still out there. We got B4. And not only that, Cloud9 are on their rotation. So hopefully Omen can heal on up real quick and get together and calm down and just gatekeep those squads and make sure they can't breach on into this new circle. As I mentioned, here goes Cloud9 right here. Beowulf was knocked down somehow.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 right now, to their east, they have Omen Elite. Inside the circle to their west, they have Darius, who's outside of the circle. I imagine it was Omen Elite just to the east of Coal Mine who are trying to gatekeep that edge of the circle up against Cloud9. As you said, Beowulf was dropped, so they're going to have to try and recalibrate themselves here and find a different pathway inside the circle. As Couture currently just outside of Cosmodrome, hoping to maybe get a good favor of the circle, because if it does go towards the north, outside of Cosmodrome itself, it's going to be really hard for a lot of these teams inside buildings.
Yeah, it is going to be spicy, all right? And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some snow get melted in the process. Call 2, though, if I'm Call 2, I am straight chilling. I am not moving a muscle. Unfortunate for them, though, they're going to be getting pushed. Oh, no. we got Wildcard, we got Alpha 7 over here in the distance on Cosmodrome.
Yeah, I think we've got 3 or 4 squads fighting right now as Wildcard. I'm not sure how many players are left, if any. No, not at all. So that's my favorite god already, Dave. Alpha 7, there were 2 kills, but they did lose 2 players in the process. Tempo Storm as well taken out in at 12th. Abdul going to be revived here by Matek. Alpha 7 managing to stay put for now as they are inside Cosmodrome, but we're moments away, Dave, from that next circle. And if it goes towards the western side and all these teams have to flood out of Cosmodrome, then it's going to be a bloodbath as they try to exit through the door.
Yep.
But let's see then. Pittsburgh Knights.
And you mentioned the bloodbath. You mentioned it. Call 2, they're sandwiched right now between the Knights. The Knights are trying to annihilate them, trying to clean the house out over here. I mean, they've been sharing it for so long. The next zone does go on up. They're right on the edge here, Alex.
They are indeed, and inside the center of that circle, I mean, there's that huge road as well, and if you're a team, if you can get north of that road, then that's going to be a really important position, but so is Pittsburgh Knights right now up against it, as Couture trying to fight back. That G360 is so powerful up close to that fire rate, and that 9mm bullet that goes straight into the dome and body of J7. G3, though, has a lot to do here. Big shoes to fill, and I mean literally from Carnage, as Paolo going to be reviving Luxie. Yang as well going to be healing up momentarily as we are just waiting for both these teams to rekindle their spirit. And then here it comes. This is perfect timing here. They're going to be catching the players off guard, going for the revive, and see you later, Pittsburgh Knights. They're out in 11th.
Paulo with the drop shot, Uzi right there just to finish it off and be crowned the victors of Cosmodrome right now. Hopefully, for Call 2, they can loot those crates in time before getting pushed, because I noticed out there in the distance, Loops, they need to make their way on into this new circle. I believe Loops are sitting pretty well with 4 up also, so that's going to be a really aggressive squad trying to overthrow their position.
Yeah, it's true. We saw as well Ace Nunez just pushing inside the circle. Actually, a really good position from the Ace 1 player there. Nunez, if his other 3 teammates can try get in towards that forward position and utilize the fact that they were behind cover, and there's no one behind them right now as well in the circle. The closest team to Ace 1 is in fact Couture, and we just saw them on our screens inside the steel casing of Cosmodrome. And oh no, Cloud9 are going to be caught in an awkward situation once again, but this time from Grunto Esports. As OQ spots out of there in the distance. That's him down already. Now Cloud9 have to try and revive him as he's still trying to fight back. More players here from Cloud9 as Pyra going to be finishing off the job there with the mini Uzi. Going to go for the teabag as well. Okay. And that's going to be, of course, Grunto Esports taken out by C9 as Loops. They want to try finish off what's left of Alpha 7.
Hey, the Q got heart. You got heart trying to go for that 1v4 compared to just, you know, snaking it at the end here and going for placement points. Here comes Loops, like you mentioned, are going to be crashing on into this wall. I believe Loops, yep, they have 4 vehicles to work with, and the next zone does go on up. They are right in the middle. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Loops try to build like a little fort here using this wall and using these vehicles. My main fear, Mid-Tech looks like they want to toss a molly. Looks like they want to toss a grenade on over there. If one connects, Loops, they're so grouped up right now, that could be a 3-member grenade taken down and out right there. So Mid-Tech, huge opportunities right now.
Yeah, they have to be careful, but for Alpha 7, you have to remember they are inside the zone, but someone who's outside of the whole game is going to be Mezexis. Darius eventually found. It's going to be Mezexis out in 9th, as now we're down to 8 teams and 29 alive. As Alpha 7 still just trying to play this one patiently. I mean, for both these teams, Dave, they're both inside the center. They have some sort of a compound. Maybe they can just try wait it out.
Wait it out, wait it out. Hey, neighbors, welcome to the neighborhood. But that doesn't look like that's the case here. They're not going to be having a barbecue here today. They're trying to barbecue each other, and here comes the push from Loops.
Let's see it then. Dadin going to be leading the charge with his micro Uzi. He's going to be bursting through the smoke as there's 2 players here, remember, versus the 4 of Loops. As the smokes are working in the favor here of Alpha 7, but not for long. Look at this. Through the smoke he emerges. And now it's all down to 1. Abdul diminished. Loops, they claim 2 more lives. They're up to 6 kills now as Alpha 7 go out in 8th.
Hey, Loops, they're looking really good right now. They could be getting that chicken dinner. There's still 6 other squads alive. This is my main fear right now for Loops. You got the full team of Cloud9. Cloud9 are extremely hungry right now. They want to get this chicken dinner. If they can secure a chicken right now, Alex, that can shoot them up the leaderboards, and that could be the turning point for the squad that everybody wants to see. Oh, over here, Ace in their own engagement as well.
Whoa, what's happening here? Couture trying to get outside of Cosmodrome and inside the circle. But look at the positioning here from Ace 1.
They're stuck. They're
They
stuck.
can just fire down here. Luxie's behind the helicopter right now. He's wishing it would work so he can fly out of this awkward situation. 2 of his players are downed. There's no smokes as well to cover his teammates. They're going to be shot like fish in a barrel here in the open. As now Luxie just left alone here. His 2 teammates are dying in front of his very eyes. And there you have it. Paralyzed is going to finish him off. Kultur out in 7th. And Ace1 out to 4 kills as they wipe the squad.
If only the helicopter worked. If only they could, you know, just turn on the engine, get those blades going, and shoot those missiles and take out Ace.
Exactly. So we're going to be seeing phase 7 very shortly here, Dave, as Omen Elite now inside the center of the current circle.
Omen Elite still with 4 up as well. So we got Omen with 4. We got Loops with 4. Cream with 4. Cloud9 with 4. Everybody's got 4. What am I saying? All 6 teams right now have 4 up. We are about 24 minutes on into the map here. Coming down to the wire. This could be even crazier than the Miramar match we saw here today.
Yeah, it really, really could be. Look how much open field there is as well. It all comes down to who is favored by the circle. Although you can see the circle a little bit towards the top right of your screens, but it's not on the full dexterity of your vision just yet, but you can see Ace1, they're outside of the circle. They have to get inside it, exactly where Team Solid are. Team Solid, Dave, they've stayed so quiet this whole game. They've played this one patiently, and now the zone does favor them. Cloud9 landing a few knocks as well as they're trying to get into their position here inside phase 7.
Ace, open field right now. I hope they got at least 20 smokes to at least have the dream to make it on out of here. I mean, we saw them just moments ago. They had the advantage, but they didn't move quick enough. So now they are going to be pinched all the way down there to the south. Loops are going to be looking right in their direction. Same thing with Team Solid. All these squads are in this zone. They're going to make sure. They're going to make sure Ace cannot make their way on in here safely.
Ooh, juicy knockdown by Team Solid as they are towards the other half of the road. It seems that road is cutting that circle in half right now, just ever so slightly between Team Solid and Omen Elite, as Cloud9 have 2 players right now inside the circle. Ooh, maybe not for long though, as Ada is going to be dropped by one of the players from Creme Rouge Batiste. As Loops are on their crawl right now, trying to get into a better position. Ace1 now spot out a few of the players here from C9. And Ace1, Dave, they started the day off 19th. They're 16th right now. But if they can stay alive for a bit longer, they can try and get a really high finish here on Vikendi. Ooh, Omen Elite, they're still trying to just survive right now, licking their wounds. As Ace1, you've got Team Solid as well, who are just trying to around them, try and steal those kills if possible, and yeah, it's going to be happening now. A few more players here from Omen Elite are going to be disposed of, and that's them out in 6th. Ace1 now, this may be their best finish so far if they can make it.
Yeah, and I am extremely surprised that Ace1 are still alive, Alex. I don't even know how they made it. I think what happened is Team Solid, they were taking shots onto Omen Elite, trying to third party that one to the north, and we didn't have a scout. We didn't have anybody looking in the south. Unfortunate for Team Solid, but very fortunate for Ace. And oh, talk about fortunes. Next zone does going up. Ace, they're going to have to run across the field once again.
Oh, this isn't looking good there for them. Oh, but it is looking good right now for Cloud9, currently sitting pretty on 8 kills. They did lose Beowulf a fair few moments ago in the firefight, but they still have Uneven alive. He can revive his 2 teammates, Pyra and Ada, come back into the fray. As right now, it's 8 kills for Cloud9. Just below them, it's Ace1. As you said, that circle is really mean here for Ace1.
I mean, Ace, they can't catch a break, but they somehow are managing to keep the whole team alive. They actually have 6 kills as well here. So Loops, they're going to be right there. They're using that concrete wall for cover, but they can't use it for long. They have to move. They have to make their way on in right on top of Cloud9. Cloud9 looking right in this direction, Alex. This is going to be nuts.
Yeah, as well, if we take a look at Team Solid there, fortification that was so strong for the remaining 10 minutes is now outside of the zone, so we're going to have to be seeing them try and find a way and make up a game plan on the fly and how they can tactically try and get out of their compound, maybe smoke to the left side, to the right side, use it as cover, try spread out 2 for 2 and use vehicles or something. Either way, let's see what happens as Uneven gets caught off guard trying to scout out some information down the road and down the hill. Now then, 4 teams remaining, 13 players as well as 2 players alive right now for Loops. It's 4 for Team Solid. It's nearly as well 4 for Ace as 0 is down and it's 2 right now for Cloud9. Dave, who are you thinking here?
This is crazy. Ace, they're going to leave Paralyze in the back line. Paralyze might be healing off right now while the other 3 members of Ace attempt to make it on into zone. Pyra being shot at from multiple directions, also forced to go for the heal. We're going to have a heal off possibly here, Alex.
good cover here inside the center of the circle. All of these players right now hiding behind the trees, trying to go for the heal-offs against each other. But remember, it's 4 players right now from Team Solid, and now they've made their way inside the circle. It seems so likely that this could be their victory here if they can keep playing it safe, as Ada has Pyra, but Pyra is going to be revived. He's going to be healing himself up here as he spots that paralyzed from afar. That's a brilliant spray down there from him. Going to be wiping out Ace 1-2, and now we're down to just 3. Oh, Loops, they have 1 player left. He's got the medkits, he's got a few more, but look at the damage right now the zone's doing as Team Solid, they don't want to wait around here, Dave. They're pushing forward onto Cloud9.
Loops actually trying to out-heal this one. Team Solid and Cloud9, they need to clash right now if Loops want to have that fighting chance to at least get that second place here. About 3 more first aids going on for that solo member from Loops. It looks like Team Solid, they are setting up. NTX is in a vehicle. What are they going to do with this vehicle?
Oh, it seems like they may just try and crash the party here as Ada's going to be knocked down. That means there's 1 player left. I think everyone's about to die here. The zone as well is going to take out Loops.
What?
What Team Solid have just won. They've taken out 2 squads immediately. They probably had no idea about Loops just healing in the background behind everything. They spot out the 2 players from Cloud9. And at the exact same time, Loops, they hit the deck. That's a win for Team Solid, Dave.
Oh my goodness. Team Solid getting the chicken dinner with 2 kills. Loops, the solo member, healing on up right there to second place, seeing the prime opportunity to take those final shots. Cloud9, I mean, Pyra, 7 kills that game, popping off, but Cloud9 got taken advantage of right there in the end zone, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, what's crazy as well, Dave, is in the last game it was, 14 kills. In this game it was 2. Actually, I'm going to throw that over to Kalaris now. What do you think? It's a 2 kill and they've won it.
I'm back. Hello.
There he is.
Yeah, that's
hanging there for a second.
team. Yeah, sorry, mate. Teleportation. It takes a little bit out of me. Of course, Team Solid, as you mentioned, not that many kills coming in, but they had an amazing compound to work with. And then when they're pushing up, the only thing that they had to really be worried about, Snods, was Cloud9, because that was the only team that was even in vision of them, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and of course, obviously, a weakened Cloud9. They had lost 2 players early. Beowulf had died, I think, 5 or 4 minutes beforehand. Right. So it was down to Ada, it was down to Pyra. I mean, obviously, Pyra's used to be last alive for Cloud9, so it was no unusual feat for him. But they fought well, they fought hard.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you back for the last game as we do go over to the analysis segment, as we have Seven and Glitter ready to go with us. Lots to talk about here for Vikendi. Not only the fact that we didn't have some center circles, and we didn't have a southwest circle. Oh my God, Seven. The game is completely different now. What happened?
Then listen, what happened there? I saw the first circle, I was so happy, man. I jumped out of my seat.
Same, absolutely. So Glitter, looking at how things shifted on, to be honest, like the fact that Cosmodrome even played so much of a factor here through this game kind of took me by surprise, because I haven't watched huge amounts of Vikendi games, but I saw it unfolding, and it was really difficult for some teams to try and get out of that situation in Cosmodrome.
Yeah, we were talking about it a lot while we were watching it all unfold. Between who was it? Who did we have? Why am I blanking out? It was Ace and Coltu and PK.
Right.
Right? Or am I making that up? Pretty sure.
No, it was Coltu. it was Coltu and Ace. That's the main one that I saw.
Well, they were the ones at the end. There was a third team that rotated out super early to make sure they didn't get caught in anything that was going to come out of Cosmodrome, and it worked. I think. Oh, actually, that might have been A7. They rotated. They had 2 players left. They rotated out super early to make sure they weren't between. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
There's that fight, and they were safe for a good chunk of time. Watching Coltu try to push out of there just.
Very difficult.
It was almost painful.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, there's not much cover down in that area at all. There's a crashed helicopter, and that's about it. So for them to have to try and deal with that is very difficult, of course. Let's take a look at the map ranking that's coming in from this. The points on the way we have up to the top here. It's going to be Team Loops actually get themselves the #1 spot because of the kill points. Fantastic, 11 points coming in from Cloud9, 12 kills coming in with 22 points in total, and 7 for Cloud9. I thought it was going to be a little bit difficult for them getting over to the other side of the frozen river. However, they were able to do so very successfully from the west and then take the, I guess, highest ground that anybody would actually have in those final circles, which paid dividends for them in the end.
Yeah, and at one point I was hoping, I was hoping that Cloud9 would end up with at least all of their 4 players towards the top 5 teams left, because so far in this tournament, I don't think Cloud9 has had all their 4 players available to them in the top 5 situation. But at least they were able to make a lot of great stuff come out of it with Beowulf, their IGL not being there. And overall, the height advantage that they had over some teams, they were able to take advantage of that, get some extra kills. Unluckily, Uneven, they get picked apart, which that really sucked to see. I love being able to see just the full teams collaborate with each other like Loops Esports was able to do at the end.
Well, of course, Glitter, I totally blanked when you were mentioning Pittsburgh Knights before, and so I left you hanging there for a moment, but they only got themselves 16th place off the back of this, and it kind of comes down to what we were talking about in that Cosmodrome fight, right? Because they were in a really rough spot. I don't know why they were there, like getting knocked in that situation, but when you're getting knocked down there and having 0 hard cover to work with if your opponents actually come around the corner, I feel that was just like a lapse in judgment as to kind of positioning wise, right? Do you feel that way?
Yeah, and that was super unfortunate for them because I don't think that that's reflective of how their gameplay's gone thus far for them. So I'm just going to count this one as an outlier because, you know, every team's going to have a bad game or even a bad day, and they can probably just pick it back up in our next map.
Yeah, I should think so. Loops Esports, though, I feel like they're forever destined to the either doing great or second place, never that first. I would love to see it. I mean, kudos to them as well, though, Seven, for being able to even just get second, never mind third, because the heel off down towards the back there, they could have easily gone out third, not have that occur, but Cloud9 for them, thankfully, did actually fall down a little bit earlier.
Yeah, that's something that as we were watching the match in the back end, I just noticed that one of the players decided to stay put. It reminded me a little bit more of what one of the players from Team Queso did a couple days back, where he was just trying to secure more placement and try to heal off. It worked out perfect for them. In my end, I was hoping that the Loops Esports player would just peak a little bit and get some extra kills, but overall it worked perfect for them by being able to secure that second place over Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely so. Let's take a look at Team Solid's stats. They didn't do much shooting, but they got themselves 2 kills, and let's take a little gander at how that has actually played out here. That's actually 1,000 damage, you know? Like, it's more than I kind of expected coming out from them here. They had to take a few fights here and there for anybody that was coming up towards their compound, but a quiet win, Glitter, here for Team Solid, and they needed the extra points, you know, to push themselves up the rankings.
Yeah, quiet win to say the least. That I mean, the majority of that damage is probably, like you said, poking at other teams, keeping them off of them to make sure that they were really maintaining the position as they were rotating wide around the edge of that zone. At the position that they're in the overall rankings, though, because that was something I brought up when we were watching, they were in 17th at the start of today.
Right.
They needed those placement points, so maybe that was just a way to secure those points without risking that aggression.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here for this Vikendi. And again, you know, at the beginning, I was hoping for a little bit more spice here from the circles. Indeed, we got it, and it caused some teams a bit of a harder time about kind of rotations, etc. Even a little bit of bolt action here, Seven, to get things going.
As we saw just Loops going up against Team Coretta, and another team that I actually saw waking up a little bit more that didn't get that lucky with the zones was Omen Elite. I started seeing them more on pretty much on the kill feed, getting kills and stuff like that, which was nice to see. And right here, that was a huge win for Alpha 7 and my boy MeTech being able to get that knock, picking up his teammate, and they were able to rotate. Ultimately, they ended up getting destroyed by Loops. And this one is the one you were talking about, Carl. PK, not in the best positions there, but they didn't really have anywhere else to go. And that play right there actually gave me flashbacks of between Ace and Wildcard in Sandhawk, something I wish Ace would have done. Would have just pushed a little bit, and right here, Ace just picking people apart. Yeah. They couldn't do anything. Cold 2 was just pretty much waiting for the inevitable, which was them dying.
Yeah, you're seeing the punishing situation that they were in there, and eventually, Ace actually moved up to a small little hut, even I should say, against the walls, which Loops in the end really wanted to take because it was actually it may have been A7 that was in there. Regardless, Glitter, obviously Loops really wanted that position because the previous position they were in, they were kind of open from multiple sides. They needed more coverage to get them in a good spot.
They really did. I mean, and even going back to Ace, they were in a fantastic position coming out of Cosmodrome, and they got 2v4'd by C9. like that was a huge bummer because I thought this was a good setup for Ace. They might have been able to rotate into the zone and keep their entire 4-man squad up. Did not work out in their favor whatsoever. But then Loops realized that they were a little bit on the back of it, was able to just kind of hide until they really needed to sneak up behind C9, kill both of them, and at least get the second place.
Yeah. We're going to get that first place eventually. Yeah, how many times do I have to repeat this? I don't know. Let's take a look at the total. Let's take a look at the total damage here throughout this lobby so far. And not too many big spikes going on. Cloud9 really had rule of the roost up towards that little bit of high ground just above Cosmodrome. And that was able to win out for them. Lazarus actually putting up a pretty decent amount of damage as well. And considering Pittsburgh Knights actually went out very early, 1,000 damage is respectable, but it didn't really materialize in much 7 here for this game.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Knights just got super unlucky. One thing that I am seeing that they're starting to pick it up again is Loops Esports now getting 2 second places today after having just a horrible day 4 and a horrible start to day 5. It's good to see them starting to get more kills and getting those placements. Man, they're just so close to the win that I wonder what's stopping them. I'm pretty sure that as a player, they're probably just scratching their heads wondering, listen, what can we do different? We're getting the kills. I think they're going to be the first team, if I'm not mistaken, to go ahead and cross 100 kills, which is pretty awesome. They're just so close. Could Erangel be the one where they get finally that win?
Yeah, and I suppose they can't let the slight frustration of not having a chicken dinner on their plate get to them, because everything else for them, Glitter, has been, apart from like a 16th here or there, everything else for them has been fantastic. So even if you're not getting the chicken dinner, you don't necessarily need to get the chicken dinner to be all the way up at the top of the leaderboard here in a game like PUBG Mobile, right?
Exactly, and that's kind of what Seven was saying too, like their aggression and their kill points alone have been carrying them quite high on the leaderboard. So even if they are consistently getting a lot of 2nd or even 3rd place finishes, it's not going to hurt them that much in the overall. At this point, I think it's almost just like the satisfaction of getting that chicken dinner.
Look, taking a look at these highlights here, you can see the bailout from 1A7 player because they knew that Loops was pushing up against them. And for Loops, it was important that they tried to take this spot central right 7, because this was, if they hadn't taken this spot, they would be constantly expending a lot of smokes to try and keep themselves alive.
Yeah, and at that point, they didn't really know where the circle was going to be going, but ultimately that push right there, and the reason why I wanted to go ahead and highlight that push is because of how they did it as a team. Nobody stayed back. They knew they had a numbers game right there. They knew they had an advantage with just the amount of players they had up, and they all went for it. They used those smokes perfect, and Alpha 7 was just in shock. They're like, okay, what we're going to do here? And as you mentioned, you saw one player just go ahead and try to leave. Didn't end up working out that way.
They tried. Let's take a look at the top players here from this game too, to see how their numbers have racked up against the others. Quite evenly spread in terms of this game, of course. We're going to see Cloud9 up there. Ace continues to show up, and all things considered, Seven, you wanted them to start showing up today, and I think more so than any other day. Their numbers have been through the roof comparatively.
Yeah, their numbers, especially their kills, for their placing, I feel like they're getting so much more confident. They've been going for kills. There's just something lacking with the placement, with the rotations. Hopefully they go ahead and maybe today, after this day, they go back and watch a little bit of tape, because their rotation isn't quite there for them. But if they get into a situation where they can go up against any team, it seems like today is their day. They're winning engagements against, I believe, Tempo, Wildcard. They also won one against Loop earlier. So looking forward to seeing more out of them and hopefully just perfecting the rotations a little bit more.
Jeez Louise, Pyra, 7 kills coming in for him. Very impressive stuff. And NTX getting 600 some damage for a team that got 1,000 damage throughout that game. It really does show, Glitter, that he was actually one of the MVPs for the team by far, getting himself this win.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the confidence boost that team needs as well. You know, I'd mentioned that they've kind of struggled up until this point, and being able to secure your win, even if it is a low kill win, and also have one of your players be one of the damage leaders for the game is a really good way to start.
Yeah, definitely is. And that kind of shapes things up as things have been for Vikendi. Let's take a look at the overall standings and see how those points are going to rack up with everything else that we've had so far here throughout the 20-ish or so games we've had before. Still sitting up at the top. Loops takes 2nd place spot with, I'm not even going to say it. You know, 229 points here. Amazing stuff by them, all things considered. And as Seven mentioned, 102 kills. They are fragging all day long, Seven.
Yeah, for anybody watching this, what Loops is actually doing right now, by not being able to get any chicken dinners with just that 0 there, it goes to show just how amazing that team is, man. It's so impressive. 100 kills, 127 place points, and 0 chicken dinners. And then you have B4, 3 chicken dinners, and 94 kills. So it goes to show consistency, and those kills will take you a long way, even if you're not able to get the wins.
Glitter, if Loop starts putting chicken dinners on the board, PMPL's a done deal for Americas, surely.
I mean, that small point differential will become a massive point differential if that's what happens. And that has to be like a little bit frustrating for them. If you look at that top 10, they're pretty much the only team, with the exception of Trem, that does not have that chicken dinner stat on the board yet. And like, you know that they have to want it.
I think the amazing thing as well is even beyond the kill points, the placement points are still extremely decent after not having a chicken dinner. There's been so many second places, third places, fourth places, fifth places that have been coming in for them. Here's the 11th through 20th as well, as we see just a few shifts here and there for Cloud9. That's a nice big shift going up to that 13th spot with 149 points now, Seven.
Yep. And listen, another team that I want to go ahead and mention, besides the one you just mentioned there, is Omen Elite. Okay. Omen Elite is starting to become more of a middle-of-the-pack team. I want them to go ahead and start getting more kills and being able to talk about them more, because I notice as soon as we start actually talking about teams that they are starting to pick it up, they go ahead and continue on that move. They go ahead and continue that momentum going. Cloud9, one of the teams today, they're finally starting to get kills. They're finally starting to get placement too. One thing I want to go and see from them is just in a situation where it's the top 5 teams, I want them to go ahead and have their full squad. I want Beowulf to still be alive so he can go ahead and guide his team, because that's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
All right, of course we have, I believe it was the schedule coming up here to take a look at how the wins have won out, as well as the final game, which is that end bookend. Oh, hey, it's Erangel coming up here. We've already had Cremreal, Betis, Tempest on wildcard, and Cloud9 bag themselves the victories here so far. And now we go to Erangel once again. A team I briefly want to talk about here, whilst we take a look over Erangel once again, is actually off the back of what Seven said here, Glitter, which is Omen Elite. They started off the PMPL Americas in, if we cast our minds back to game number 1 of the entire tournament. They took compound after compound. They fought Loops in one of those compounds and beat them out, and then went on to get the chicken dinner, the first chicken dinner of PMPL. So whilst they're sitting middle of the pack right now, I think that scenario alone shows that they're able to stack up with those big names and potentially push on into the upper echelons of the table, don't you think?
They definitely can. And something that I've noticed just through watching our games so far today is that they've had really decent early games. They've taken some pretty good fights, and they've been able to pull down some kills themselves in the process. It's something just has gone wrong between early and mid game that they haven't, and it hasn't really translated well for them. So maybe if they can just figure out what that little hiccup is, they can maybe secure their second chicken dinner.
Maybe. That would be very nice indeed. Seven, how about yourself? Looking forward to Erangel here. Based off the back of what we saw in our previous Erangel, are there any kind of takeaways, any caveats that you have coming into this next one?
Yeah, it's going to come down to this zone, and I'm going to be actually looking again towards that east bridge. I want to see if Omen is going to try to go there again, because as I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, PK tends to go there just to see if maybe they can go ahead and pick up some kills. So I wonder what's going to happen there with that engagement. And ultimately, I just want to see if Loops can get a win, man.
So basically what you're saying is you want a military circle. That's what you're saying, Seven.
Yes.
That would definitely cause some bridge situations, I suppose. Well, thank you very much, guys. Of course, I am going to banish you once again till the end of the broadcast when I get some thoughts from you here as we go into our last Erangel here of the day. We can bring on our commentators once again, Snods and Dave for Erangel. Dave, you watched our first Erangel of the day, of course, and it was quite a spicy one, quite an interesting few circles there. Tempest Tom, I felt they could get more out of it. Your team, what do you think, Dave?
Hey, bet they're going to drop Pachinki again. They're going to drop Pachinki. What I'm hoping for, though, today I'm kind of like the cheerleader for B4. I know they're in first place right now, but they like to go down there to Military Island, Nova. They like to get some loot there. Circle number 1 on game number 1 did not favor Military Base. I am going to be thinking this game is the game we're sending it back down south, baby.
Maybe. Wait a minute, Dave. It's not. Does he just out himself as a Glory supporter? Is that what he did? He was
I mean, he has been saying
#1.
loops all day. He has been saying loops all day.
Okay.
B4, you know, you just hear all the same nowadays. Here I am trying to go for ace and try and go for the underdogs, but of course, we're British, aren't we, Clark?
Exactly. We love the
normal.
We love the underdogs because we're always the underdogs. All right. Enjoy, guys. We'll get on. I'll see you in a few.
Thank you so much, Claris. And here we have it. Game 5. It's game 20 for all of these teams, Dave. So we're going to start seeing the leaderboards actually shape up the first quarter here into PMPL Americas. You know, off camera, we spoke about it after the cast, just on Vikendi, Dave, about Cloud9. You know, is this the start for Cloud9 to try and almost have that momentum they had in scrims, have that performance and that play they had in scrims, and try and transition that now here into the league?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely kind of picking up the pace here today. You know, they're still averaging around 7.8 points per game. So it's really down there at the bottom, especially when teams in first, second, third place, they're above 11. So the thing is that I believe is kind of hindering Cloud9 and one of those deciding factors on their performances so far. I am going to say I think it has to do with Erangel. I think it has to do with Erangel. They like to drop South George, all right? And another squad that likes to drop in that general area is Loops. And Loops, they are just dominating. So back in the scrims, Loops still no chicken dinner. The best performance from Loops, they got like 1 second place, a lot of 5th places, and a lot of 9th places. But I feel like Cloud9 are kind of reacting. They're kind of respecting Loops. They're trying to avoid Loops on their rotations. And let me remind you, we got a total of 80 games, all right? We're playing Erangel 32 times. So 40% of the matches here in PMPL are had on Erangel. So if you're not doing good 40% of the time, of course you are going to be set back big time on the overall leaderboards. And one thing to note right here, with the playing path, Cloud9 recognizing Team Queso are not in today's game.
About to mention it, yes.
Yep, taking over Primorsk, and circle number 1 does going up. Primorsk will not be favored, but this tells me that they've been studying. They know Gatka, the Knights like to go there. They know Grunto, Fairy Pier, those two teams, you know, peanut butter and jelly. So I'm curious, will Cloud9, will they get some quick loot and maybe send it on into Fairy Pier and try to get those 4 kills early on and get that momentum going here like they did last game?
Yeah, Wildcard as well, not favoured with that playing trajectory. We know that Wildcard like to go to the northern hemisphere of Erangel at the start towards Severny, but obviously a southern playing trajectory means they're now going to be dropping off towards Roshok. Obviously, Tribe aren't here today. We know King A is the king of that river. If you try to cross that river, if you try to cross through Roshok, King A is ready for it. And of course, Ace One are there as well. Kremro Petitus as well, trying to go towards Roshok. So seems like once Tribe aren't there, a lot of these teams trying to fight for that spot in the center.
Yeah, even when King A isn't playing in the lobby, you got to check in. You got to check in with King A. You got to be like, hey, King A, can we cross the river? Can we go near Roshok? And it looks like Ace they did. Because I bet, if you don't check in with the boss here and you take their loot, you got to know King A is going to make sure they hunt you down here once when they play against you again. So Ace One, hopefully for their sake, they checked in with the boss man at Roshok.
Do you know what's funny as well? When they had the back-to-back chicken dinners on, day 3, I believe it was, I messaged King and I was like, oh, you know, you played so well today, congratulations. And he was like, oh, we're still not happy yet. And at first I was like, you know, that's a really great idea of thinking about things, you know, always after perfection. But at the same time, you know, give yourselves a pat on the back sometimes. And I think today, obviously having the day off and seeing how high up on the leaderboard they are while the other teams are playing, I think that's where it really starts to sink in.
Yeah, hey, you're not happy till you get that 50 grand in your pocket. All right, Alex, you're not happy till the end of this, and you get that spot. So actually, you know, talking about King A, I messaged him earlier on today, and I was like, hey, you guys aren't playing today. What does the team do on their off day? Like, what do you do? You know?
Take Instagram selfies.
Hey, we've seen those. But King A said, no, they like to do a lot of scrims, so they're still practicing. They're still making sure to put in that time, even when they're not playing. And of course, they get together and they watch the games and they go over the different teams and their rotation. So even when they're not in the lobby, they are putting in the work. And honestly, I told them straight up, like, hey, compared to scrims, this is a completely different team, and a lot of people out there definitely agree. So you love to see it, but that's enough with Loops. They're not playing here today. We're in our final map of the day. Pachinki, Tempo Storm is getting stinky.
Yeah, of course. Pachinki is Tempo Storm. Both those go hand in hand in one sentence. But what's also interesting as well here, Dave, is Grunto Esports aren't opting to drop towards military base. Instead, it's Trem Carrera who have gone towards military base. Of course, it's Nova, B4. They love to play towards that eastern bridge that Seven was mentioning on the desk. And I think what's really interesting as well, Dave, is towards that eastern bridge, we don't see so many teams here this time. Typically, Pittsburgh Knights would fight towards Farm. This time, they've got up towards School, right towards where Kremril Batiste are, just north of Pachinki as well. And with that, Grunto Esports have opted to go south of Pachinki, and they've actually split up. They've actually split up all as a one-piece pair, and it's, well, every man for himself as they started to loot here before I imagine they group up and then make their rotation towards the center of the circle, which is fairly central already, actually.
Yeah. So it looks like a majority of the teams are going to be sending it as center as possible here early on. And you mentioned a great point. You know, the same teams always go down there to the military base, go over there to Novo. I mean, you got B4. My thought process is, though, when these circles, when they don't favor down south, you're Omen Elite, you like to drop Milta. Like, do you go for that bridge camp? You know, like, do you just camp it out and try to get these early kills? Personal opinion, I would. But we see the majority of the squads here, like Omen, like Grunto, they favor a centralized position over an early bridge camp conflict. So, hey, you gotta wait. I guess it comes down to how confident is this squad? Do you know you could squad wipe B4? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like, you gotta know that you can take them out. You gotta be like, listen, guys, we're better than them. We're going to take them out, get those 4 points, and then go to the zone. So that confidence kind of lacking here for a couple of these squads with good opportunities.
Oh, Mazexis, they just can't catch a break. As you can see, they're just east right now of School, just south of Yaznai here in the open fields. They've managed to find themselves a bit of a compound, which they can utilize for now. But I think it was Loops that was firing off the shots there towards Mazexis, as no one else besides Team Solid is nearby. And of course, we have to mention Team Solid. They're going to be hot off the press after their 2-kill chicken dinner. Although, ironically, actually, Loops coming in second and Cloud9 third with the amazing self here from Loops at the end. And because they got more kills, actually, in total, they may have got, actually, I believe they did get more points than Team Solid. But I think for Team Solid, it was more about the confidence. You know, we can win games, as that's so important to get 1 or 2 chicken dinners on the board, just to prove that it wasn't a fluke.
Not only that, these are the best teams in the Americas. All these squads had to fight to even get here. So if you can get a chicken dinner, regardless of the kill count, all right? Regardless, they got the 2 kills when they were forced to fight to get that chicken, but they outmaneuvered all the other teams in the lobby here in order to get that chicken. So like you mentioned, huge accomplishment. Maybe this is that confidence that Team Solid need. Now they know, listen, we can get the chicken. We can get the chicken and start making some moves. Maybe we'll see them take some more engagements moving forward here with that newfound confidence.
Ooh, Trem Carreta, they've made their rotation off of the military base, just passing Tempo here, as they are now going to be entering School. Pittsburgh Knights opted to move actually out of School and rotate a little bit further towards the west of the circle, so we should be seeing them very shortly, as actually inside School now itself, you have Kremril Batiste, just waiting to see if they can spot out one of these players who are a little bit lackluster in terms of patience if they show themselves slightly too early. But Nitsu going to be knitting it in the bag this time as he sees the players here, but at this range, is it really worth giving away your position?
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken,
he's alone, Dave.
Oh yeah. If you get tapped out the 1-tap dirt nap, you're getting sent back. You're going to detention. Your squad will not be able to pick you back up. But the one thing that worries me is where Team Carreta, where they currently are. I know for a fact the Knights have utilized this same position multiple times, and I actually think the Knights are on the approach over there just west of School. There's going to be a crate up there in the air. Maybe for the time being, you know, the Knights will do some scouting. They'll see this vehicle. They'll be like, okay, we're not going to push it. I mean, there's still 16 teams live. We are very early on within this match, and I just want to mention here, real quick, Alex, the desk, you know, they love talking about chicken dinners. Loops, 7 points behind first place, no chicken. I'm going to let that one, what do you think? I mean, I'm going to let it sit. No chicken. 7 points.
It's crazy, really. I think if you are Loops, though, you're so happy with the overall performance either way. Obviously, it does, you know, it is a kick in the kidneys in terms of confidence that you haven't had that win. You know, what happens once they do get that win? Is that the final point before they start taking a lot more games on all these maps? I'm not sure, but either way, you can't complain. You know, first week in, and they are considered the most consistent team. That's still a feat to have.
You know what it is? They go to the buffet and they're pacing themselves. They don't want to get full. You know, they don't want to get the big plate.
Carbs come last.
Yeah, exactly. That's the strategy. I nailed it. I unfolded the mystery here.
There you go. Speaking of the mystery, Lazarus now had managed to find their way through the darty roads of Georgia Pool and managed to get inside the fairly central part of the western side of the circle here, just next to Pittsburgh Knights, to the north as well. It's Wildcard Gaming who have now come into Roshok, as Ace have actually rotated out of that as they've gone towards the eastern side of the map, just next to Loops. As here we have Team Solid right now on our screens. The furthest team towards the east here, as if they do rotate further towards the center of the circle, or Dave, if that circle shifts further towards the west, you know, there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that they're going to have to cross over if they want to get inside it.
Yeah, it is going to be a challenge, and one of these teams looking to make the challenge here. Alpha 7, we see right there on our screens. They are going to be popping out. Just a second ago, I was getting really nervous. They're riding dirty. I like to say riding dirty. When you got 3 or even 4 members all in one vehicle, that is not something you want to do. All it takes is one team to spot you and spray it down. Ooh, one member from Call 2, though, connected on from long range, Alex.
Yeah, this should be easy pickings here for Levi. Pops out, gets the M4 out, and that's an easy kill there for him. So that is now the first kill that we have so far in our final game of today. Luxy as well, going to be hit in the head by Max.
The push!
Oh, and here comes the push, but he's alone, as there is another player here for Kultur inside this building, which Luxy is in, and to the left as well is Paolo, who's currently in a firefight right now with Levi. Yeah, no, it's a brilliant nade. Oh, it's perfect, actually, in fact. And now Fran, frantically left alone here as his teammate Paolo is outside of the building, has the micro Uzi, close proximity here. CQB as he comes charging through. The spray, though, doesn't connect. It's an instant close-range headshot with that DMR. And now Fran, oh, Fran, these grenades are going to be making him nice and supple, getting him ready here for the remaining players from B4 to finish him off.
Hey, all B4 needed from the scrims to now. That psychology coach. That coach must have put a spell on them. They're like, hey, take all the fights, take all the engagements. You got this. And, ooh, 2 members from B4 are going to be bleeding on out. But you know what, Alex? They wiped out Call 2. Call 2 are done for the day. Done and dusted, baby.
Yeah, maybe Omen as well shortly, as they're down to 1 player who's standing. That's Angry. And right now he's furious as his team's been caught off guard. They've been caught lacking here in rotations, as he's going to have to try and revive Juicy on his lonesome, because Telly and Nico have been killed. And there you have it. Tense is going to be finishing him off there, as it's all down to Angry. And with 15 teams left, just 10 minutes in, this does not bode well for Omen Elite.
Yeah, F's in the chat right there. Last game of the evening. Angry is just going to be, you know, cranking that dial just a little louder to drown out the thoughts in their head right now. Just, you know, straight, you know, trying to listen to the radio, have a good time here, and just enjoy themselves in the final map. Hey, they can get some major placement points if they play their cards right, though. Let's be real.
True indeed, as we see Trem Carreta in the same position as before. They haven't moved for now, but then again, they're fairly central in terms of the circle. We're going to be seeing if it goes western, eastern, northern, southern, or maybe even more central. And we can discuss which teams that does favor, as, oh, Pachinki and School. Okay, well, there's no teams towards the east, so Cloud9 is safe from that half of the map. They've only got really 180 degrees to worry about, which is the Pittsburgh Knights, and then Tempo are close as well. But towards the east here, Dave, oh, it's a cluster.
East side is not the best side here, at least when it comes to this circle. You got B4, you got Alpha 7, you got Grunto. Tempo up there on Potato Hill. Hopefully they can get up there pretty soon and get some decent sightlines. Don't you just hate whenever your drop spot is favored multiple times here? I mean, that's what Tempo is going to be saying right now. Grunto, though, doing some investigations himself onto Cream.
Ooh, what are they going to do? What are they going to find when they split up and look for clues? It seems like one of the players already downed here from the side of Grunto. As Kreml Batiste, they were ready for this push. They heard the vehicles coming and charging onto their compound. They were ready for the crash. And they laid down the little traps, the little tripwires. Those grenades were thrown out. Really good timing, catching players at their feet. Smoke, I believe, is deployed to try and delay time, allowing for more of the players here from Kreml Batiste to rotate in. You can see how far away Iskandar is, as it's all down to Nitsu. All on his lonesome once again. As you can see, Loops off in the distance. They're going to be moving past. They don't want anything involved in here, as It's Alox is coming in from the bottom. Has been spotted out immediately though. The spikes in his helmet not really adding to his camouflage. It's a spray as well isn't perfect. And another play as well from Grunto going to be dropped as it's Nitsu to try and do some damage here. And that's 2 there from him. Goes for the reload. Spots out another player but can't quite manage it. As can Northo. Can he? He's towards the window. Spots out as well. I'm not sure which player it is here from the side of Grunto Esports. It's Bucky as he's trying to see if he can survive and try and get his teammates up, but I'm not sure, as instead the revive's going to be coming in from Kremrul Batiste. They can get that player up, go for the 2 versus 1 if they're quick, but no. Grunto, they're going to be taken out, and it's going to be them out in 13th.
What? Oh my goodness. Grunto, third partied right there. Cream will be able to get the resets right there. I was going to say, hey, if you're Grunto, you're on the first story, just, bunker down, go in a room, hang out, be nice neighbors for the time being. As long as you're not banging on the floor late at night, Cream and Grunto should be fairly solid there. But no, Cream, they didn't want to allow Grunto to remain in that compound of the apartments because the apartments are in this actual circle. So Cream being the aggressors there, taking down Grunto. It was a close fight, Alex. So close.
Ooh, what's happening to Ace as well? They've just lost 3 players, Dave, in the midst of that conversation we were having. Wasn't even sure which teams as well caught the kills there, but I'm sure we'll find out shortly as Lazarus now feeling the heat here from his DP20. Ooh, and they are going to be able to revive him though. Look at the range there. That was a brilliant spray there from Swagwin, but obviously the revive can happen. They're inside safe proximity there inside the school, and the waiting continues as we wait to see this next circle.
I'll tell you what happened, Ace. They got too greedy. They tried to get into the most centralized position possible, and they were spotted by multiple people. Talk about getting into a more centralized position. The next zone does go on up. The Knight's going to be looking really good right now. Jagger with that VSS. J7 on the retreat as Wildcard pushing down from up north now, looking to take the fight in the foothills over here versus the Knights.
This position is so important. Just west of school, this is really one of the only compounds you have inside the open fields here where the circle may actually commence. As Wildcard just priming themselves, getting themselves ready. It seems like they're waiting to try and theorize how they're going to try and attack this, well, set of buildings, as they know there's a team inside of it. Although how many? And also, where are the other teams as well? As Lazarus, who right now are quite behind Wildcard Gaming in front of Pittsburgh Knights. There's Trem Carreta as well as Pittsburgh Knights. They have now got eyes on Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, honestly, if you're Wildcard, I see them trying to move around. Just be thankful that you didn't get shot, that you're not spotted in your current position here. And we do see a couple teams over there on the minimap who will be approaching very soon. So if you're Wildcard, you need to be making sure you are looking to the north because Cream, Lazarus, they need to make their push on in. I see a couple vehicles coming on in now. Wildcard, they will be tested for their spot right now. Hopefully, they're not tunnel vision onto the Knights. And yep, okay, they're going to be recognizing the push over there from the north from Cream.
Yeah, I said Kremrul Batiste, they were just behind Wildcard Gaming, and now in their vehicles, they're going to be spotted out by the scopes here of Wildcard Gaming. Although just some slight damage to a few of the players there from Kremrul Batiste. They are going to be able to go back and be fine and reset, as you said, when you do take fire on your squads, and you can just revive and play it safe and just heal back up and get back to 100% if possible. So, now down to 12 teams and 39 players here, 17 minutes in. And right now, the only team outside of the circle is Alpha 7.
Yeah, honestly, if Wildcard, if they're blessed with this next zone, this is probably one of the best spots you can be in right now. Your only real counter right now is out there to the east where Lazarus are. But Lazarus, if they want to get any type of sightlines, they're going to have to expose themselves and crest on over that hill. That's why we see a couple vehicles actually, kind of blocking the sightlines from Lazarus. And all you need to do, make sure if you are Wildcard, no vehicles approach you without being punished. Because one vehicle can pull up and they can toss some grenades and that nice little dip. That could be the end. But if you can make sure to defend that, Wildcard are going to be looking so good, especially if they've been praying to the circle gods here.
But also, Dave, if a vehicle does come in, I imagine Pittsburgh Knights will see it first and be the ones to shoot it for them and try and get those kill points. Ooh, speaking of kills though, Alpha 7 now down to 3 players. Not sure where Lucatis is, as he is going to be downed here. Has to be revived fairly shortly. B4 though, know exactly where 3 of the players here are from Alpha 7, and Lucatas can heal up now as he has been revived, so he's going to be fine and dandy for now. But the question is, for how much longer? As we know, B4 an aggressive and confident team, although 11 teams left, maybe they'll take their foot off the gas for now and wait just ever so patiently for the next zone.
Yeah, and it's always a huge risk to use cities to rotate on through to get into new zone, because if you're not there first, you got to kind of assume that other squads are going to be bunkered down, looking through these windows, and it looks like Alpha 7 kind of finding out the hard way, but they are going to be still alive here, so they need to take down those members who are potentially going to be gatekeeping them over here in the zone. And the next circle, who's blessing? Wildcard were blessing. Wildcard were blessing that game, that circle.
And you said if they prayed to the RNG gods for the circle, and it seems like they have. And for B4 and for Alpha 7, you mentioned rotating out of cities. I mean, look at Ace off in the distance. Look at C9 as well. Although they're going to be picking up their things immediately and getting the hell out of here immediately. But Alpha 7, then now they have to deal with the issue. That issue is B4. There's 3 players here from Alpha 7. There's 3 for B4 as well, as they're going to be trying to get away scot-free, but no. Alpha 7, they want some action here before eventually they have to make their own rotation, as it seems like Maxon has been dropped. Mick as well, going to be dropped as well immediately as 2 of the players finish off what's left of B4, as now it's down to just Levi and Mick Zera here, as Abdul, Lukatas, they come in charging, they come in with force, but no. Playing it more safe. Maybe they can just get in the vehicles now and use this as a way to pass time so the B4 don't shoot them when they rotate.
Yeah, and you remember last game I mentioned speaking to the coach of B4, and they told me that they prioritize positioning. Oh, we'll get back to that though. C9 are making the push, trying to overthrow the Knights.
There's 3 teams here though, Dave. C9 caught in such an awkward position as Pittsburgh Knights want the kill, but actually it's going to go in favor of Tempo Storm. They're going to get the third party there as Pittsburgh Knights were the closest team to C9, and they're already gone. What?
See you later. See you later. Hey, that's a hot drop. That's a hot breach right there. And unfortunate for them, it's a rough neighborhood.
Yeah, and you said, it's Cloud9 on Erangel where they struggle. And that rotation from Beowulf is so confident. I mean, look at the zone as well, Dave. To not think there's a team inside one of those buildings is audacious. And you can understand the risk, but it didn't pay off this time. Maybe tomorrow is better for C9. Either way, though, we head into this one with 10 teams and 29 players alive as, oh my God, that nade from Lazarus. Irish.
The double nade.
Oh, was that 3?
The 3-pointer over here. Irish in the ghillie suit. A force to be reckoned with right now. Lazarus still with their full squad alive, just east of Wildcard and the Knights.
They want more. Now they're shooting off into the distance as well onto Wildcard, who have this fortification here with the ridgeline and, of course, the vehicles. Zexis joined by Tempo now as they've entered the same compound area as we saw Cloud9 moments ago fail on their rush. So, Tempo, Zexis, Pittsburgh Knights. I mean, for a few of these teams as well towards the edge, Kreml Batiste, I mean, Tremcaretta as well. It all comes down to this next zone if it favors them.
Yeah, and Levi still healing over there in Pachinki. I was going to mention B4, their main strategy is placement points, and we saw that. They were throwing grenades at Ace back and forth, back and forth. They knew exactly where Ace, they knew exactly where Alpha 7 were, but instead they decided to hop in those dossiers. We saw Maxon try to get in the car and just avoid the fight, and that's when they got backstabbed. You need to take that fight. You need to make sure to clear out your backhand side so that you don't get shot from the blue. There goes B4 right there. We got 8 teams remaining. Minwoo taking some shots with the DP onto Wildcard right now, Alex.
Yeah, but Wildcard and Pittsburgh Knights are the only 2 teams inside this circle. You've got Kreml Batiste, you've got Tremcaretta, you've got Ace down below. They have one of their players there, Zero, trying to see if he can heal off in the zone and try to get some more placement points if a few more teams do die out quickly. As you can see there on your screens, 20 seconds left before all these teams have to scramble inside this zone where we see Pittsburgh Knights and Wildcard. But for now, Tempo, Mazexis are the ones locked horns right now, trying to see if they can get out of this compound area.
Yeah, Wildcard, they don't need to peek. They don't need to move. They're going to be up there to the north. We saw Lazarus taking some shots with the DP over there. But if you're Wildcard, all you got to do is just relax. You hear these bullets whizzing over your head. You're like, oh, well, I guess there's someone that has to push out there. And yeah, Lazarus, they need to push across that field, that open terrain, right on into Knights. We see smokes everywhere. Cream right now trying to get into the new zone like you mentioned.
Ooh, such emphasis on that. Like you mentioned, it's true. Let's see if it's actually going to come to fruition, though, or maybe it's all frivolous, as Tremcaretta now are going to be feeling the heat from Kreml Batiste, as the grenades, the smokes, everything, the whole 9 yards are going to be thrown over to Tremcaretta. Oh my goodness, a few of the players being knocked down as well.
Another one.
Actually, Mufasa's just going to hop in the vehicle, maybe going to go for the run over here on the charge as he comes inside the smoke. Let's see what happens here as he's here, up close and personal, has the M4, goes for the spray, managed to connect the shots though, both these players are low, whips out the DP28, and there you have it. That is Kreml Batiste wiped out when they won Erangel in game 1 today.
Mufasa running out of ammo with the M4, doing the quick switch with the DP to get the final blows right there. 7 kills so far. They got the revives on the swag win. They are 4 up. They are looking strong. They are looking healthy as they loot those crates. But the main fight right now, who will make it on out of this southern area? Tempo with 4. The Knights trying to defend right now.
Yeah, not Mazexis, it seemed, as they managed to fail in getting out of the building. But you can see why there's so many squads right now trying to stay in for as long as possible. And then there, Lazarus, you said they have to cross so much open terrain. It seems like they have managed to do it for now. So much firefights and action going across the map seem to have worked as a diversion for Lazarus to get inside the circle, but I'm not sure how good their cover and terrain is.
HH able to get a crate over here. Looks like Tempo trying to get on top of the roofs, trying to get some better sight lines onto the Knights. Okay, we're going to be sending 2 up here. Spec already up there, spraying out there in the distance onto Team Caretta.
Yeah, Lazarus as well from Tempo. Both these teams being shot at right now towards the right side. It's Lazarus towards the left side. It's going to be Trem Caretta as well. And in the middle of all of this, you've got Pittsburgh Knights who've stayed pretty quiet in all of this. They've just been waiting inside this compound and hearing all the action from afar. Although Tempo now with this elevated angle on the roof, they can use as a headshot angle. It's very easy to bob and weave your head out, gain so much information. Look at the vastity of info they can see and scout out here with this peripheral view.
Yeah, Tempo definitely going to be dictating the final zones here. And like you mentioned, the Knights just kind of waiting. They know that Tempo needs to make the push on in through here to get to the new circle. We see some grenades going on into the skylights right now. If one of these grenades from Tempo can land right on top of them, that's going to open this up. We see Rain behind the broken wall. There's gas cans. Who left the gas cans there? Okay, so it's not going to be getting anybody, but inflicting some damage onto J7.
Yeah, it might not be physical, but it's definitely emotional. Imagine the fear right now running through the boots of Pittsburgh Knights as the explosions are just going off around you, the cacophony of bullets as well being fired out by Tempo as they're taking out teams left, right, and center just behind you as Wildcard Gaming are struggling to handle the force run out of Trem Caretta. But let's forget about that for now, as Tempo have to get outside of this compound. They have to get inside the zone, and this is the fights that we were looking for. As in the background, Ace 1 go out in 5th. They were in 9th at one point with 1 player alive, and Lazarus as well are struggling to make their way inside the circles. We're down to 4 now, 12 players alive. Ooh, Tempo so far looking fairly strong here. Pittsburgh Knights have lost 2 players in the midst of trying to get outside here, as Tempo have come around the side and is catching them off guard as Wildcard hit the deck as well in 4th. Down to 3.
Yep. And Spec actually sending it, trying to avoid this fight altogether to try to clear the path right now and cut off the snake head of the Knights. Now, same thing with HH. 4 members up. They will be looking at the entrance as the Knights need to push on out.
Yeah, there's 4 players alive for Trem Caretta, but Mufasa is downed. So it's really a 4 versus the 3.5 versus a 2 from Pittsburgh Knights, who are going to be in a situation where exactly where they are. So as they push up, yeah, this is what I was expecting. Tensor, easy for him, as now it's all going to be down to 2 in a few seconds. And yeah, Pittsburgh Knights, they're out in a very respectable 3rd. But now it's time for the big dogs. Tempo versus Trem Caretta. Whoa, what was that grenade? 2 of these players are going to be dropped immediately, Dave. Now it's H on his lonesome as Spec goes down as well. Oh my goodness, now a 3 versus 1. All down to the remaining player here. H24 from Tempo, who has his down player as well, which is Rain. But I don't think he's going to be able to revive him here. This is a matter of seconds as Tensor is eventually finished off here. HH24, he may actually go for the res. Although it's risky, all it takes is 1 player to cap in his peripheral vision, and he will be going down. But in a 1 versus 4, this is all favouring Trem Caretta here, Dave.
Mufasa making sure to not let the stampede of Tempo to make the push. The grenade was so big. Can HH get the revive onto Rain and make this at least a fighting chance, a 2v4? No, it's going to be HH. One thing to note though, HH is the leading fragger for the squad. So if you do have a solo, you want it to be HH. Can HH get the 1v4 right now to end off the night?
Oh, it's the zone though, Dave. He has to crawl eventually and stand up to run inside the zone before the damage is too much. And here it is. This should be the final nail in the coffin here for Tempo. As he spots out one of the players, not going to pull the trigger, actually going to die to the play zone. And Trem Caretta, they take the chicken dinner.
5 first aids on HH. I'm interested. Yeah, I'm interested. Why didn't they go for the heal off? Why didn't they go for the heal off instead? I guess denying the points there from Team Caretta. Very interesting play, but like we mentioned, 1v4 Team Caretta, before the end there, I noticed they had like 14 kills. Pretty nuts. Pretty nuts
insane.
chicken dinner from the squad.
Yeah, a 34-point game, excuse me, when you had the tally of the points for kills and, of course, placements. But yeah, 34 points. You know, any team that gets that's going to be very chuffed with themselves with the performance they had in that game. And, I mean, moving forward as well, Pittsburgh Knights coming in third. Ace won. We have to speak about Ace as well. I mean, maybe it's Kalaris that can help us here. But they were in 9th with 1 player alive, and then eventually just surviving in the back lines. They come in 4th or 5th.
Actually nuts. That's why, if you're in the game, you want to pick up those meds, because that could be so many placement points.
It could be. But I want to focus on Trem Caretta for a moment here, guys, because they went through an absolute war zone to actually get themselves into that game-winning position. And I think it really started off properly. We're going up against Creme Royale Betis. The Creme Royale Betis was just chilling on that west side there, Snods, and then, you know, being able to pull up to them to get that victory through the smokes, driving up to them, killing them. It was great stuff.
We also have to mention as well, Dave said it, right? Wildcard had their own little fortification. Not only did they take them down, they also drove and crashed into Wildcard Gaming as well. That's how they got to 14 kills. They wiped out a multitude of squads and played it perfectly.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. Have your night off or day off wherever you may be, Dave. I know you cheeky little scamp. All right, and we're going to bring on the analysis desk here to get everything going. I've got Seven and Glitter to join me for the post-match. Guys, that was a wild one, to say the least. I thought Wildcard was going to have that all the way, Seven, but Trem Caretta for a cow just turns up and shows up.
Listen, I was not expecting them to go ahead and push by that. They pushed on foot, they pushed by car, and ultimately they won the game-winning position. As you were telling me behind the scenes, listen, if Wildcard can maintain this, they're gonna end up winning the game. But unluckily for them, Trem Caretta just went full send with the smokes, with different angles, and it worked out perfect for them. Love to see them starting to pick up more wins.
Yeah, definitely. You'd have to don't talk about what I'm talking about, mate. It's all you guys. Glitter, of course, here. It was actually quite an interesting ending, to say the least. We'll just take a look at the map ranking here whilst we continue to talk about this and see that Trem Caretta Furacão has got themselves plenty of points off the back of that. An interesting ending, as previously mentioned here, Glitter, with Trem Caretta really going through the ringer. Just great move from great move. If there was ever an MVP team of a day, even though Tempo Storm has done really well and so has Loops, I feel that this performance by Trem Caretta really makes them stand out from the pack for the day. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they had managed to move themselves into the overall 10th position after last game. I think they were just tired of not getting their win and of playing super passively. They literally rushed every team that they wanted to take out. They were just not giving anybody any sort of a break.
Yeah, wrecking balls indeed, and later on we'll get to talk about that fight against Wildcard as well. Let's take a look at that second page here. Creme Royale Betis, pretty quiet over towards that west side, but they fell victim here to Trem Caretta, and fantastic stuff by them. Unfortunately for Loops, it was not the best of games. Likewise, we were talking about Owen Elite just before this. Game went down 7. Not the best of games for them, and that's how the standings are going to shape up. What do you think?
Yeah, it seems like they've been getting very unlucky, and Creme Royale Betis is one of those teams that actually got the first win today in Erangel. And I think they were trying to go with the same strat by just waiting for everything to kind of play out and come in and start third-partying people. Yeah. And Trem Caretta, I believe they saw that happening, and they said, you know what, we need to go ahead and take them out right now, because they're gonna be a big problem once we start having to push into the circle. So overall, Trem Caretta with the plays, and Creme Royale Betis, they were trying to go for it. They were trying to do exactly what they did in game 1 today, but it didn't work in their favor.
Yeah, definitely. I think when you look at Trem Caretta, Glitter, they had two options, right? They had either go through Creme Royale Betis and then go down into Wildcard, or they could have gone south through the kind of compounds that did happen there, but it's difficult going that way in particular because you know that there's already going to be a lot of teams in those buildings. They've got so much more hard cover compared to you. So I think it's a wise play what they actually did in the end.
Absolutely, and they did. I mean, they had a ton of utility at their disposal. They had their smokes, they had their vehicles, and they have seen all day Creme Royale Betis playing a little bit more passively. So even just on the off chance that be what they're still doing. It was a smarter play to push directly through that team and see how it turned out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's kind of the knowledge that you're also going off the back of, right? If you're keeping an eye on the kill feed, you're keeping an eye on if you get a knock on someone, you can then identify that team and say, okay, if they've been playing this way throughout the day, maybe we can actually push onto that and actually have ourselves a little bit of a win. Let's take a look at, of course, Tremkareta's stats here for this game. Again, they went for the ringer, so I can only imagine that their damage is going to be quite high for this game. And 2,600 damage coming in. And look at that. Blow for blow, 7. 14 knockouts, 14 kills. We don't leave any scraps here.
Yeah, that's something I love seeing. When teams are able to go ahead and finish their knockouts, 14 kills out of 14 knockouts, and then the total heal, you can tell they were in fights throughout the whole game. 1,200 healing. That's actually a lot in comparison to what we've been able to see even from the start, from the first game, going back to Criminal Betis. I believe the healing that they had was maybe like 400, so it goes to show Tremkareta was taking on fights, winning them with an insane amount of damage. 2,600, yeesh.
Yeah, definitely so. Also, by the way, shout out to Wildcard throughout this game for one of the guys having a DBS still equipped. Well, so it very rarely do I see this, 7, but it happened. It was a thing. So we're going to take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here as well to take a look back at all the action that actually happened on this battleground. So let's open up that game fuel and let's get going. All right, there it is. Oof, lovely stuff. Okay,
great
so,
timing.
Yeah, we try. So actually there was a lot of fighting going over towards Potato Hill in some of these compounds as well. B4 not had the best of days by any means here. 7 to get things going, but you know, they're still up to the top.
Yeah, B4, one of those teams that could have definitely taken advantage of XQ and teams like Tribe not playing today. But as you mentioned, they're very quiet today, not sure what happened. But overall, I'm pretty sure they're going to go ahead and end up at the top of the standings. And Criminal Betis here, they were able to go ahead and take advantage of certain situations against Granto. Granto, another team,
oh my God,
not having the best of the best of days. Yeah. Not sure if they're going to go put him. Going to be following closely. I want to see if Sixless is going to come back as the IGL and what's going on there.
Yeah, definitely so. You saw Tremkareta actually getting some knocks even as far as from the hillside over towards school on some of the Lazarus members that were down there. And a great little nade or two coming out from Lazarus to try and kill off A7 during all of that. And that's the power of utility, right, Glitter? Especially if you're in these kind of open areas where everybody's kind of laying down. If you're throwing a grenade somewhere and everyone's just kind of prone, they can't move that quickly out of its radius.
Exactly, and that also speaks to just the pro level of inventory management, you know? Whether that's your heals or your grenades, just knowing when to conserve those items and when to use them in the appropriate scenarios can completely change the tides of a game.
Seeing back that Tremkareta engagement there against Wildcard, I can see completely what just happened. So I think we're going to get a closer look at it even later on in the main highlights that we will look at here. But in these ones, we're seeing that Tremkareta able to finish off Tempo towards the very end. And 7, when you look at how Tempo have done throughout the day, it's been fantastic stuff from Tempo.
Listen, I was hoping you would send that to me and tell me this action thing, because I was just looking at the stats, and from this slow start, from pretty much from the inconsistency that we've seen from them, they're finally building into that storm that we know they're capable of, and it's good to see them getting second place finish, first place finish, and on top of that, getting kills. So it's nice to see Tempo Storm is bringing it back. And overall, as you mentioned, Wildcard 2, another team that we gotta go ahead and point out. I feel like Wildcard and Tempo today had great days.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the total damage coming in here throughout this lobby as well, as we have plenty to take a look at. Now, I don't think Wildcard did too much damage. Well, let's take a look-see here. So they took this very early point very quickly here throughout this game, because they knew that it was going to be very important, very pivotal, and they did a very wise thing of clearing out the northern side. That's where it is most vulnerable from Glitter, so that was cool to see, but not as much damage coming out from Wildcard, because they were just chilling, you know, resting on their laurels, resting in their place.
You know, I think every team's going to have a passive game here and there, and Wildcard has kind of popped off in a few games today already.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, it was all right that they had a little bit less damage. They still did at least break the 1K mark. I'm actually impressed with A7's kill count. If you look there with their damage, that's another impressive stat.
Yeah, definitely so. Trem Coretta, the 2,600 damage coming in, 2,400 damage done by Tempo Storm as they were in those compounds down towards the bottom. And I suppose, Seven, when you look at how Tempo Storm play out a game like this, they're dropping in Pachinki anyway. So to move up to what a lot of my friends call mini like Pachinki, up towards just the north of it, it's a nice easy transition. They can get there nice and early to get themselves a kind of central position, and they probably know that area very well because they're having to rotate through it all the time.
They did, and on top of that, as my boy Dave, Mustache Dave, would say, rough neighborhood that Tempo Storm was protecting there, with Cloud9 trying to push in and Tempo Storm just being able to go in and pick them apart. Overall, man, great plays by them, and it's something that I'll say over and over again. I love seeing teams that are capable of doing things like this and also taking advantage of situations. I wish Wildcard would have actually taken more advantage of their location that they were on. I feel like they maybe would have been able to pick certain teams apart. For example, Cranberry Betis, I don't know if they have a clear line of sight on them, but I wish they would have maybe held them back, or even when they notice Trem Coretta, which we're going to be breaking that down in a little bit. I'm really interested to see what happened there, because that was quite a mind blown for us seeing it in the back end. We're like wondering, wait, what happened?
Where did
the wild card go?
Yeah. Now it's interesting because again, when we briefly saw the highlights, I know what has happened. So I'm very eager to see it once again. Here's Trem Coretta as well as Tempo Storm really blasting on out. Oh, Swagwin. Oh, you swaggy penguin. I love it. 1,000 damage plus done here by him. It's rare we get to see it, Glitter, but when it does happen, oh, it looks good.
Well, you were asking for it. You wanted somebody to break the 1K damage mark today, and so you got exactly what you asked for. But I mean, that's the top two teams right there. 2 players from both of the top 2 teams with both over 2K damage per team. I mean, that's incredibly fitting. That just shows how much and how many fights and damage they were able to kind of put out, get themselves into throughout the entire game.
Yeah, definitely.
And something I want to actually go ahead and point out, Kyle, is that with Tensa and HH24, this is not the first time we have seen that duo here on the top players. True. So shout out to those players, because they are continuing to be consistent with just the damage they're putting out and also the kills. And it's always them too. So I look forward to seeing how their teammates are going to be able to react now that Tensa and HH24 are starting to pick it up.
Yeah, let's take a look at the highlights then that were picked out by you guys as this game did unfold. And Glitter, I think we're starting with you as Trem Coretta was looking to dominate the western side.
Well, I mean, we were watching this go down, and it was one of those things where I was kind of looking at the positions of both teams, and I was like, there's no way that Trem does not take out Krem. You know, like Krem had been playing passive for too long, and Trem was in such a good position. They were able to decide they wanted to push up on people. They used their smokes, they hopped in a vehicle, and they just straight up rushed them once they saw their opportunity. At this point, I really thought he was going to explode the vehicle on them, but decided that he didn't even need to and was able to just wipe out both players by himself.
Yeah, Mufasa, I mean, they already saw that there was so much utility being expended, right? Grenades, etc. But anyway, Seven, talk to me about this.
And right here, the swagging push that we were not able to see. Right there, getting that knock on Slicky was huge, and also on Spring. That was a huge game changer because it makes Azer and Enigma just try to figure out, okay, what do we do here? How are we going to be able to defend this? And in their mind, I'm pretty sure they're thinking, are we going to be able to pick up our teammates? But overall, Mufasa, once again with the car. One of the pushes that we were able to see in the previous play as well, Mufasa just pushing in with that car and just kind of throwing the teams off a little bit. Overall, man, their pushes were definitely on point, and I love that as soon as they knock that teammate, they regroup, they pick up their teammates, and they try to figure out, okay, what's the next fight that's going to be coming to us? Is it going to be Tempo? Is it going to be PK? Let's get ready for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Something that I want to kind of touch on there, if you guys don't mind me doing so, is that it really did feel like Wildcard. They had such security in the back for North for so long throughout that situation that they kind of given up on it. They knew that a lot of the fights were going on in the city, and there's 2 ridges, and they'd majoritively pushed up to the second ridge in front of them. So they had a really hard time even seeing Trem Coretta Furacao coming up towards them at the back. So I think they may have been a little bit surprised. Is that a fair assessment of it, Seven?
I think it is. I think they were just too confident and they were not expecting anybody to go in and push. And you can tell by the split on it too. They had 2 pushing forward and 2 in the back trying to just get that little higher angle. And as soon as Tremkareta started actually pushing, and as soon as Tremkareta got the first knock, that threw them off, and you see the players just kind of freeze up because the players in the front, towards Acer, and I don't remember the other name, but they didn't even move. They were just like, what's going on? When did that happen? Where did they even come from? Because they were just so focused on what was happening between Tempo and PK.
Yeah, great aggression coming out from Tremkareta. As I say, for me, this is the standout play, the standout performance of today. But, you know, there's plenty of great players coming out, but this is mine, certainly. Let's take a look at the overall standings here so far then. For day number 5, we're done and dusted and up towards the top. It's B4. They sit in first place right now with 245 points. Wildcard Gaming gets themselves a 2nd place spot here too. We'll bump down Loops just 1 spot there. And Tremkareta is one of the big winners here from today, I feel. Glitter moving up to 8th place now, breaking that 200-point mark. A lot of teams breaking the 200-point mark.
Yeah, which is really, really nice to see. I mean, Tremkareta has managed to really catapult themselves up the standings today alone. And same thing with Tempo Storm. They started off in 13th this morning, and I mean, now they're all the way up in 5th, and they absolutely dominated today.
Yeah, they did. Very impressive by them. Let's take a look at our 11th through 20th as well to get up to speed with how everybody's shaping up so far. Alpha 7 does move up a little bit here in relation to some of the teams. And we see Lazarus with a little bump up as well. 7, what do you make of it?
Yeah, and something to keep in mind that at the moment, the top 6 teams, to be at least in the top 6, you got to be averaging 11 points per game so far in the first 20 games that we played. So I'm pretty sure these teams are going to go ahead and just go back to the drawing board, see what's working in regards to kills, see what's working in regards to placing, their rotations and all that. So I wouldn't be surprised if you're coming into the 2nd week, we're going to start seeing teams do different stuff that might be on this list 11 through 20.
Yeah, I think it's also a great point, like a checkpoint here in the tournament as a whole, right, Glitter? Because everybody now has got that 20 games under their belt here. We've seen every lobby play against one another. And from this point on, all of these teams are going to be looking at these numbers thinking to ourselves, oh, are we in trouble? Oh, is the how much more do we have to do going into our next section of games? So it's a very important checkpoint here in the PMPL, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, they're officially, what, a quarter of the way through. So this was, if anything, really, really good proving ground to figure out how each team was going to play and figure out your own play style. If you wanted to be more passive, if you wanted to be more aggressive, if you need to change up a drop depending on which teams are in your lobby, this was your opportunity to do it, because moving forward, I don't think you're going to have as much wiggle room or freedom to really kind of play with those decisions. So now it's really time for the teams to buckle down, make sure they know what worked for the past 5 days of games, and then continue that forward from here.
A good lesson learned potentially here for some of these teams, or just continue what you're doing if you're at the very top. Thank you very much, guys, as we now go. We are done for the day. We will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, for more PUBG Mobile Pro League Americas. We'll see you then.